थंबनेल गलत है, फिक्स हो रहा है, टेंशन नहीं है। कैसे 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 चैट, कैसे व्हाट्सएप 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 पैच। हैवी 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 हेडेक्स हो रही है मेरे को, हैवी हेडेक्स। क्या ही वो है बे दवाई। पॉजी थंबनेल दे, रॉन्ग थंबनेल बन रहा
발로란트를 해왔던 이유라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에
DRX 파이팅.
오직 그 생각으로만 할 것 같습니다.
It's my 5th year in Valorant.
नाट्स बोलते
It's an amazing feeling. I hope I'm gonna keep doing that as long as I can, perform on that level.
5 years ही हुआ है इसको, 6 भाई मेरे को 6 साल हुआ।
베를린 마스터즈 때 라체 선수를 만났고 그때 라체 선수의 플레이는 너무나 독특했고 그 때문에 좀 많이 무기력하게
ग्रुप सी वाला आ रहे, चेंज हो रहा है।
현재는
लैग में कुछ भाई
무기력하게 질 것도 없어 보이고
DRX is known as a team who is always making out of groups. That's why it's gonna be interesting to see. They also had a bit more time to prepare because they made champs by points. So let's see what they cooked for champs.
팀 리퀴드도 아마 저희랑 비슷하게 만나보고 싶다라고 생각을 할 것 같은데 한번 뭐 같이 그냥 재밌는 경기 한번 만들어 보시죠.
बैंगर देना है लोग को, बैंगर। थंबनेल चेंज कर दो, आ रहा है, ऑन द वे है थंबनेल।
我觉得去年我们证明了所有人的观点是错误的。
क्या लगता है चैट आज कांग मारेगा क्या?
我想创造历史，所以说我希望今年还能够做一遍像去年一样的事情。
कैसे खेलेगा कांग? बारिश हो रहा है यहाँ पे।
这一次我依然渴望，我会拼尽全力，不留遗憾。
It's rare that a team
Aura
that
boys,
wins champs
Aura
continues to have
boys.
success the next year or the years after that. EDG, obviously they won the last champs, but definitely not the same team that they used to be.
The villains have had their day.
2023年的美国冠军赛，然后跟
सीधा वैलो
我们23年的
चाइना में के चैंप्स उठा लिए वो लोग।
复仇。我觉得23年到现在
आराम ज्यादा लोग।
我因为以前是不是那么自信嘛，然后现在其实是比较自信。
थंबनेल चेंज होएगा।
Both teams have something to play for. For me, is getting a second trophy.
EDG are your Valorant World Champions.
For them, defending their previous one.
Back to the climb, ever chasing. And this is a squad that knows.
ये औरा था भाई, लेकिन
在今年我遇到了未曾想象的困难和挫折。我曾经在舞台上说过，让世界聚焦于 CNFPS。这一次，我将燃尽一切，让其又一次实现。
बदल गया है बे कांग, बड़ा हो गया है बे। थंबनेल चेंज होएगा रे।
Tu finiras en taule si t'es pas mort avant. Une vie dans un T'es comme un rat, c'est beau t'y réfléchir à 2 fois dorénavant. Dis-moi comment je vais te rattraper, je suis en pleine forme, garde tes belles formes.
अभी आएगा औरा। भाई नहीं, सोम भाई का औरा ज्यादा है चैट। सोम भाई का औरा ज्यादा है। सोम भाई का ज्यादा है।
For the back-to-back at Champions. Not many players know what it feels like to make that run, but one guy does, and that is Ethan. He was talking about how he's looking for his second Champs trophy in that trailer, and honestly, the way the NRG have been playing lately, I wouldn't even say that this matchup is particularly favored for EDG. It's very even.
I mean, a lot of people are going to look at NRG as the
लोग ने पेरिस का उड़ी बनाया जर्सी।
Incredible upward trajectory, just exponential growth for them, and for Ethan going up against 4 champions on the other side, his journey has also been unique, stepping into the IGL role with the team
2-1
in this
EDG.
stage 2.
my
They have
goodness.
completely reinvented themselves.
Yeah, now they're going to have to figure out how they best the defending world champs on Abyss, and then Corrode and Haven if we get that far. And Abyss, I mean,
अरे
what's the last time we
स्टोरी
saw
नहीं
this map?
चाहिए.
It was Bangkok.
Yeah, I want to set some context for this because for people, they might be thinking EDG Abyss, iconic. You know, they want champs playing Abyss against Team Heretics. But ever since champs, EDG have not wanted to play Abyss a lot. They've been banning it. They were banning it in Toronto. Bangkok. They were banning it domestically as well. And now they're picking it. This is the first time they picked it this whole year.
Yeah, which is a surprise, but it has been, what, 6 months since it was last in the pool, so there's been time now.
कितना टाइम बाद देख रहे बे EDG को?
EDG needed to fill out another map. It also allows them to ban away Lotus, which has been a signature pick of NRG's.
And a complete pain point for EDG.
Exactly, but Corrode is still available, and this is a map where NRG are a fear. They're a force to be reckoned with. Their double Odin gameplay is absolutely ridiculous. This will be something that EDG are going to have to figure out how to deal with because it's been so successful for NRG at home.
Oh, and the truth is, Corrode has been very strong for EDG as well. So that I love that map because that feels like good against good. Abyss, again, we haven't seen it in forever. Who knows what these two teams have prepped into? I think you were saying earlier, last time they were playing Abyss, they were running like Harbor and like
for NRG.
Yeah, for NRG. So who freaking knows?
Honestly, if they make
NRG EDG वाला vibe आ रहा है थोड़ा सा. Slicky बोलते.
That's cool, but also of course NRG infamously a great track record against CN teams. Am I right?
Well,
Am I right?
you know.
Sorry. But let's talk about this Abyss a little bit more. I think the comms are going to be interesting. We heard it from the press conference. Nats and Hyomin were saying that in Prague, in Europe, people have been cooking.
Yeah.
Really cooking on this map. So will we see any of that?
Well, because you remember back in Bangkok, that was the Tejo life. It's Chichu Sage.
Wait, it is
कौन कौन है भाई
Som
single लोग?
Harbor again.
It is Som Harbor. Wow, we're rolling back the
Okay,
years.
so the Harbor thing, people may not necessarily love. I honestly, it's nerdy, it's unique, it's different, and a really
X
good
की याद
Harbor,
है
I've
कि
said
नहीं
this a
भाइयों?
couple times, yeah, Som fits the mold of what I'm about to say. A good Harbor is smothering to play against, miserable to play.
For sure, and I think it'd be very effective, especially against off. But Sage is what I am looking at. This is wild. It's double duelist next to a Sage, so single smokes. But I think Sage, while on defense for controlling A main in particular,
City
can
of
be very
Love
good.
है रे
But it's
बाबू.
also so good at helping retakes on the defense side as well with walls, with teams wanting to play off-site in post plans. That wall can just give you a free defuse.
That wall can also get melted by a bunch of
Odins,
Odin,
sure.
And Brock has, I mean, made it his brand.
इसका इंग्लिश देखो. सिड बाय अंकित दी और आप जा रहे. Not why mortal by. सो जाओ. आइस टीम भाई सो जाओ. हाँ.
What are we waiting for? It's your casters.
एक तरफा
Of
support
course,
करके
let's
इसमें
kick
सो
off
जाओ.
day 2. Take it away, Uber and White.
मॉडल बाइक के लाइफ में क्या क्या चल रहा है देखो जरा एक बार.
Thank you very much, Insu. A matchup here that is steeped in the echoes of former glory. It's
एक टाइम पे Elon Musk भाई कम बिजी है. मॉडल बाइक ज्यादा है.
Ethan, the sole remaining, at least on this roster, 2023 World
सिड
Champion.
बाय अंकित जा रहे कहाँ जा रहे भाई?
There's a score to settle. These are two teams that come into the year with massive expectations, Wyatt, in their respective regions, and have yet to really.
क्योंकि मॉडल बाइक कहीं और जा रहे हैं. बराबर शिवांग भाई W.
Some roster turmoil mid-year around that Toronto point, and then both bouncing back when necessary to qualify for champions.
वीजा आने के बाद धीरज भाई वीजा के लिए रुके.
That EDG are going to begin their journey here at Champs 2025, playing on Abyss. That was the final map of the best of 5 against Heretics, where they lifted that trophy. At the end
क्या
of
चैट
last
अंदर
year.
से एक स्मेल आ रहा है क्या? अरे कांग बोलते चड्डी खोलते करके.
NRG with a devious composition.
The double duelist for EDG. I mean, in the previous map pool, I think 4 of the maps they'd like to come on the double duelist. A lot of Kang on this Yoru. Curious to see how it plays out here. And again, the Battle of Som Harbor. Curious to see how that plays out. Martyr on that Yoru here as well.
EDG have been playing a lot of double duelists.
EDG वाला
throughout the
स्मेल
second
आ रहा है
stage.
पता नहीं क्यों.
4 of the maps in the pool, that has been their go-to, and it's been the Neon Yoru especially.
Nobody पता है, चिचू पता है, स्मॉगी पता है. ये नियॉन नया नियॉन है ना?
Very little.
नियॉन नया नियॉन है.
Reach through his ears, he'll have to play back behind his smoke.
And now this utility from Brock really just serves to delay so the rest of NRG can get towards B and play for this retake. You know, a situation where that Harbor is definitely going to excel.
Spike planted.
And around we wrap, nobody will be first contact here
भाई
Up on the
टाइमिंग हो
corner.
सकता है सोवा के साथ.
Jenny as well, expecting a push here off connector, and he's going to get us Cooper and some ring out. Nobody doesn't have the
Diya
stopping
bhe.
power to put NRG to bed.
Som
And it's
ne.
on Smoggy. Smoke to upper. Playing by coast here, but this is pretty telegraphed. NRG have a decent idea, so Smoggy gets on the move. Catches a glimpse of
Oh,
Som.
shot.
Headshot to bring him down. But now Brock will be waiting on the other side, and Smoggy's got between a rocket and a
Oi.
place. But it's a right.
Oi.
You'd sooner
Oi.
forget if you're an NRG player.
नहीं 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 नहीं
That
नहीं.
is absolutely
अरे
stunning. I
बाप.
thought they nerfed that. That's what I heard. Nope. That
Hello?
second shot was crazy. Brock in such a tough position, being
भाई
forced to
उसने
jump
उड़ते
from
हुए
that
बंदे को
cliffside.
क्या मारा हेडशॉट.
Oh,
How
just a
on
glimpse.
ये
earth?
crispy.
Beautiful pass there
Oh.
as well. Oh my god. And that's after EDG, they go for a heavy commitment, fight towards the link, punished for it.
ओए
Oh my
ओए.
god, what a way to start.
And the NRG trade well into every other part of the map. That's a 3v1 that falls flat for them. And so EDG get off to the races in the best way possible.
भाई है
NRG set
बे.
themselves up for such an excellent
Hey,
retake
be,
with that early push out
hey.
of A, Brock delaying on the site, all for naught.
भाई मेरे को ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है ये लोग all rounds भी करेंगे.
NRG have a few of those though to their name. Up towards tower side here, Chichi wants to take the fight. He knows he's advantaged in terms of weaponry. Jenny able to follow up. Plenty of plays on this crossfire, and Ethan can really only offer a token resistance.
Oh.
Tom down to the picture. Another 3K for Smoggy. Rack him up.
He's looking ice cold right now.
भाई अल्ट आ गया उसका.
Smoggy absolutely on point. You know, now one of the things coming into this match that I was really looking at, speaking about this EDG double duelist, is the fact that they're going up against NRG, who in their group in Stage 2 of Americas, 4 of the 5 teams, they went up
Crispy
against
मार रहा है बे,
double duelist
crispy.
teams. They are so experienced
crispy नहीं था,
against
लेकिन
the
ठीक है.
play style that this composition demands that EDG in that regard definitely have to be worried.
But this is the first time we've seen Abyss make its
भाई
way
लोग
back
क्या
into the
कर रहे हैं
full
लेकिन
season.
5 men भी 5
Yeah, we
men
had
भी
no
अभी
idea
5
what to
men
expect in
mid
terms of
थे.
the composition. So you saw him under a lot of pressure early. Has to place the code just to be safe. A
Jenny
shot.
challenges through the cove. Cascade attempted,
Oh,
but Smoggy's going to
sexy
find him
trade.
through it. Perhaps Som shouldn't have stepped out of that.
Sexy trade.
Now that mid control firmly in the hands of EDG. They spent for it. And now they could go anywhere.
भाई सॉम अच्छा मारता है बे.
It's already 7 on the board for
फर्स्ट राउंड
Smoggy.
में ऐसा अच्छा मारा था और अभी भी अच्छा मारा.
Crazy. A barrier orb is up in mid. It cuts off the B to mid link right now. NRG trying to re-clear into A main. Take some space. They've got Ethan pushed up in the
लग
corner,
गए.
but at the moment he is all
Just him.
alone.
Clear हो
He's
गया ये.
retreated towards heaven. This is dangerous.
Keeping across is too dangerous. It's a one and done. He can't even find the frag. And now Brock from security has to try and hope to put this push to an end. But EDG are going to run in numbers. 4 deep now as they tentatively make their way out onto A. Slowly into the backside. You can see Marta's trying to get in position, but Brock can only speculate from this spot.
Chichu just tapping that spike.
That
control
लग गया
out.
लग रहा है.
Dylan does so effectively. Thrown out for the reclear. That's going to get the ping onto him. I believe. No, broken just in time. Swing out
Oh
from
shit,
Mata.
shot नहीं लग रहा
Uses
उसका.
that isolated 1v1.
इसका लगा, इसका लगा.
Paranoid here is going to put Brock out of commission for a couple of moments. Slowly here, through backside. Finally, Scuba arriving at the scene, but it's a... Well, it's a bit of a wasteland for him there, and
कर दिया
Kang is ready to receive him. And this one, Brock might be better served holding onto his weapon.
No choice but to save. EDG converting on their bonus round now. Offers some serious aggression initially up towards mid.
आज भी शनिवार है. सॉम का मैच साला एक बार सोमवार को रख के देखो मैच फिर देखना कैसे मारता है मेरे को.
But not the neon. I mean, that is one of the big issues that you have to confront when you're playing on Abyss. The map is massive. You have to just cover so much ground at all times. Brock going to be able to save that rifle at the very least.
Smoggy finally put to bed after a ridiculous
बेचारा बहुत
opener in this
गुस्से
game.
में
7-1 currently.
शनिवार को
Not that
सॉम
Som's
का
got that
मैच
reckoning
क्यों
online
रखा है करके.
quite early, feeding orbs into him.
Next time
Also
मैं
kills
बोलता
as
हूँ.
Jenny turned up on him.
And look, at least in Americas, this NRG team has a pretty deep map pool. It's only really Sunset and Vine where they were struggling. Everything else they were looking very solid on, and that includes Icebox, which has been swapped out for Abyss.
Cat,
now, Icebox,
it's gonna be either
that was
2-1 or
EDG's
2-0 for
worst
EDG.
map. Now they get Abyss back, which at least
I've
in
seen it all.
2024 was a great map for them. So that's just a bad situation for NRG to be in, and we have to find out if Abyss is going to be a competent enough map to replace Icebox in their pool, which is so solid.
Definitely a bit of a hit to this NRG squad. Bonkar already in the boys' ears. It's a timeout called just prior to round number 4. And I think they're going to have to adapt.
Lick करने वाला lick नहीं रे like करे बाबा lick क्यों करेंगे मेरे को chat stream को like कर दो मेरी जान की डेटा
they are slamming
कैसा पलक जी how's you
also Kang with great mobility on that Yoru. EDG can cover a lot of this map.
Language right.
Rotations are slow for defenders. Putting them out of position with the misdirection that Yoru can provide can really soften up these sites in advance.
I do like this early timeout call from Bonker. I think this is the right time to do it, honestly. The team is going to be able to force up, especially around Psalm's Reckoning here. Another tool that is very effective for a retake situation that NRG could find themselves in. And I think that's really going to be the name of the game for them, playing for big retakes around this harbor utility.
भाई हर राउंड अलग-अलग चीज कर रहा है EDG पहला 2 राउंड B फिर मिड फास्ट प्रेजेंस और अभी A
getting any catches. Kang having to walk up here. It looks like a ping out on Ethan. He has to give that ground away, deploy the one way, but now NRG scrabbling back on the side to try and get things in spots. It's brought out. Ethan gets involved though, saves his teammate's life, and Kang is down early.
Ends up being the perfect double face. And the ideal situation for NRG.
Question is, क्या वो रेस होएगा?
They have Psalm just
वो लोगों को पता है रेस है.
Peeking towards top mid right now.
Pretty standard high low.
Expired, and they can relax. They can slow the pace of the game. Allow EDG to execute where they intend on doing so. Play for retake with the Reckoning and that man advantage.
और लेके beat करना चाहिए वापस.
With the spike over at A. They're just playing for an info push up.
Oh shit.
Scuba and Marta with that high low setup over at B.
A little awkward. With Judy swinging out while that orb was being taken. Smoggy catches a very low HP Brock on that rotate. It's just Ethan on the A side. Really, his only job at this point is to stay alive, right? Just teleport away back towards spawn.
The retake potential is there behind this Reckoning. So NRG might look to play a little safer off this side. It is just Ethan who's pinged out. Paranoia already loaded up, and there'll be a res here on Kang bringing the Yoru back into the frame. Here's the high tide. More stall now. Reckoning going to be deployed. Slow orb at Ethan's feet.
There's just such little time for EDG that Psalm is ready to commit that ult.
Nobody on the wrong side of the wall here is going to have
10 seconds left.
Probably get to the backside at some point, and there's already a timer.
Oh shit.
Talk. Here comes Time. From the backside. Kang and Chitu have to throw down.
अरे रोक दिया प्लान.
Chitu, last standing, trying to get away the tower. Wall in his way, one of his own design. He'll fight for his life and lose it. Scuba for 4.
With that beautiful timing on the
energy around 6 Arbal ult on top tha.
So much delay. I love that decision from Psalm. Rotated so fast to assist Ethan, who realizes that the optimal became staying in the site. You know, just that added time even from the res. Of course, you want to get that extra player alive, but it did buy some time for the rotate from Psalm to come over, and that Reckoning ends up being perfect. Well, high tide thrown down. You don't want to walk through that.
Got to be vindicating for Bonkar, who likely called for a slowdown of play from NRG. Because absolutely in their wheelhouse. Defensive team with great drilling and fundamentals. They're going to have to deal with a bit more pressure on the A side, and it's a gate crash now as Marta repositions up in tower.
Just gets right back towards that heaven side. Still have Scuba posted up. Watching towards the cliff. And mid, what a shot onto a jump spotting Ethan.
Now that is going to pull players in that mid direction.
अब मिड में वापस पिक ले ही नहीं सकते वो लोग. किधर और प्ले बनाना पड़ेगा वो लोग को.
NRG heavily indexing in the read that this is going
idea
to be
अच्छा लेकिन loaded लग
and as it stands, they are absolutely
I like the idea, but loaded लग गया.
Push up. It's volatile. Messi.
क्या मारा भाई चिचू ने.
Marta and Som. Trespass in his
idea अच्छा था.
And then punish for it. Scoop the great round previously cannot hold his own on the side. Nobody digs him out. And Brock might be forced into yet another save.
पैसे नहीं है.
Loving using that wall over on the right side to get over on top of that bookshelf and have to swing over top. We haven't really seen it play out, but it is a cool idea.
चिचू का aim दिखाओ, please. चिचू का aim दिखाओ.
NRG getting very aggressive there, trying to get the
membership gift कीरने बोलो मुझे membership चाहिए. कब से कोशिश कर रहा हूँ पर gift नहीं मिलता.
Timing there to push up for info.
नसीब. नसीब पे वो चीज.
Doesn't pan out for them. Now, EDG, I mean, you hear from Kang in that press conference, says that he feels much of their run here at Champions kind of rises and falls on Jenny. But they're giving him grace, not putting too much pressure on the relative newcomer to this team.
भाई चिचू का दिखाओ दो शॉट प्लीज.
Pivotal role, right? Like a main entry, playing the non-Yoru duelist.
मेरे को नियॉन को देखने हैं बे और
be able to channel and exude some confidence out here on the biggest stage of his career.
पैसा नहीं है.
Joined up with this all-time great squad midway through the year, was on their academy team.
अभी भी Kang same है.
Very quality duelist games.
देखो aim देखो बे.
Great start for EDG. They've got NRG back on an eco, one hero rifle for Mata when we get back.
वापस भी जाएंगे वो लोग. eco भी strong है.
Yet to get much accomplished early in this game, but we have seen on several occasions throughout America's stage 2, regular stage, and playoffs, Mata will have a slow start to a game and then suddenly go nuclear and bring them right back in.
बोले बस.
You never count him out.
Euro
the kind of guy that seems to just suffer mentally from slow starts.
और वो round भी जीत गया तो और गांड.
Really look to take some real estate here. Another surely. Jenny steps out. Mata realizing he's about to get pinched.
Shot be Mata. Shot be.
Over back towards the security.
Here round crucial है.
Now just sending that gate crash back towards the B direction. Playing A for the moment. Brock wants to use this timing to get some info towards B main. But it's in mid where EDG are just slowly contacting.
Excuse me, variety games होंगे अब. तूने बोला था champs के बाद.
Also double face for a moment there, but some might have to give it up. Might be able to put it back together here with Brock.
Crazy hard time just gets thrown down in the moment.
All right, classic there for some. Best he could do was Jenny. Once again, Smoggy doubles down. Nobody's going to serve himself up here as Goober eventually gets the job done, but up on high, it was Chichu.
Bike day.
Now Ethan has to come back in with nothing but a classic. That high tide's still in play.
Chichu is about to have an opportunity for a res as well with the spike going down.
Okay, somewhat exposed, but he's able to bring nobody back into the game, and he comes back with a Hunter's Fury of all things.
भाई कितना अच्छा खेला था NRG ने.
Smoggy challenged. God, he's good.
Oh
he had hit the ground
shit, भाई mood में भाई.
With only 20
भाई Smoggy और Chichu mood में.
EDG with a 4-round lead, and it's wide.
नियॉन पुराना EDG का एपिसोड ऑफिस है हाँ क्या?
An electric game right now.
By Smoggy or Chichu, dono.
Oh, that was sick. So sick. Bullets spring out from Mata.
Chichu का दूसरा revive है 6 round में.
So well individually.
And that's after NRG get that first kill from mid, that push up for Mata.
Yeah, they just don't have the weaponry
दूसरा rest 6 round by
to accomplish much when the round gets scrappy.
Someone here, double face.
They've got a full buy. They've got an AWP on Mata, and they have 4 ultimates in their arsenal.
Kang with dimensional drift though, and you'll notice there's a lot to work with for EDG as well.
And we might get an AWP battle between
Kang
and Mata.
I'm
going down on that jiggle peak. Not expecting the operator to be in play. This is really a matchup of one of the greatest operas of all time in Kang versus Mata, who I think is the best opera coming out of Americas right now.
Currently with the record in Americas for number of aces, and he's got it in 1 season.
No points, no coins. Huh?
Ethan alone on this site, going to feel the pressure of the dimensional drift, but this is simply to draw the attention of NRG towards A.
Can't be having that happen. Mata at least able to get out of trouble there.
Now NRG, they still do have 2 anchors on this B side. Trying to make the way here.
Kang had the gate crash away, so he's not involved in this. Stoush over at B for now. Mata's still able to be a factor in this round. 32 seconds left. EDG have got to go for it. For the timing.
That was a nice little trade. Still has that steel guard, and this might be the opportunity to use it.
Ethan managed to get up in heaven, though. Here's that Hunter's Fury looking towards coast. It's searching.
Still to
that effect. EDG able to get through those ultimates now. Have a plant down for themselves. Paranoia on the coast. Ethan hoping to follow up on it.
Sexy bait.
That's the side.
That was an excellent play from Ethan. The paranoia into the teleport across. Nobody had no idea what was coming. Kang going to have to go crazy right now. Holding the cross. What a shot.
What a correction. But now he's out of the fight and out of the rounds. A very important relief valve here for NRG. Big buy up, big
भाई लेकिन heavy damage भी पड़ा है.
Crucial second shot comes through from Mata. He's recovering that operator.
Chat Kangkang hai.
I love the way that NRG
Chat mano ya
played
na
that
mano
retake.
Kangkang hai be.
You had the
Hey.
two EDG players facing the cross.
Hey.
There was so much utility pressure onto nobody backside. Once Ethan hits him with that paranoia,
वो वाला
he's
shot
able to
दिखाओ ना, वो वाला.
yeah, right in this moment.
अरे यार
It's
वो वाला
that
shot ही
very
नहीं दिखाया.
crucial kill. NRG's IGL playing that situation very perfectly.
Just a dirty flick from Kangkang there from Crow.
Positivity चीज़ है संभाई के पास.
Mental. All right, Genie here with that
Five
overdrive
minute.
going to pick up the Bucky.
Early flash off rip. Ping on Kangkang, pretty telling. EDG are adamant though about this A side. Ethan hoping to stall this out as much as possible. Obviously, Ethan and Brook have been manning this side of the map. Here's the fast lane. Gian's going to go for it now. Not much to see here, but overdrive got to be popped, and Ethan noted at the back of the side, but it's Brook there from Power. Gets himself two. That's big. Both duelists out of the game. Once more. A down at the end of the A anchors. Now it's NRG needed to rotate in.
Somehow again, by the way, Chichu was just one orb away from getting a wreck.
ये क्या pussy है?
A shot to find on a flanking Scuba.
A dirty angle for Smoggy as well.
And Scuba has gone for a play like that before. Nobody was reading that perfectly.
Smoggy's dropped down. Dimensional drift notes both EDG players up close here, and nobody's ready. Foul
Buddy.
Butter! And Smoggy yet again. Never far from the kill free. The left side at least. 6-2. Favoring EDG.
And even if he didn't find that, Chichu was already
Chat हम लोग का
over the
क्या था?
top, ready to
Pickens?
fight.
Chat किसका याद है क्या हम लोग का Pickens क्या था? I think अपने Pickens के लोड़े लग गया chat. मैं भूल गया भाई, मैं भूल गया EDG कैसे खेलता है भाई, क्योंकि मैं देख नहीं रहा हूँ EDG को. हाँ?
That long flank through main, nobody well prepared for that. Crosshair placement was perfect. And once he collects that kill, 3-on-2, where they can just focus forward, it's all too easy.
Here's the variation. The push up mid here for Marta potentially. Remains just at library.
भाई वालों कब खेलेगा? रोज वॉच पार्टी रहेगा तो?
Kangkang has eyes for A main with the off.
It's high tide
आज
from
तो
Som
मुमकिन
this
नहीं लग रहा
time,
कि heavy
very
attack है.
deep towards the attacker's side of mid.
लेकिन दोनों
So
चीज
they
करेंगे.
absolutely know there could be some pressure coming from NRG. They could be walking down, trying to take forward angles, just as Mata is
EDG का
playing
मैप
a
है. अरे
library
मैप
right
तेल
now
लगाने
without
गया.
Sheriff.
वो लोग का aim देखो भाई.
So cheesy crossfire setups in A main. The one way is refreshed.
चीचू और स्मोगी का
Marta
aim
cancels out back to the
देखो.
spawn side.
Of course, Kangkang does pick up that operator again.
कांगकांग मारा तो वो रहा बे. Cherry under tops.
EDG begin to gather up towards this.
और ignore करो China
side,
Mart पे
seemingly.
clash होता है
Kangkang
यार.
obviously can rejoin them easily enough with the gate crash.
NRG, they are gambling on this B site, however, so things could get dangerous for EDG.
And Kangkang
मुझे
could get
नहीं
enough
वाला रहेगा,
information
नहीं,
and the
नहीं.
lack
Champs
of
के बाद
defenders
सब
at A. EDG can't make a
अभी
truly
2
informed
हफ्ता
decision about hitting this
schedule यही
site.
रहेगा.
They just have to commit.
Song
Watch
gets
party,
one
watch
kill
के
here. Will
watch
have
party
the
के बाद
reckoning.
gaming. Champs के बाद
Set up
direct
here.
और सब.
Relay bolt going to be thrown out. Chichu follows it up beautifully. Jenny is now in and around the site. Making his way towards connector. Finds one. It's the classics ringing out. Ethan gets himself a consolation.
gun लेगा.
Recovery of a Somnak. Can make use of it on the other side of this high tide. Gets himself Chichu, but it's going to take more than that. And Brock doesn't have it. Not this time.
These executes from EDG have just been overwhelming for NRG to handle. They had every single player on that B site. They didn't have the best weaponry, of course, but it still just looks all too easy.
Chichu, that is...
I mean, he's really been a
भाई
menace
B
as well.
strong तो है ये लोग का lineup.
It's just that Smoggy has had, I think, the flash.
वो लोग कोई angle भाई Smoggy क्या score है 14-3.
Absolutely crazy.
And they're actually really segmenting off the side as they hit it, right? It's Cascade, there's a high tide, there's Omen Smokes trying to, compartmentalize these little engagements, but as you mentioned, they didn't have the guns for it. Now we're all turning up in mid.
एक half में 3
Fast
ulta
goes to
है.
library for Gianni.
Sage का वो
Brock
भी.
gets that Hunter's Fury online with a collection of the A-man orb. EDG taking a lot of space towards mid, just cycling these dark covers.
They've driven a wedge straight up the middle of the map here. And now, looking to give that space up, maybe punish a
Wall भी नहीं करते बे. Wall करेगा तो rotation में BT देखो ना कितना आएगा.
See NRG, they of course have concerns about that. It's Ethan jump
Wall
spotting
भी नहीं कर
towards
रहे,
that B
execute
link
सीधा.
side. Mana focus on B with the operator, but shouldn't have any opportunities to take a shot in this round. It looks like EDG, they're ready to just go for this A side, execute, and Kangkang wants to cut off a rotator with the op face down mid.
This denial of information and nothing spotted by the Aldro means that Brock is pretty concerned about mid to B, or someone hitting him from their side of the map. But now it's going to be a straight main push here for EDG. Scuba has to be ready. Sheer wall, of course, active.
Oh,
Broad might have to drop down off security, otherwise, off tower rather. There could be a wall in his way. He's on the side.
Oh, shit.
Broken up it is, but Jenny's having to take the one.
Clear kiya.
Scooby here looking to step back. Reckoning in play. Jenny, unperturbed, unfazed, unbothered.
Bhai hai Neon.
Plant stuck. Some falling by the wayside. NRG are looking out at sea.
On there, just getting completely outgunned. Mana a little bit too fast on the shot just then.
Just some nerves maybe showing up there.
None for Ginny, pushes for more. Removes the operator from the map.
हल्का सा लोले लग गए NRG के.
NRG also being able to start on defense.
भाई वो लोग रेडी भी है क्या होने वाला है, लेकिन फिर भी वो लोग रेडी नहीं है chaos में फाइट करने के लिए.
Blowout wins. It's come from starting on defense and being an absolute just brick wall. But EDG are running them over. A lot of it due also to just individual skill right now. They are dipping them in the gun duels. Like they are straight up just winning these fights against NRG anchors consistently.
That's how NRG are trying to set the playing field though. With all of this control that you tell on these sites as they're being executed on, NRG are asking for these pockets of play where they can take 1v1s, but they are losing out to young Godlies, this guy. Jenny, just dominant. And again, was by their own admission, considered a wild card here for EDG, where they may rise or fall.
लेकिन वो लोग का शायद भी इतना अलग-अलग है ना, और लोग का बी एग्जीक्यूट भी बहुत स्ट्रांग है. और वो नियॉन वॉल स्टन में इतना chaos कर रहे हैं वो लोग. प्लस सेज वॉल घुस के अगर वॉल कर दिया तो लौड़े लग गए basically.
Ethan for a moment, but no opportunity for the shot. Taking control of A main though with this operator.
Disrespecting the smoke, brimming with confidence for good
आवाज
reason.
आया एक एवन से.
And Brock and Ethan have their work cut out for them, often outnumbered. Oh, that's a nice little connection of the Hunter's Fury. Nobody will be accounted for very early in the round.
Love that.
ले spawn हो जा पैच. ये ले पर सेट शॉट.
All the way out of this B side. No way. There's no way. Mana just forced to retreat.
And
again, that same info push off for B for NRG is shut down.
And Shichu has just had reses constantly. So, despite that awesome little bit
लग
of
गए.
You start to shake when you hear that sound. Jenny is on the site! And he touches down with a flourish. Ethan not so much, he's a sprawl. Rourke here has to clear this wall early on. That's not where he wanted that recon to go, and he can't do a damn thing to interrupt this plant. He is out of the game for now.
क्या सीन सेव करना पड़ेगा ना? क्यों ट्राई कर रहे हो लोग?
EDG have this one covered. As Som steps up, Mara's on the other side. He will struggle. Finds Jenny.
Oh, Mara sexy मारा दो.
Now he's given himself a foothold back into the site.
Save करो save.
EDG fall back to this A main hold to cover the spike.
Does have one
Balance
flash
vision
out.
अच्छा खेल रही है.
Step Brock to drop. What a shot.
Yeah, dangerous. He wants the fight. That one goes.
वो heading की वजह से ऊपर लगा उसका गोली.
For the rank upon rank of teammates, EDG step up to fill the gap.
Chatty क्या score है?
Point with the operator on this attack side has collected a lot of very crucial kills. This B push was a disaster for NRG. They already had the opening kill in the round, and then they just give that one away.
कोई भाई प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है? एनर्जी कोई भी यूटिल के बाद वाला जो इन्फो लेने का रहता है ना, वो इन्फो ले ही नहीं पा रहा है. किधर भी एक पैर अगर एक्स्ट्रा रखेंगे इन्फो लेने के लिए, सीधा पैर तोड़ रहे हैं वो लोग.
With absolute ease. NRG trying to throw another aggressive play into the mix by taking very deep mid-control. Pushing all the way through.
Yeah, Smoggy sniffed this out. There was a ping at that part of the map by EDG. They knew something was headed their way. Brock! He's on a rope! He's on a rope!
Huh?
Oh, man! Somebody's able to find one on me, but this is challenging for him now. Relay Bolt doesn't quite connect. He's stuck in the corner, but Jenny will dig him out.
Gets a lot of damage onto Jenny. Enough. And that kind of engagement against a Neon. And Ahmad is the one who's going to try to push for more. NRG are just walking it down in EDG, and look at how quick they are for this. The double face expecting it.
But fortunate to be alive there. Still opts to double back and challenge.
I mean, it feels like NRG are just getting desperate in some of these rounds. They're getting so aggressive, trying to hunt for kills.
And
EDG absolutely have their number.
Inside the smoke is Ethan. Opts to back out of it now, and they still want to anchor these sites. Last chance here for NRG to make an impact on the defense side, and they're down to 2. Scuba in a decent spot. Can't quite move them down. The last line of defense.
10-2.
That is a country 2 defense side round
10-2.
Absolute dominance.
भाई ये लोग वो कर रहे बे, ये लोग NRG को वो कर रहे, क्या है वो, डेसिमिनेटेड, क्या है वो, डिस्ट्रॉय के ऊपर क्या होता है, वो कर रहे भी NRG को. Yeah, that one. I like how cute you guys are यार. तुम लोग को सच्ची लगा कि मेरे को वर्ड नहीं मालूम और मेरे को इंग्लिश नहीं मालूम. भूल गया जापान में तेरे भाई ने इंग्लिश में इंटरव्यू दी थी. Hey guys, हाँ? Never doubt my English, please. Wait. डेसी वाला. भाई सुनो, अगर बाय 0.00001% chance EDG wins champs this year. हाँ भाई, वही इंटरव्यू जिसका क्वेश्चन अलग था और आंसर अलग था. लैंग्वेज. हर्ष भाई, गेमिंग इज नेवर स्टूपिड डिसीजन. मस्त खेलो खुद के लिए. इधम सॉन्ग को मारना पड़ेगा. EDG माड़ा को मारना पड़ेगा.
Welcome back for your second half.
माड़ा को लाइंस रखना पड़ेगा, इन्फो लेना पड़ेगा.
As EDG are making an example of NRG. And for your Coinbase econ report, I think we all know who we're going to be
highlighting. Bye, who do you think will win visiting Paris? Fighting.
Have a look at this.
Yeah, €2 वाला आंसर.
I'm surprised that G2 somehow is a better report than
Fighting.
16-4. Well, that's not to take anything away from the impact G2 was having. Got a number
मेरे को
of
थोड़ा सा ऐसा लग रहा है कि PRX has a good chance.
That's crazy.
थोड़ा सा ऐसा लग रहा है.
G2 was able to get off.
Yeah, numerically hard to sort of quantify that impact, but when you bring your Sofa back, who has all of his utils still intact, and you're able to make the hit onto the A site with, you know, drone, recon, everything you could ask for, this EDG team looks sick out of the gates on Abyss. And again, the first
Please
time
बोलो
we've seen it
K9
here
last
on this
match
stage,
बहुत अच्छा
frankly,
खेलेगा.
NRG
अरे insane खेलेगा बे K9.
ready for it at
Insane.
this level, but it's still got a whole attack side to show.
I do want to reflect on the beginning of this game for but a moment, where Smoggy won a crazy 1 versus 3 on the opening pistol round that just immediately put NRG in a horrific position. They would have to do the unthinkable to get back in this game. Always favor their defensive side as their best side. The numbers support that.
ऐसा लग रहा है.
That high tide obviously gives the implication of a lot of mid control for NRG off the rip. Just now, Kang is looking to re-clear that part of the map.
Yeah, that is one benefit of running the harbor for sure. It's just being able to throw some of those cascades, high tides towards mid, makes the defenders forced to re-clear, forced to use util to re-clear, or just play in more passive positions.
Mata ultimately pinged out. Sage, well, even if Broken would force a wider swing on A main to risk the NRG at this point.
क्या लगता है? Crossfire है?
Actually have cut noise, broken part of that barrier orb in A main, but EDG have had no size to leave this side. 3 players are ready to face this.
No body position as well, assuming some mid control to be taken, but there's going to be no pressure coming out of tower here. It's just too easy for Kang. Decent damage done from the middle of the side here. Up mid, needs to do more. Smoggy catches him with the Paranoia in the way past the Brook. Quickly has to throw down as he gets out of the dark.
Crucial round.
Smoggy again has to clutch it up.
भाई उसने कूदते हेडशॉट मारा.
He got a drop on it but missed. Smoggy at 70. Job done yet again. This guy's got plot.
क्या चल रहा है स्मोकी के साथ?
18 for 4, clutches both pistol rounds. Yeah, this one is just cooked. It's done and dusted. It's feeling like Corrode time.
भाई वो वाला shot दिखाओ please.
Oh! What a shot! Look at this instant smoke, man!
Shot मार रहा है
Oh, buddy!
Oh man, he only has 2 bullets. Has to reload. Oh man, if he had a few more, he probably gets that kill.
Just one way, it probably would have been that.
That aim lock is that.
Oh, that's brutal. NRG obviously no choice right now but to force.
The deck is stacked against them. Coming into this round now, yeah, forcing for the rest of the map. Kang eats Ethan alive and then is able to get out scot-free.
This one is so done. It's time for NRG
लेकिन एक NRG का mid बहुत weak लगा है
trying
ना
to
देख
get
के.
back in the game on Corrode, their own map pick. This
Still a
is,
good map for EDG, by the way. A very good one.
Yeah, by round win rate percentage, it was EDG's best map of stage 2. They were winning 61% of rounds on that map. And when we do get there, NRG trying to make a foray towards this B site, using that Harbor util to do so.
Yeah, pinged out on Jenny even before he got back behind that high tide, so Soldier sprays and gets one. Not the pinged out target, but that's just a footnote. Here's Brawl looking to step up now. Had a window before the relay ball connected. Ends up being a trade. Kang here still trying to command from Tower with the Bulldog.
And EDG do have superior long-range weapons. Distance engagements on this site.
The flash was good, but not enough. Kang still brought down. Someone with the Stinger, bring a bit of America's flavor into the round. T2 has a challenge here through his move, but he's ready. But Mata from long range, sitting back with this Sheriff.
Possible
now with the ball in that 1 versus 2. Mata checks, confirms, looks to have a swing. Chichu's gotten into half. The time is not on his side. As Kuba puts him out of his misery.
NRG have gotten the smallest of lifelines back into this game, winning the very necessary after getting the plant down on the pistol round. They recovered those Bulldogs, going to be able to buy up fully in
Looks
this
like
next
another
round.
trophy is coming in the mat karo, nazar mat lagao.
Very aggressive line there into the connector, but does go 1-for-1 crucially.
I mean, it is the power of the Stingers that we see. The fact
यहाँ
that
पे timeout लेना
set
चाहिए
that
था
control
EDG को.
util up on B, cut the side up,
Fun
and
के
free
लिए.
ping on Jenny cost him his life.
कैसे जीते एक round yellow timeout.
Couple marshals on the side of EDG, but they'll be going up against Mod as Outlaw.
That first shot accuracy for Mata left a little bit to be desired so far with scope weapons.
He's been a bit slow to start today. But like we said, that has never stopped him from surging right back into a series.
Yeah, bro has range. I think we figured that out. And NRG would like him to be on the upper side of it, though, out of the gates. Not today. Someone's got the long line down mid right now. Vandal in hand, so well equipped.
Oh!
Get the free pick and a second.
Just to make sure, yeah, there were definitely two players. Now I'll leave. Even tagged up a little bit in mid, but that's just a classic.
लाइक कर दो वाला चैट जो लोग स्ट्रीम को देख रहे हैं लाइक कर दो मेरी जान के
They are taking their time right now, just trying to sniff out any aggression that could be coming from EDG. They don't want to rush things.
Nice shot be mara.
That Outlaw one shot. Kong site going to be free.
He was looking proud as a peacock.
हो जाए time pass के लिए हो जाए.
Some of that standard util you're going to be seeing coming into that B site with a high tide, cutting off the connector, cuts off Heaven, and then that recon will get any info towards Bookshelf.
Language go.
Retake here behind Paranoia is an option. Relay ball at the ready for Jenny should be required, but it's just it's the supremacy of these weapons for NRG.
Cover going out.
Gives them a distinct edge here. Smoggy and Nobody showing themselves. Let's see if they want to risk the commitment.
And NRG, by the way, have done a great job accelerating players towards ultimates early. For this first buy round, they've got a Reckoning and a Hunter's Fury active.
And the margin of error is quite thin given the round.
NRG.
Maybe encouraged to make use of them early. Always seems to be Smoggy. Some a warning shot fired off, keeps his head down. Mata!
Shot base, shot.
Going Hunting, getting really close to the dimensional drift now as well, just one orb away. So NRG have a very big advantage in terms of the ult economy to try and win out this first buy round.
But can they risk trying to ration these out over what has to be, 7 consecutive rounds, one to even up the game? At some point, EDG are going to come around with a brace of their own ultimate system. Expend.
Yeah, and you would think you would hope if you're an NRG.
Don't worry, Binks, there is another 2 maps to win for NRG. Don't judge in map 1. Remember, whatever they say in second map. Kushal, bye.
Get to match point. I think NRG will do.
My feeling is never wrong. EDG is winning this
necessary.
2-0.
Again, there's just some of that nice util that you can get early mid
2-1
control when you're
actually.
playing with the Harbor. A deep cascade.
2-1 for EDG.
All right, Reckoning here over towards the B side of the map. High Tide as well is going to cut nobody off, and Chichu already has been given the hot foot. Okay, even that's going to be committed, right? Hunter's Fury in the mix now. Chichu's got nowhere to go. Literally caught on coast inside the Razor Fighter. Nobody got the drop there on some. No one looking in that direction, but Mana actually flicks to attention. Smokey actually wins out there at tower, so Jenny has the room here to assault the side itself before the spike goes down. It's again Smokey to Scuba. But he's down to 10. It's a tough ask. An expensive round for NRG. But they're still in this
11-6.
What an awesome usage of those ultimates, though.
कल के लिए Diva हाँ उसमें क्या रहना?
And then just throw that tsunami of util onto Chichu, who's caught backside. I mean, he's flashed by the paranoia, stunned by the reckoning, can't go forward because the wall.
Dragon Ranger Gaming.
In front of him. And he's getting hit by the Hunter's Fury.
They brought him exactly where it was. No risks taken there on digging out that coast player.
Yeah, Chichu was no longer playing an FPS game. He was just.
warm up.
That was a sick execute from NRG. And they do still have this dimensional drift on retainer. They're getting close to that steel garden as well.
Big risk. Push off the site. Characteristic for EDG, but it's often Yoru that tries to make that happen.
ये क्या women blind पूरा cover ही नहीं कर सकता
does have the steel garden. Obviously won't need it in this round, but for the next gun round, that'll be quite useful to have, so long as NRG can just close things out here in safe, competent fashion. It certainly looks like
Dragon to मेरा भी language with my language.
Healing himself back up though.
Ethan, though, able to come out of that engagement without taking any hits, so it is, for all intents and purposes.
Kaku has walked all the way out of B main, so the other two EDG players are ready to face on A.
Crash though, so he's going to have to 2 legs and a heartbeat over towards his A side of the map. It's going to be nobody with the stopping power. Broke down as well. That's 2 with the Sheriff. And he's happy with that. Enough of an edge gained here to play that retake game now. With Kang having some time board to get in position.
Scuba on low enough HP that he's actually susceptible to just 1 Sheriff shot. Now Kang does have to activate that shear wall that's behind NRG, and they're going to adjust multiple players ahead.
अगर nobody मारता तो एकदम possible था.
Trained in his direction. See Som, the first to look this way. Cove dissipates. My goodness, Kang. Som's going to opt out of that engagement for the time being. And Kang's going to see what he can get.
Double blind. क्या blind मारा खुद को?
Shuts down 3 on the round. That early aggression nullified.
तो Harbor pick पे कुछ बोलिए और ज्ञान बाबा Harbor pick अच्छा है मैप में.
Success since joining the roster in stage 2. Had been one of the strongest challengers players in Americas for years.
Chat 3000 लोग देख रहे हैं, like कर दो मेरी जान के चोचो.
He has made the most of it. He has been such a consistent rock for this team for the past couple months.
Now, because of the way EDG like to select their comps, they're often double duelists. On the defense side, we see them stretching a little bit to get some value out of it, right? We often see them pushing off sides early in a round, and sometimes suggest that they force the issue on occasion. I think that like XLG matchup on Lotus system really try and take those rubble fights and extend extra far.
मेरा crash हो रहा laptop से.
मेरा तो नहीं हो रहा है. There's a round there, of course, where it's just Sheriff.
Anshul bhai, thank you for the 10 months of cast. Dost, मेरी जान के टोटे. Love you.
Against double duelists, they play a pretty stately early round. They receive the info push, punish it, and then move into setup for attack.
I have a question. I will ask you at second match. Will you answer no?
Deal with a lot of the fast floods that are going to happen. When it's a Neon and a Yoru, they are going to be rotating to the site instantly. And we have seen NRG be able to deal with it so far. You know, that other round on B, where they used all those ults to get the kill on Chichu, it was a really fast flood from EDG, and that was shut down. And NRG are going to be able to consistently need to do that to keep clawing back into this game. It's a good go at
match
so
point
far,
time.
4-round run.
Match point time.
And they've got a steel garden plus dimensional drift to play with on a round where EDG are beginning to get the ultimates of their own
Easiest
finally
retake
online.
There's that Kang
in life of EDG of gaming into esports.
looking at their most dangerous.
Easiest retake.
And for NRG, it's really just a question of when is Kong going to have the op, and they know it could certainly be this round with the state of the economy. Now, Mata going to draw some attention towards this A side using the drip, but goes right into top mid to get all of this info for the B executes to come through.
Gatecrash also was thrown out there, so he turns up at
Oh,
Library,
shit.
but he's very much in the belly of the beast positionally. Chichu loses that one out.
Yeah, again, he's just isolated
Akela
on this
fight liya
back
hai
B
Chichu
side.
ne.
Taken out by Ethan. Mata is offering such a distraction.
Yeah,
Look at
he's
the way these
annoying.
other anchors, they're like, what, is he going to push? And he's just not. He's being so patient.
This is really
ये
bothering
वो लोग ने
EDG.
कॉम्स क्या रहेगा ना
Have
यूरो
to be
मिड
so
पे
mindful of it, just a timing push out of mid.
कॉम्स को क्या
He's still
रहेगा
guarded just as EDG. Mostly set up into the trap into the waiting arms of Mata. Only one has to try and get up, and Jenny catches him. That opens things up a little bit more for EDG on this retake.
अच्छा वो
They
सो
are
मर
just going
गया
to save.
Save.
Genie is so weak.
11-7
Hong Kong,
comeback है
they
बे
want to keep that off for
The
the next
fuck?
round, of course. At NRG, they've done it again. These B-side plays have been really high quality.
ये देखो ऐसे 12 और क्लाउन इमोजी डाला एक क्लाउन ने हाँ इधर माँ बाप खर्चा कर रहे बेटा पढ़ाई करेगा और बेटा यहाँ पे बेंच उस दिन लाइट गई नहीं रहती थी ना तो तेरे जगह पे वो लोग क्लाउन की मूवी दिख रहे रहते कोई
By that sheer weight of ultimates, and now that edge for NRG has gone.
Exactly, and EDG
बाप के ऑफिस में आके बाप के साथ
requires
बकचोदी नहीं
none
करने
of
का
theirs. I
समझा
mean,
क्या
they just go for a three-person save. They never really got in a position where they were actually willing to use theirs. But for them, they're gonna feel okay about that. Okay, we trade
बिचिंग
off
कर देगा तो
one
किसी और
round
के ऑफिस
loss.
में जाके बाप के
We
बारे में
still
बिचिंग
have a
करो
4-round
लेकिन वो भी
lead,
करोगे
and
तो
now
भी
we
याद
have a
रखना कि
full
बाप कौन है
ultimate lead. That's not a bad offer, honestly.
Aura.
I think they'll be okay with taking that.
Yeah, again, the deck's still stacked against NRG. They've given us a good
सबसे
run
टफ ग्रुप कौन सा है बिंगाइस ग्रुप सी बे ग्रुप
Samus
सी
is able to collect that
G2 वाला
order
ग्रुप
B
गांड फाड़
main.
ग्रुप है
One away from the Reckoning being active yet again.
Again, they're playing around those early info pushes off sites from the double duelist defense side. Nothing served up for them this time, though.
इसको बड़ा पिकाचू
Nobody does spot one player on the cross. That was Ethan. Quickly breaks.
घर पे अटेंशन नहीं मिलता है क्या यहाँ पे मिलके ना
Very
थोड़ा
patient in this position, and of
होते हैं
course Brock is out of
₹2
absolute
कमाने
necessity
का है
going to
नहीं
use that drone to
ए
clear
मेरे
an
को
offer.
यूट्यूबर ने भरा
Potential of an
मम्मी
offer how they made.
ये
Hong Kong had to get off that line initially to reset his gate crash. Now he needs to pick it up
ऐसा
again.
थोड़ा
Just can play off this
है
one way as
कुछ
it's
नहीं कर
still
सकते
up
लोनली
in
बंदे
main
रहते
when
हैं
it
ना
drops.
Here we go. This is about to get messy. Around the corner.
शॉट बे कांकांग
Off the map so early. Reckoning popped and now straight to the side they go.
एक और को मार के निकला वो
Mowing these NRG attackers down.
30 seconds left.
And even uses the dimensional drift to get
ये
right
ग्रुप
back
सी
in.
नहीं है
Off the
पता नहीं
Fury,
मेरे
off
को
the back of that.
यही है
Some
क्या ग्रुप
spotted. No.
G2 वाला ग्रुप है बेसिकली ये बी है ना शायद
There it is. There's a ping on Som's
मेरे को
position, but he's still
confuse
going to
मत
look for his
करो,
part
what
behind the
position
cove. Marta looking to fight backside, but he's going to be pincered here, and Kang is an issue. It has to be respected at some point, but no one is looking at the Yoru.
Scuba's on the reflank through heaven right now. Do EDG expect this, or can he get the backstab off? G2 is ready.
Extra sensory perception for Shichu, and with the Sheriff, he's taken the vice out of the game. Marta sackside to slow off one is good, but the second hard to come by. And EDG march one closer.
निकाला बे कांकांग ने
That is just a
कांकांग ने
mental
निकाला
play
बे
from
चैट
EDG star. He goes right back in with the op after using his gate crash.
निकाला बे कांकांग
And then dodges the Reckoning.
ये वाला
Gets the
दिखाओ
second
रिकॉन
kill.
हार्बर अल्टर है लेकिन ना मैं
Then
उसको
also
मार
he's
के
an A main
आऊंगा
again?
Yeah,
Okay.
he just pops the dimensional drift to escape, gets into A main. Oh, that is a crazy play.
Jenny now has that overdrive.
And it was only a matter of time until EDG were able
Hey,
to sync up
hey,
these ultimates to
hey.
win around. And it's a classic as well,
Hey.
the dimensional drift with the Hunter's Fury.
You know, it was sort of said that it took a little while for Kong to acclimate to the Yoru style of play, but safe to say he's feeling himself now.
बेस्ट ऑफ
NRG
प्लेयर
going
फॉर रेजन
back to the well. They found that most
Hopping
of their
वापस।
success on these B-side executes. And again, it's just that high time.
भाई योरू को देखो
Oh my God, that's the Vandal and Sam is down.
Disrespecting Smoggy there. He goes for the spray onto the side. Now they'll try to find Coast instead.
No harbor util
The
to actually
fuck?
try to stall out
Safe
this
plant
retake
क्यों
that's
नहीं दिया
going
जब
to come
सारे
in.
साइड
Just
पे
smokes really.
Overdrive could even be popped from GEELI to just.
Thank you so much. Smile on my face. Then man will always friend forever. Love you, Anonymous Bhai. Love you.
To his side of the map, but Kang notices this. Does he know Brock is there as well? Perhaps underestimating the positioning for NRG, and Scuba attempts to go in with the shorty. Martin step in. 3 for the round for him and Chichu.
और को कह रहे थोड़ा
We're not in his favor in that one.
कंकंग है टीपी मार लेता है अपनी फाइट नहीं लेता तो
It has just been all about the B side for this NRG team, and exactly what we were talking about with Mata is happening. It never matters what his start is, he always comes back into the game. It's crazy. He was totally down and out in that first half, and now he's sitting at 17 kills. Never lets the status of the game get to him, no matter where he's at. Doesn't matter how hard he's struggling. He just bounces back. It's crazy the resolve he has.
His demeanor, right, it's pretty hard to rattle the guy. He's just, his baseline is pretty low energy. Doesn't seem to let tough performances get to him. All right, we are in vents already, folks, and that's going to be tower control the A side for the attack side.
NRG have not thrown an execute like this at EDG yet. The pace of this A split. Chichu, the one anchor. Okay, that is some fortune for nobody.
Pushing it back through security very quickly. Nobody's trying to get on the site. He's made his way through the cascade. Oh, and the drop on Mata is good. He could interrupt the plants here. Kang dealt with though, and Jenny's trying to get this control of tower, but Ethan is locked with
अरे nobody ने एक और मारा.
Sheriff to his name. That's all he's got to work with.
If there was anyone to pull this off. Multiple clutches in this game already. And on the most crucial rounds. Can he do it to close it out with just a Sheriff?
Devious rotate here into tower for Smoggy. And he's got himself a weapon.
NRG still needs to recover this spike.
Very dangerous location to get it as well.
He's about to have one dark cover to play with. See if there's an opportunity to maybe use that.
It's to main.
Ethan, is even smoking off. Ethan is smoking off main right now on A. Just concerned. They don't know where Smoggy could be at. He could be anywhere right now.
Okay. But contingency as well. Arkaros thrown up in tower. That allows for a spike to be recovered.
Now they can plant back site. Scuba is in a position to keep Ethan safe. Made sound on the rope, didn't get the silent drop.
Ethan hears this now and is starting to inch forward. Scuba ready to play out of security. Can Smoggy go massive again? 23-9. This would be for the map. Steps into the dark cover, gives it a tap. Where is Ethan lurking? Still on the other side of the boxes, and now Scuba's given himself up in security. That's valuable information for Smoggy. Still though, another attempt, another tap. Now looking in that security direction.
Really slow the game down there. Take their time, make sure they work themselves into an optimal position to close out the 2v1. Getting that spike safely in Ethan's hands. Backside Scuba can actually watch for him. They won't be in an isolated situation against Smoggy. Man, nobody had some crazy kills there and had a real shot at just one tap. He was trying to stick the plant.
Yeah, headshot there, and that's the round.
That might have been, that would have been the round sealed. It certainly feels like it anyway.
Bro, I don't know what's happening. I keep getting shot through smokes.
Yeah, that was a little unlucky. A little unlucky. Armada has the attack off now.
Previous round, a good look for NRG, a set play that got them that early tower control on A side. This time,
actually, मैं comeback कर सकते हैं कि माडा ult है और next round Sova और Y side भी आएगा.
Going towards NRG's favor with that dimensional drift. And Brock.
तो technically अगर देखा जाए तो comebackable तो है. तो hospital का नया हुआ मस्त है, sexy है.
This wall, it goes up from Chichu, and that's going to make it very safe for Brock to get that Hunter's Fury, in fact.
Kanka का opening देखा क्या 6 मेरे जैसे बे.
A minute left in the round. NRG still seem to be convinced that A is where they should be ending. Clear of mid here, spotting out some. Who's next? Dimensional drift just to clear the way.
The rest of NRG temporarily going to be halted by that slow warp. Chichu obviously spotted out. There's that Hunter's Fury right onto him. Mata can just pop out, but it doesn't even need to. Brock with the accuracy.
Chichu had nowhere to go, and now Mata can get himself up into tower. He sees the bullet traces come through from Jenny. And he's got backup. Ethan will join him.
Question is, क्या ये लोग save करेंगे या ये लोग try करेंगे?
There's a chance at a timing here on Ethan.
Spike is planted for these Heaven players, but Ethan going to need to win this 1v1.
Turns it, flash, what a flick! A correction that brings Kang to his knees.
Comeback को क्या बेचा है?
Do not have the money to take the risk. They have to get the heck out and allow NRG within 2 rounds.
Fuck 10-2
are pushing us to overtime.
10-2 से
comes through for NRG.
12-11.
They work the map
पिस्तौल
with the
जीतने के
arm,
बाद
maybe lost.
11-2 से
kills in regulation.
That is crazy. But respect to the NRG players who have been able to surge up the scoreboard after an abysmal start. I mean, that's 22 for Scuba right now.
Easy है.
I mean, what a great use of
मैं
the
बोला था
division
मेरे को
Fury
एक
combination.
अंदर से एक स्मेल आ जाता है पता
That
है
is just the classic play.
अभी वो स्मेल OT बोल रहा है OT
Genuinely is nowhere to go.
He has been getting caught on a lot of these side executes.
अंदर से एक आता है
He's
स्मेल
anchored in pretty hard positions most of the time.
इजी है बे
And it's being exploited.
भाई कांगकांग बात कर रहे हैं लेकिन कांगकांग होगा बूट कैंप पे
8 of the last 9 rounds won by NRG.
Now EDG priced into a very weird kind of half buy, but they've gotten off.
एनर्जी प्रेडिक्ट किया obviously मेरा माइलस्टोन मैसेज किधर है 77 from Finland finally will miss the stream of business for few months to red super chat and dancing करेगा FPS bye अपन इधर ही गांड दे रहेंगे टेंशन है
Again Brock positioned for a push off the
के
side.
पास एक का लाइन है
EDG
बाकी
become a
लोग
little bit more
ठीक
patient with
है
those after Jenny got punished a couple of times consecutively.
लगे कांगकांग के
He's asking for more the punish. Yoru down, up in his hands, clattering to the ground.
कांगकांग ने बोला बेस में खाना खा रहे लोग
Absolute patience here from NRG. Cascade now thrown towards this B side, and the flash confirms that EDG had actually pushed in front of it. And off that audio cue, NRG, they want to hit the go button towards this A side, assuming there's multiple players pushing down. That assumption is correct. They are delayed on account of having to break this wall, further delayed by a slow orb as well.
Chichu just disrespects it. Paranoia doesn't catch on to him now, but surely there's something in place for that tower player. And yes, it's a multitude of barrels pointed that direction, and a hail of bullets that brings Chichu to bear.
सेव करो फ्रेंड 12-11 कुछ है अल्टी भाई कुछ भी नहीं है भाई कुछ भी नहीं है चैट ना अल्टी है ना पैसा है और ओली पास हार्बर और वाइस अल्ट है
Nobody looking for some garbage time frags and Scooper is going to be handled. The money though still good enough for NRG.
I mean, nobody would be happy to get
no
some kills
way
here, honestly.
ये
Gets
एक
that
और
Hunter's
मार के
Fury for the
बचेगा
final round of the game to try and close this out.
Weapon though stripped from
पैसा
his
नहीं है
grasp.
लेकिन
Notice the money. It's going to be another weird force-up for EDG to try and avert an overtime scenario as NRG have all the momentum.
By heavy,
it was a
तो बहुत बड़ा अल्ट है लोग बस
for EDG to kick this game off. And
Crazy,
NRG
10-2 से
have
OT is
all the
crazy.
way back
OT
on
बोलते
the
हैं
attack side.
ये लोग को वो करना पड़ेगा
The
लेकिन
weaker side.
मिड वॉल रिकॉन फिर डीप पुश ऐसा कुछ
The
लोगों को
players
पता लगाना पड़ेगा कि ऑफ है कि
so
नहीं है
much
पैसा नहीं है
resolve.
वैसे
Scuba having a
लेकिन
fantastic
मेन ये
game.
कि सोवा
as is
किलर खेल रहा
Brock.
है
It's disgusting.
कि सोवा अल्टी
Model
बीटी
right
दे
back
सकता है बस
into
और
it
कुछ बीटी तो देगा
after
जो लोग
a pretty tragic start. And EDG are going to be forced onto this timeout to try to close out the game in regular time. NRG on the cusp of bringing this to OT against all odds.
And why
बीटी में क्या रहेगा ना EDG
really nasty side hit
हाँ
between
10-2
this
से हार
Steel
के
Guard and this Reckoning. It's going to be really hard for EDG to anchor at all.
नहीं हो रहा कि EDG करके बोला
Having to
उसने
retake, having to flood back in with these somewhat weaker weapons is a big ask. There's going to be probably a Guardian in the mix here.
ये फिर
Nobody
चालू हो गया
has to
टेक्निकल
have this
एक्सक्यूज
fury,
में
but EDG are
मत कर लेना मैं
definitely
कुछ नहीं
digging
कर
for
रहा
pocket change. They've got a couple of buttons, some limbs, couple pennies. That's it.
अच्छा गेम गया
That's how they're
लेकिन
going to try
10 तो
and
थोड़ा
avoid an
सा
overtime scenario because the win
ऐसा
is
दिख
in
रहा था वन
NRG
साइडेड लेकिन
sales
अभी
for
एनर्जी
sure.
लड़ रहा है
They just have so many high power ultimates with this comp. They've been doing a great job at cycling the orbs to certain players. There was really only one moment in this entire half where EDG actually had the advantage in terms of the ults. One round only. And that was the one they converted. It was when they got a Hunter's Fury with the Dimensional Drift off. Outside of that, it has been all NRG.
Neither team able to find a foothold on defense. The rounds have come few and they've come far between. Marta's been able to step up. Ridiculous flick entering that site previously. Chichu just blown into next Tuesday from that op shot. Can EDG lock it down here? Looks like maybe a push-up mid here for Jenny early. Trying to drive a wedge around the plans of NRG on this attack side. Here's round 24, lock in.
Mata does have that operator once again. Out of the timeout, EDG, they want to get very proactive towards mid. Look at this pushdown from Kong. He might meet Ethan right through the corner of the wall.
All right, rack one up for the Guardian fans early in the round.
It's just having that higher bullet penetration damage. Ethan out of the round, but they are running a double controller comp. If they weren't, man, it would feel over for NRG. But they still have that high tide to execute with.
Still have the Steel Garden and the Reckoning too.
They want to go towards this B side. They've won a number of rounds over there. The best executes have been on the B side, really.
Marta's posted up. He's seeing nothing from B. Again, they have to plant coast, otherwise Smoggy will threaten to spray them down as they try and plant again.
Som just creeping forward. All of the space taken for free. Smoggy dodges out that arc rose.
Here comes the controller util. Cascade to block. Smoggy will be spotted out by this owl drone. Important information here for NRG.
And the spike is going down backside. EDG, they've got the Hunter's Fury for the retake, but Scuba is going to initially use the Steel Garden up close. That's just going to be a lot of delay. Time wasted for EDG. And then next, it's going to be the Reckoning cycling these ultimates to just cause so much delay. It's going to make EDG scramble late to get this spike diffused.
They're playing completely off the side.
Careful
about a potential flank here. Hunter's Fury for nobody. That's Brock being brought down a second. Some on the other side of that high tide. Mata chimes in from close depth, and that's the spray for two. It's on Chichu and Kung to stop the overtime. But it's Mata now ready to receive around the corner and straight down the abyss. We get overtime in our first map of the series. It doesn't get any better than this.
And you had to believe that all of NRG's work was for naught when those players go down, when it's left to just Som and Mata. What on earth? That from Ethan with the Vandal catches GEELI on the entry.
2v5
holding the cross.
Som with the correction there as well.
And just lives for a bit. Mata pushes onto Chichu, ready for the jump.
2v5 after Yoru 2v5.
How have they done it?
2v5 2v5.
Pistol
rounds. What the fuck?
Deep breaths. EDG on the attack side as we begin overtime. Glass cannon up for Mata, as is customary.
2v5 with so up the wall. Yoru.
Drone going up this B side. At the moment, all of EDG stacked up, just using that clone to activate the shear wall, remove that piece of passive info gain from the map.
Dangerous here for Scuba. Might be seen through
Deserving energy.
A corner.
This is a position he's been playing very frequently back when they were on defense.
Kung opts not to cross there. Som getting pressured. GEELI out of nowhere. Scuba at least had to take a trade. Found nobody. Kung gets involved again. Brock just walked into the sideline of Chichu there. Breaking down all across the map. Planet Coast.
They've really just been rooted out of the common positions.
ये लोग मिड देखो ना, मिड में हमेशा एडवांटेज EDG को ही मिला है. वो लोग रोटेट ही नहीं कर पा रहे. और बेस से रोटेट करने से क्योंकि बहुत लो हो जाते हैं.
Somehow, by the way, has a dimension
बहुत स्लो हो जाते हैं.
Spotted out on the Smoggy. Nice little connection. Kung down. Defends on GEELI's
isolated. That's a teleport.
He doesn't see the matter. He'll take the fight either way. And even Mata can't make the flick.
अरे खड़ा हो गया?
GEELI on his feet.
Hello.
And EDG
secure
themselves a match point.
And maybe they can close this out on
10-2 से उठ
OT.
गया और खड़ा हो गया वो.
Breathe from the nightmare of playing defense. They're back to their favorite side. They immediately
Can anybody explain?
They immediately root out those NRG anchors from the B side. They were playing in much the same positions that they did when they were running defense before.
Yay! Yay!
And punished yet again.
What a moment for the newcomer to EDG.
भाई वो लोग का वो कितना कंफी लग रहा है बे जैकेट.
Essentially alone.
Jack.
But the two players in tower for NRG concerned
कंफी
about
नहीं लग रहा है क्या वो लोग का?
the individual
जैकेट
off the
वो वाला.
side on NRG's side. And not the duelist threat right under their noses.
Now it's a timeout call for EDG. They want to close this game out now.
Yeah, it's this problematic defense side, right? They really need to have a set
Pen
approach
paper
to this
लेके
round
explain करता हूँ. Lag
to
badge.
secure themselves the map. They've done the hard work. Got themselves at least into
Sexy
this
jacket है
position.
भाई, एकदम comfy
Already
लग
seen
रहा है,
some
एकदम
interesting
comfy
buys
लग
come up here, so we'll see if this follows.
I mean, the harder work might be coming up, honestly, going back to
Sexy लग रहा है
defense.
भाई. Coach
But
का
it's
अलग
gotta
outfit
feel
है
good to just
pants.
finally deep breath we got around. I want to see if Kong is going to commit to buying a glass cannon off on defense. Same as Mata just did. Certainly would not be a surprise.
Huh?
Down to the wire in this first map between NRG and EDG. Such a compelling mix of veterans, literal world champions, and then hungry, young, talented shooters from their respective regions. Jenny from the academy roster of EDG. Of course, Scuba, Mata, Brock, all brought in up from challenges. Som reprising his role in this team. And honestly, Ethan, who's come so far in his leadership and how he set up his teammates. Pretty wild that we get this kind of matchup so early on in this tournament. Our opener here in Group C is already delivering.
It is wild to see Scuba, Mata, and Brock, just that top graduating class of Challengers players from 2024. These guys didn't even make it to Ascension, but the heights that they're reaching now with NRG are absolutely insane. Taking it to last year's world champions in their very first global match.
अरे इधर देख के उधर कैसे देखूं मैं ऐसी आंखें नहीं है ना मेरी
वो छोटा जेट से है
हां wanted to concoct something for this attack side, which looks to us it's early A presence.
And they will be going up against the operator for Kong Kong, who's dominant on this map. Chichu just in A main at the moment.
हाँ ना पहले इधर बुला के बात किया अभी इससे बात किया तो बोलते उधर देखा नहीं
broken very early and there's going to be a drone down mid.
बाहर है क्या दिखाई दे
रहा है? Slow orb now. Sees the clone come through. Flash on him. He has to retreat. Play back in tower.
Now that is a lot of utility expended.
I think they're serious about this. They've even thrown in this paranoia. They want the plant here on the A side.
They are going for that full remake cove down to try and get the safe plant for NRG. They've been doing a good job taking space after the plant has gone down on prior rounds. They want to do it again.
What a shock down to force nobody back. That lets Mata get up rope. He could have been pushed up while he was climbing, but through the smoke, Chichu was able to find him. Now he can stall. Smoke up towards tower, and he'll occupy it himself.
Ethan just biding time in the smoke is going to have to make a serious play happen. Get first.
And he got away with it as well. That is ridiculous. Now TP back to a safe haven in A main. Som up on the side. Waiting for this push around the left side. And then Jenny serves himself up. Breesel up for EDG, though, but time is not on their side. Ethan spraying at the spike location as Chichu has to give it a tap. He's brought down. What's the contingency here for EDG? No other option but to stand and face the music. And it's not the track they want. Sorry guys, NRG's got the juice now.
That was a beautiful game plan from NRG. They get all of the util out of Chichu, re-hit with that high tide up. They push for the heaven control. Mata goes down. Disastrous that he sprayed through the smoke. But Ethan retains that position. It's bold. He gets his one and then teleports back to main. A second high tide goes up from Som, canvases the site, but leaves the spike open. He gets forward while the rest of them are able to just play spam with the Phantoms in main. Really sick game plan.
जाऊंगा कल सुबह को
5 स्टार है बोलने का नहीं ये सब समझा ना 5 स्टार है
अरे
Nobody was able to find two around that though. Was Ethan going down first, so you'll stall the potential.
कैसे तो करके मार के जाता है वो समझ नहीं आता कैसे
shoulder peek. Jenny gobbles him up.
Mid-bye, thank you for the membership.
And really thought that he would. Som is creeping back into the site. He needs to make a heroic play, but he's caught by Jenny.
And Aldrone is a problem. Some ice at the sky. Doesn't see the threat right in front of him. Scuba is in a 1v4. This is NRG just fighting to avert map loss at this point. High-low set up there. Jenny slides on in, takes the fight, and converts.
Jenny has had absolutely no lack of confidence.
मत करो यार membership लेने बोलेगा मैं नहीं बोलूँगा यार एक ही बार बोल
of this game, the situation that EDG are in, the
बिना टिक मार्क का member है वो
the team that he's
उसके बाद ज़्यादा हो रहा है W mid पटेल भाई W
strange variation, isn't it, from NRG to push up an A-man and take
the fight. They just want to try something new. It's just something that they haven't done before, right? And nothing else has worked, so hell, let's throw a curveball at them, but it doesn't pay off.
Now, how many ideas do EDG have left on their defense side? That's our question.
And this cascade is going to be thrown out over towards A main from Som. try and apply some pressure. It's a high tide towards mid. NRG are making it feel like they are pushing up multiple lanes of the map right now, which is true, but it's the B side.
Your wife, bro. Tu पूछ रहा है, बता रहा है.
Is committed. Can always pull the plug with a gate crash should he need to. Looking on Genie, he might want to take a fight, realizing his window is closed.
And with that drone coming through vent from nobody, Mata absolutely has to retreat.
Genie needs to reposition towards B.
Mata sticking around mid for
जीत गए NRG
moment.
होती
Has
है.
to gate crash to get back
Clean
towards
B
the
side
team.
मिला वो लोगों को.
But they are
Clean.
really trying to get these orbs onto
Oh,
Som,
pivot
get a
करके इधर है.
reckoning for this round. Wow, Mata, he hears Kong Kong on the retreat. He knows he went up into heaven. He's taking this timing off that audio
Oh,
cue.
a gate crash! That could have been awkward. But Kong Kong is noted by Mata. He is in the perfect spot to punish him. And how? He gets it up with full armor.
That's so sick. Can hold the angle towards spawn now. They've left Ethan as this late wrap towards mid. Is nobody aware? He's got an idea that it's certainly possible.
Now it's been confirmed. He can't win the fight out though. Ethan, in many of those crucial 1v1s away from the play, has found success.
And at that, Som, with that effort to round the world, get the orbs, get Som the plant. They have the reckoning as well. And Mata, ready on the angle, is always so sick.
पहले मैं पैसा.
Eventually he'll be brought down. That's Chichu making his way
नहीं लेकिन ये
through
लोग मुझे
security.
ज़्यादा ट्राइड किया है.
Actually, EDG
ये
just had
राउंड
to
में
go
कुछ
for
ज़्यादा
this.
ट्राइड किया था.
Chichu picked off up on side, and now it's on Jenny. Fast lane, and maybe
थोड़ा ओवर ट्राइड हो गया. मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो लोग चैंप्स खेलने वाला ट्राइड किया है एनर्जी ने.
Okay.
Yo, in the bar! लेकिन सादा वाला मेंबरशिप तो मीट ने भी लिया है. टिकमक वाले को कास्ट दोस्त लेना चाहिए था ना.
Around on defense. It's only a matter of
बसा
time.
Prime by thank you for the membership मेरी जान के टोटे.
But Mata just off his own timing, able to explore onto that ace.
Green color मतलब इसके पहले भी फंसा ही
is what unravels them.
Yeah, and he hears Kong Kong running away. That's when he calls for everyone to rotate back. That's when he gets into the site.
He's shot to the top of the scoreboard, by the
Mata
way.
is back to that glass cannon operator. Used it in the first OT round.
Som pinged out. Rather unperturbed here, but knows there's going to be pressure headed in his direction. He'll opt to leave the code.
Yeah, he needs to run. EDG are all the way up mid with both of the duelists at the moment.
Still plenty of ability to stall here as they back
Oh,
up.
But the pivoting into the beast split right into the op angle.
Getting picked off. Scuba has been left as an insert here, and if Chichu challenges and isn't ready for it, that's the spike that goes loose. Now on the side is Kong Kong. How's he supposed to fight off this?
लग गए.
Wall up in mid. Nobody going to be
जीत गया ना एनर्जी.
on account of that flash.
डिफेंस जीत गया तो जीत गया भाई.
Straight up shield wall here for NRG. They've all congregated around this spike drop.
Kong Kong doesn't have a flash to pop out of this dark cover. Just has to wait for it to expire. Straight up raw gun duels need to be won by him in heaven.
There's layers of double swings here set up for NRG. Potentially, Scuba finds the first. That's the all down. Mata always good on the angle. And NRG finally.
Flawless defense मेरे को damage भी नहीं लगा है बे.
And this might just be it. NRG finally have the lead in this game.
Sexy खेला
Finally
लेकिन.
convert
एनर्जी.
around on
भाई मेरे को
defense.
पता नहीं, मेरे को एक स्मेल आ गया था कि
completely catches out
एनर्जी जीतेगा.
EDG on that B split up mid and Scuba tucks in the corner.
एक स्मेल आ गया था. भाई ऐसा वैसा टीम नहीं है भाई. सॉम बाई की टीम है. ये देखो. औरा देखो. औरा देखो.
You really dug in B side anchor
एक
positions.
मेरे को मालूम पड़ जाता मेरे
Trying to remain cool, cool and collected that time.
Just the first map of the
मालूम पड़
series.
जाता.
Kong Kong with an early push up into main, and Mata is felled instantly. Ethan considers standing and fighting, but knows he's not favored.
कोई सीन नहीं भाई. 4v5 में तो भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है क्योंकि ये लोग के पास स्पेस है. स्पेस.
Timing favors Ethan,
ब्लू
and he's
बे
got
भाई
himself up
इतने निकाल
mid-wire.
दिया. Game ही
Another
निकाल लिया
energy. They're
इतने.
congregating towards B main. That cascade going into the site. Ethan playing around this high tide.
Smokey has to get off the side. It's so dangerous for him to be there.
Knows he can get out now. That recon doesn't ping anyone at bookshelf. All of energy moving up towards
इतना
this
निकाल रहा है
site.
चैट.
They're not close to any ultimates at the moment. Not like that last round where they had the reckoning. This is just an honest 4-on-4 retake. Kong Kong still has a lot of util in that kit. Chichu could even try to wall to defuse the spike. There are options for EDG on this retake.
Ethan's refreshed the smoke. Kong Kong has the challenge and he
अरे
wins it
क्या
out.
timing था
Brock now
बे.
aware that Interlopers could be coming down from heaven, but he's ready and connected. Chichu gets the better of him now. Around the corner. EDG out of absolutely bloody nowhere. I've said 30 rounds is not enough for us. Bring us another.
Suddenly both teams just decide it's time to win the defensive round.
Thanks.
NRG makes
Three
believe that this is
fucking
the moment
retake.
to close it out. They get the lead, they get the spike down. It's a 4-on-4. Kong wins that important initial duel against Ethan. EDG able to just retake back into connection off the back of it.
Massive round.
We just keep going.
पहला मैप भेज
Mother is up to 28 kills.
पहला मैप 15-15
this map. That is the most mono-coded result.
वो दे रहे थे.
How does he always get away with this?
Ads on है. अगर off रहेगा तो मैं बुलाओ हाथी को बुलाओ तेरे पास बुलाओ. Binks आप मुंह बंद करके देखो अभी language.
Little shock dart there.
Fair little bit of damage. Onto Hong Kong, who will retrieve that orb. Wants to get close to that dimensional drift. Uses the clone in case the wall was placed there, but it is not. It's over on that B side.
Now EDG really haven't worked any of the rest of the map.
Read करेंगे क्या ये पे?
You can see this adjustment, I think, from NRG.
I think B पे drone करके वापस A read
they've been
करेंगे.
getting exploited on the executes with Genie running deep into the site, and now they'll know when that's the case, when that wall gets activated. They're doubled up face towards main.
That sets them up for a fallback as well off that high-low position on
Sage
B.
क्या देख रहा है अभी? Mid help करना चाहिए Sage को.
This is glacial compared to most of EDG's attack side rounds.
I mean, that last one was just a burst pop split onto B.
Great है.
And now NRG, they want to adjust their positioning, given that the drone has spotted out their idea of that high-low.
Scuba didn't show himself to it though.
W.
No guarantee
बोले बस
about where
TP भी नहीं है कुछ
device is set
rotation
up.
के लिए पैदल भाग के rotate करना
EDG,
पड़ता
they're
है.
gathering up towards A main, and look at NRG. They know what's up. They're already
Chat Som
on
को
the
देखो
move,
map
trying to get
में.
to the safe side. They need to support
Som
their
को
anchors
देखो
in
जल्दी
time.
map में
Paranoid
Som
might
को
slow
देखो.
things down a little bit here, but EDG know they've got to commit. Brook
Sexy
waiting
recall.
for a ping, sees Jenny. Dodging, ducking, dipping, dodging, diving away. Down to about 40%, but here's Som. Kang takes the fight at the back of the site, but Som's able to find his second.
अरे वो low है.
Kang sees nothing but a clone. Som waiting for him to show up. Kang on the side. It's
ये
ball
क्या
making
था?
use. Chi-Chi's been abusing all game long.
भाई ये क्या था? भाई hello.
Does NRG again find themselves on map point?
Unbelievable
Ball
play
के
from
ऊपर
Som.
टीप.
Goes
भाई ना
for those
मान
two
रहे.
1v1s. Gets the win on both, then stays alive, playing around the high tide, throws down the cove, swings out while the rest of the team offer up the distraction, fighting forward.
Yeah, you got to doubt the boys up.
Crazy play. That's the energy from Bonkar coming back. NRG with another opportunity to now close this game out.
कोई ना जीतेगा NRG जीतेगा बे
NRG
NRG
back on
जीतेगा.
defense.
वो लोग का attack
Once again, an early info push.
अच्छा है.
We'll tell them that a rotate might be in order.
भाई इतन
All of
जिता रहा है
NRG
लेकिन
gathered
कुछ
up
भी
in
बोलो.
spawn towards this
अभी
A
ये OT
side.
नहीं जा
Chi-Chu
सकता.
once
वो लोग का
again
attack अच्छा है.
playing the anchor on this position. This
हाँ?
time the wall far deeper.
Tom
Still
for
has a
Som
slow
got है
moving
लेकिन
kit
इतन
as
का place
well
देखो बे.
to just offer
एक
some
बार.
stall for this flanking effort from EDG to come to
इतन का
fruition. They're all
impact
the way
बहुत
basically in the
W
attack
वाला
spawn at this
impact.
point.
Nobody, of course, the recon
Tom
from Tower
take.
will be crucial. He might have a
अरे,
chance to
अरे.
make use of it. The spray takes him low. Marta not able to finish the job, and unwise to just how low he's gotten this over.
This is new from EDG to have so many players retaking from the flank. NRG have been playing for that main spam a lot.
No plant yet. They're going to fight in security now in numbers, and they roll.
Whoa! दो मारे.
Now it's up to Smoggy inside tower, and from A main come the rest of EDG.
It's the perfect adjustment at the perfect time from NRG.
Brock low sprayed down, sat in the relay bot and still alive somehow. Jenny
Lag.
puts him out of his misery though. Favouring NRG still in numbers. They're playing at the back of the site, but they've got to make a move. And here's Jenny, steps up on his own, brought down. Kang can't succeed.
Lag.
And Smoggy can't bail them out.
10 to 11 to से comeback मारा NRG ने.
NRG with the resilience
11
of
to.
prospective champions. Come alive. and
Holy
reclaim the
fuck of
10-2,
champions of
and
the
while
V City
both
of the
their
Paris
pitches are
comeback
smoking
of the
punches, They
century.
bring it to OT and close it
The
out. That is
fuck?
shocking.
11 to comeback.
You'd be mentally go anywhere else. Corrode on the docket for our next map. Don't go too far.
भाई दोनों टीम से एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा वाला अटैक देखा लेकिन हाँ दोनों टीम से एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा वाला अटैक देखा है भाई कितना क्रेजी था भाई
Things are different.
भाई लेकिन मजाक से हटकर वो जो ट्रायो है ना सॉम माड़ा और ईथन भाई ये ट्रायो जो उठा है ना अचानक से उठा है ना सेकंड हाफ में भाई बहुत क्रेजी Storm got it. Storm पे भाई. That's why someone said don't celebrate early. मैं तो पहले ही बोला था भाई. NRG जीतेगा भाई. Easy था NRG. ये देखो मैंने लिखा भी था. Easy for NRG. ये देखो. तुम लोगों को डिले में दिख रहा रहेगा ये मैसेज. लेकिन मैंने लिखा था ये चीज. ये मैंने लिखा था. डिले में आया क्या अभी?
You have to win against the best.
तो प्रो लैंग्वेज. रुको शायद क्या? क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. मेरा आने का 10 लाइक्स. लेट्स गो. बैक स्टार्ट करो.
There's the shorty. Goes crazy. They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way. Finally, we won. Finally.
a map. That was amazing. Congratulations on that. How were the boys able to come back from that? The score was 2-11 at some point in favor of EDG. Talk to us about how the boys were able to adjust and how you think that carries over into your map pick of Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, so after halftime on defense, we spoke briefly. We said we're unfortunate. Quite some rounds on defense, to be honest, especially the pistol round. We just said round by round, do our set stuff, follow our protocols and everything, and we felt it that we were a little bit better than them. We were just a little bit unfortunate, to be honest. But then, yeah, round by round, great calling as well.
Round by round, well, let's keep it going. All right, good luck.
What a game that was for NRG to come back after an 11-2 start, 2-11 start even, against EDG. We were hyping up the second game being one of the best we're going to see today, but my goodness, I can't wait for to see how this series is going to turn out.
I mean, that is the map of the tournament. Every other map is going to have to beat that one because that was an absolute nail-biter, pulling it all the way back in OT for NRG.
And the way they did it, too. I mean, there were so many things that we can talk about that map, but I think the resilience that NRG showed was probably the most impressive.
But first, let's take a look at our HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to Smoggy. Can't believe this is how the game started.
Yeah, everything started so poorly for NRG as well. Smoggy in a 1-on-3 here, just stealing things away. Absolutely mental that he was able to pull away. This was just a classic.
Yeah, a classic light armor in 3, freaking snaking around the map. Nobody ever really knew exactly where he was. And to be fair, to give Smoggy his credit, he played that to perfection.
Oh yeah, his movement here is so good.
Oh yeah, I loved his pathing. I love how he played every single part of his positioning, and obviously being able to hit the shots is the most important part. Smoggy did that, but you mentioned it. From the beginning up until whatever round it was when the comeback started, they played, I mean, NRG looked lost, dude. We were talking about it, and I said, why do NRG look so lost? Because they looked like they had never played the map before.
And truthfully, it's an Abyss moment. Like, you forget, this is the most attack-sided map that we've got. Like, back when we were seeing it, and we started things off round 1, slipping away. This is round 24, where Som is an absolute rat on site. He started playing these sites in OT as well, where he was just hanging out, getting multiple kills. Mada as well, taking out Kong. It's just cinema.
To force OT, a 1v1 between those two guys, and Mada plucks him out of the sky. It was poetic.
And I love the energy Som was bringing as well onto that stage. I was down there for a little bit with Katie and Kelly. You could really just feel the stress, first of all, from the NRG fans.
Oh yeah.
But then just the pure energy radiating off of the players on stage. Also, 16 out of 16 plants coming out of NRG. They had a great game plan on that attack side.
Yeah, they did such a good job, and I think that they really figured out, especially just playing their post plants in particular. A lot of teams will fall off of the site on Abyss early on, play the post plant, especially towards speed. But I think NRG consistently were leaving players on site and fighting forward. You think there's A post plants where they're going up rope multiple times. The first player dies, they're down numbers, but they keep fighting.
It's rough if you're an EDG fan, so I hope Coach Muggle had some nice words to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika and Valora here with Muggle of EDG. That was a very tough map to lose on. It was very, very exciting, but unfortunately for EDG, they do have to make that comeback now. I'm curious because we saw Chichu on the stage role. So what is the dynamics like, especially since it might be Chichu might have a little bit of a hard time falling from that role? Does nobody come in to help him? Can you tell us a little bit about the team and dynamics in that kind of situation?
首先可能确实很遗憾，咱们今天没能拿下统一的胜利，但是
10-2 था 10-2 मेरे 11-2 by
者的位置上，我们可能会觉得
पिस्तौल भी जीता था by 11-2
会稍微有一些困难嘛，对他来说会不会
11-2 क्या होता है
一些风格，同时 Nobody 在这个时候
जिनका मेरी गाफ मारो लेकिन इग्नोर मत करो सुजीत भाई मैं नहीं इग्नोर करता
其实他这个位置就是也是属于那种少位嘛，所以就是
W watch buddy W run W bands love you yes bye
影响他的那个场上的指挥风格，然后 Nobody 就是基本上现在会在中期的时候做那种，就是可能队伍需要一个方向，因为球球不一定在队伍的这一边嘛，然后 Nobody 会在这种时候去帮助他。
So I think it won't affect a lot on Chocho because he's the sentinels of our team. He always like on the backside of the team. So it gave him the room and the time to think about what he's gonna do. So it won't affect a lot. And nobody gonna to share the responsibility with him. And especially during the game in the mid round, maybe sometimes Chocho is not on the side with the team, and nobody will do some callings.
Well, eager to see that tandem on Corrode. Good luck to the team.
I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic, right? Having an opening mid round a lot of the times, and Chichu was really stepping into that
energy
on the stage. I mean,
hai.
he was individually performing well as well, but what do we expect from Corrode? Because this is NRG's map pick.
Yeah, and this is a map that has been so strong for NRG, and they're playing a funky comp. We've got a KO in the mix, and we've got a Waylay, and they play with multiple Odins as well. So I think that this team, one of the things that EDG are going to have to beat is especially those Waylay execs onto sites. I think what we've seen from Mada in the past is he can overwhelm the B site. Usually that would mean diving over Vi's utility and these things like that, but EDG, Doug, don't play with a Senti on this map.
No, and that really
language,
just
language.
Question on how will Waylay find the same level of efficacy, given that that's not a part of the equation.
भाई वो लोग का heart beat क्या जा रहा रहेगा ना भाई? हम लोग को मिल सकता है क्या वो heart beat?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Heart rate.
Like, is he gonna Way Slay? You guys don't.
हाँ ये लोग enjoy कर रहे हैं अभी भी.
Okay, never mind. Yeah. You know what slay means?
Yes.
My goodness.
I'm sorry. We're kind of just no-butting you here. And so
Bhai, same मेरी जैसे blue
we're
आके.
gonna do a little bit better. Honestly, Mata incredible.
Haters
on
bowling
this
is
map.
So he
green.
does way slay.
Yeah. We'll give you that. He's locking in that next to Ethan's KO. Of course, on the other side of things, it is that double duelist look for EDG. Not switching anything right there. They get to start things off on attack, but I am a little bit concerned on the defensive side if they have enough stopping power to deal with this NRG.
No प्रीमियम पागल है क्या इधर चैंपियन चालू है साल में एक बार होता है प्रीमियम महीने में 2 बार होता है.
Stop NRG before they actually get onto the execs.
I'm also a little concerned about their attack side, to be honest. I think they 1-4 a lot. They don't really put a ton of focus into the middle of the map. Given that they don't have a Senti, I guess they probably...
भाई ये जो परसेंटेज है ना हर एक के घर वाले चाहते हैं सेम परसेंटेज हो एग्जाम्स में. हाँ लेकिन परसेंटेज कितना आता है जितना डिफेंस विन परसेंट है उतना. कॉम्प पिक परसेंट इज लाइक मॉम डैड्स एक्सपेक्टेशन. डिफेंस विन परसेंट इज लाइक रियलिटी.
Scuba, the rookies show up in game 1. Let's see what he's got in game 2.
Yeah, he was... No, I'm gonna save the pun. I'm gonna save the pun because the game is too exciting for us to hee hee ha ha. Let's get back in and send this over to Uber and Wyatt.
An unreal moment of vindication for NRG. A
काश
comeback
दोस्त
that
यार
ties the
चैम्प्स
greatest in
चैम्प्स
Champions
तो हर
history,
साल
obviously,
होता
around
रहेगा ना यार.
9.
काश दोस्त
And a slow
इम्पोर्टेंट
start
है.
for Mata turns into Bro just taking over.
चैम्प्स क्या है भाई 10 साल तक चालू रहेगा.
In full effect.
At the end of that first half, he was at 5 for 12, finishes 31 kills at the end of the game. That is stunning from him. Now swapping over to the Waylay, this has been the go-to comp for NRG. It's the comp that has them sitting at a 4-0 record on this map. They have been one of the absolute best in Americas here, if not the best. Last we saw them play it, they destroyed Sentinels on that attack side. But
मत याद दिलावना.
EDG's
कल का सेंटिनल्स ही नहीं भूला हूँ मैं.
So much success on Corona so far. It is starting off with the front foot.
is that just 2 spam kills?
It looks like it. There was a smoke there.
I'll need to see that on the replay. But seems like some good fortune to get back into this game after a really tragic defeat on map 1.
चलो next map. भाई ये लोग का कोई भी मैप हो ये लोग का मिड नहीं होता ये लोग से. हाँ
know exactly where to be looking.
A site now, very open.
ये लोग का मिड का आज कुछ तो दोष है.
Just have to deal with Mata back site. Sam, Scuba going to gather up. The 3 of them all trying to get back in from this same side. They are smoked off, though, by that dark cover.
Yep. Dark cover will allow them at least to assemble themselves before trying to flood here with their remaining 3. Here's Mata. We'll see, can refract him. He needs to, but trade it out before he can get on away. It's on Scuba in a 1v2. Tough to win these, especially on the reload. Chichu brings him down.
Chichu has that late wrap coming through elbow for the backstab to make sure they close things out as a guarantee. I just want to see on the replay what happened at the beginning of the round.
ये मैप NRG जीतेगी बोल प्ले.
EDG अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. Yeah, they did see them out in the open just crossing. That's just a mistake from NRG. Yeah, awkward time to be dropping down there.
Very,
very awkward. All right, EDG just make that one look easy, and that's a nice little confidence booster pistol round to win. To forget your woes.
उसका कीबोर्ड पूरा 94.3 degrees पे बे.
Plenty of spam through smokes. NRG have their characteristic double scan initiator. Obviously, they have the KO on this map, which is fairly unique to them. But no one really does it like Ethan.
Well, Chichu definitely knows that they pushed out of A. That was a lot of footsteps that he was hearing, so EDG just accelerate into this site. That's awkward.
Right in front of Scuba. We'll be able to find a second, though. Scuba had no information of anything that was happening outside of his direct sphere of influence there. So there'll still be a spike stick. 2 players top mid for NRG. Obviously not board up whatsoever.
मेरे को पता नहीं मेरे मन में ना बबलू का आवाज आया. मैं प्लान नहीं करूँगा.
Summer smokes. Here's Mata steps up, brought down instantly.
मेरे कान में हल्का सा बबलू का आवाज आया.
Will be on the outside looking in.
मैं प्लान नहीं करने वाला. मेरा हो गया.
Play with some patience here. Just ensure that they get those NRG players actually dealt with before the spike goes down. Don't offer them a timing to go over some aggression while planting. Just take it nice and easy. Claim the kills. Hong Kong working decently towards that dimensional drift early as well. Has 4 orbs.
Might be worth keeping an eye on Brook as this game progresses. As he's someone who I think has maybe brought the Odin spam back into Vogue in America.
NRG's success on defense, especially in the map pool we have right now with Corrode, Ascent, and Lotus. All maps with a scan initiator thrives with that weapon, and Brock is absolutely one of the best and easily one of the most frustrating players to play against when he picks it up. That is absolutely something that EDG are going to need to be very prepared for.
Fighting for mid so gracefully like they did on the pistol, not really.
A
is easily spammable. Can just fight spamming all of the corners, deny trade swings to come in because you're getting stalled by the bullets, slowed down. It's very frustrating to deal with, and he's of course picked it up already.
It's got to be said though, EDG coming back from a bit of a flattener there on Abyss. Have done well to get themselves this early lead, converting off the pistol. His bonus though features, Marshall, mix of sheriffs. There's still a guardian here for Smoggy.
I've been there for 5 months.
Okay, Crash goes up mid, but that is just fake.
The blue reveal.
And evidently, there's an appropriate amount of respect for the Odin given by EDG.
Yeah, they are taking their time right now, working both extremities of the map now. Both B main and A main control. Safe from NRG. They don't want to throw anything away right now. Peek from Mono though. That's very aggro. Just runs into 2 players. Shot down.
This likely allows for a spike scoop up and maybe even move over to the B side.
B पे लोग को
control on that side of the map. Rotate's pulled. You know, on this execute, players could get stalled out on account of mollies and the choke.
He's going to walk up again?
Yeah, well,
he's got a 0 point.
Spot out the north.
Dangerous. Jenny wants to slide on in. It looks like they want to force the issue, but Snoop is waiting in the corner yet again. He's found 3. Oh, man. Float like a butterfly, sting like a Mack truck.
30 seconds
Bro was poised and waiting for that. Another little rat spot for Scuba pays off.
That is one sight anchor that you never want to run into.
Tough है बे. जाते तो जीत जाते थे वो लोग पता है. Wall through, net through.
These NRG defensive sides while anchoring.
Fit through भाई दर्द दे भाई.
They certainly didn't get to show that off on Abyss, but I think on this map, Corrode
10 seconds left.
and multiple other maps in the pool, they are definitely the standouts in that regard.
Yeah, we saw Ethan and Brook mostly on that A side on defense. But that definitely puts a stop to some of the plans from EDG, and obviously, not enough time in the round here to make anything happen for them. So NRG, pleased with this result, win the round, lose 1 gun, keep the Odin, and flatten EDG as they attempt to be here.
Not too bad considering they lost Mata.
कॉर्नर्स क्यों चेक नहीं करते क्योंकि हर बार हर कॉर्नर चेक नहीं कर सकते ना यार. टाइमिंग भी होता है ना.
Yeah, bro likes to simmer a little bit before he really comes alive. It's like sea monkeys. You got to add some water, let it go for a couple of days, and bam, instant entertainment. Just add water.
अरे भाई.
A little bit chaotic.
अरे भाई क्या बॉल है वो OP.
All right, EDG, they are got it up towards B main at the moment, taking that space quite early yet again.
क्रूशियल राउंड है ये.
Get that peak.
ये राउंड अगर जीत गया ना EDG मेरे हिसाब से जीत गया. Straight up.
Behind that wall, so not spotted
Alt rotations काफी बाप है EDG.
Someone could have posted up in main.
Imagine Brock in Mumbai are language.
Over at A this time around. Scuba with off angle here. He's rewarded again. God, what a problem he's been.
Can he actually get out? I mean, he's overwhelmed by Util, and Ethan is now into support.
And he's safely back in halls. Ethan can now post up.
A Conqueror is at 1 HP tucked in the corner.
How does he get out of here?
HP
Spike loose as well. Plenty of time board for all the King's more horses and men to arrive on the site. Can EDG put this back together? At least be able to drop to the site, but God, pushing any further than where Kang is should be lethal.
The NRG, they're not rushing this. They're just playing off this crossfire setup.
Teacher straight in the eyes of Scuba.
Unflappable
so far. And smoke refreshed here from Tower. Kang was 1 HP, so a strong breeze to avoid him over. Mana with some overkill, steps out and finds Smoggy with that silverware in hand. And a flawless round posted by NRG.
That was as dominant as it gets. Scuba, again, this anchoring on the B site. Little bit of a change from the prior, of course, he's tucked in the corner this time. Yeah, plays that off angle.
Mid low, please.
Hits the spot.
जो तुम्हारा strong है EDG.
That was a collapse.
Mid low, देखो NRG जीतेगा sound by gold, लेकिन तुम mid low.
And then Ethan gets right in. And I love how they play this. They just set up that backside crossfire. They don't over-aggress. They just play it patient.
NRG का map है. नहीं. Right.
And EDG tries to get something going before the rotators get there, so they at least have a shot.
And they just can't. They just can't with that NRG setup. And now EDG, they are relegated to a very peculiar bye. With a Bucky, just a frenzy for nobody. It's back into this beast site. Scuba denies it yet again.
Confident up on the angle. Once again, Jenny
वापस
just
wall
dashes on him
through,
like wave on
spit
rock.
through, net through गए ये लोग.
Smoggy wants to inch forward
Just
here. It looks like EDG are priced into this wire one way or another.
NRG, they can just, again here, kind of take the time, wait for everyone to group up. This time play for that full retake. They have a lot of tools to do, and Nightfall goes through that link, but what can they get off of it? Nothing really. EDG.
I'm not sure if they caught onto anyone.
Want to double up and spawn.
Mada, oh, the double ping is pretty good. Very lightning. Som able to back up Mada. Converts that kill, and inside the dark cover, Soggy has to succumb. Ethan being a troll, a nuisance, a real problem. Thorn in the side, if you will. And NRG on a bit of a roll here on defense now.
We've seen this NRG team in situations like this, getting the ball rolling on defense, completely taking over the game and being an absolute wall for the attackers. This time going into Scuba, yet again, 3 rounds in a row, and 3 rounds in a row, he's finding kills anchoring. That's Ginny just overextended, no one able to support, goes down, and then NRG retreat, they're able to play for the retake.
Hey, why are they testing the kid, man?
It's a great question.
Referring to yourself in the third person.
Actually, मैं B नहीं
This is
जाना
going to be a
चाहिए.
timeout for EDG, surely.
मैडम भी वही बोले B नहीं जाना.
On his global debut, back-to-back maps has been absolutely solid, not faltered under the pressure whatsoever.
A भी present दिखाओ, फिर mid low, angles खाली करो, and then A split.
Also against G2.
Yeah, even in the
easy fucking W win run for
EDG. In that game against Sen, the lower bracket final, that was Brock having a star-making performance. He played very well on Abyss. I was in that lower
क्या टाइम आउट का मतलब ये है कि फुल स्क्रीन को शॉर्ट करके लाइक का बटन टोको और वापस फुल स्क्रीन चले जाओ फट से.
Just an obscene game from him. We know what he's capable of.
He was 82 for 52 over 4 maps.
And this is one of the maps where he absolutely lit them up.
Now, of course, like we've mentioned, much more still to be seen from EDG on what has been their best map.
दो बार नहीं रे
बाबा. To leverage this double duelist a bit more extensively now that the dimensional drift is available to Kang.
Variety gaming में क्या होगा? LOL blocks.
Just that NRG have a wealth of experience against double duelist teams in their Omega group in Americas. 4 out of 5 opponents they went up against were double duelist committed teams. They have prepped so hard for this in their runs against champions that they absolutely know the style EDG have here.
And something I'm looking for from EDG is just how they put together their set plays on the attack side, because against GEELI Gaming, they went Thrifty in round 2 of both attack and defense half. Pretty good, at least regionally, at dealing with that gun disadvantage. Not a factor in this round, they have to buy it. Want to see more from them.
A lot of spam coming down mid. Brock playing in that A link, just dispensing his
भाई क्या pop flash है भाई वो लोग का pop flash recon में पूरा मिडी खाली कर दे रहे हैं वो लोग.
Much of one they've retreated after
एक second में
all that noise to get into A main.
The fuck?
Take all of that space.
All right, convergent paths being wound up. Wow,
this could be potent. The convergent paths with the Odin spam.
Yeah, that hindrance buff could be a debuff, rather could be a huge issue for EDG if they try and break through a main. Here's that dimensional drift though for Kang. He's going to get ahead of the game to some degree. And here comes the pass now. Ready to fight is Mada. Jenny falls down. Got to be a follow-up at some point, and Mada does not want to overextend. Knows that EDG waiting on the other side of this wall, but doesn't serve them anything up for free until Jenny steps up and sits down. Brock with the Odin. It's a devastating combination, and it's knocked EDG down to 2 players.
30 seconds.
Wow, what a shot from Chichu. Just pops out of the smoke.
Chichu ने round बचा लिया bro.
Scooter is on a very late wrap towards
Chichu ने वो kill मार के ना round बचा लिया.
Actually just forced into the duel. EDG take it to him with both players, but do they expect Scuba this late?
Scuba, just so you know, we're going to test the boy again. One more time.
That was the kid, I believe.
Oh, the kid. Sorry.
The boy works as well.
8-3 already. 6 rounds in. A lot on his plate. Chichu's got one up instantly. Now he's out to Kang into the finest cuisine on offer here from EDG. Time though, not on Scuba's side. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and it goes right.
I mean, kebab clutch.
To sit Kang down.
It may just be time to stop testing Scuba.
Variety में mostly उछल से शुरू करेगा. Yes.
Supreme anchoring on that B site into the 1 versus 2 clutch.
Odin dekho bhai.
The moment from Brock, which was after the conversion paths were used, really stalled out EDG's effort to get into that A site. And then once they are finally able to kind of go for that second wave entry, they're hit by the saturate as well, and that's when Brock just pops off. Chill as ever. Ice cold as we've seen him on the run to get here.
The plane of nonchalance only seen in NA.
मेरे हिसाब से एक नया रूल आना चाहिए कि जो भी esports खेल रहे हैं minimum age उनका 27 हो minimum.
Can't working towards yet another dimensional drift, so a 0 point off the rip that.
ताकि हम जैसे
It's another half buy here for EDG.
क्या है वो?
Couple rifles,
Original
couple stingers,
players
no ultimates to their name just yet. Maybe GEELI could get an overdrive active in this round.
Mata with the timing.
Yeah, just expected another step forward, but it was one step back there.
They're going to test the kid again.
This site has been uncrackable, but they are going for it. They're running into Scuba. He's got the
Hey, जो भी बिना membership के गाली दे रहे हैं, ज़रा भी बुरा मेरे को feel नहीं हो रहा, just say. पर लोग गाली दे रहे तो थोड़ा लगता है.
Dangerous place to be up against the Odin, and Jenny is on the receiving end.
Oh, that's a crazy adjustment. They still have to deal with Scuba here, and Ethan doubled up, high-low.
Perfect. Wasn't even needed there. Scuba very comfortable from that spot. Brock eventually that was brought down. Still no plan. Nobody has to stick it here.
Chichu miles away, has to get through B main. Smoke's coming down now from Ethan. Paranoia as well connects.
The setup was perfect. Ethan picks up nobody like it's nobody's business. And Chichu now has to play off the side entirely. Retake ball being toggled in his way, that's a factor. But Ethan is taken down handily. Now the Biathis pit is set up for him to get back in. Risky business. Som's looking to get this to half and likely to get off. It's outside of the pit. Dangerous as Chichu shows himself with the chases. And Som blows into smithereens.
Just a commitment to testing this B site and failing from EDG yet again. NRG, the way they're adjusting their setups those two edges of Ethan and Scuba, and consistently able to buy time for the rotates to come through. The support from Brock was right in time. That was a pretty nasty adjustment.
Crazy था वो. Odin adjustment crazy
After the
था.
fact though, they just can't get into backside. We've seen this on multiple occasions. The backside is fully controlled by Ethan and Scuba. That time a high-low on a prior round of Crossfire.
Chichu brimming with confidence, even in that 1 versus 3. In order to give him a way back into the B side.
A lot of confidence, but also feels like desperation. We need to get around on the board, and I'm going to try to do whatever it takes to claw for it. And it's all for naught. That ultimate thrown to the wind.
Proper buy here.
Late
0 point should tell a lot. Catch on to 2 in mid, and the Neon spotted, crucially.
There are 4 ultimates available for NRG on this map. Scuba has pivoted towards this A site.
That's a tag on the clone by the looks of things. Nothing off that Hunter's Fury, but Scuba now preemptively throws a Viper's Pit down on the A side. This isn't enough yet to deter EDG. They may exit via a link, though.
Yeah, all of it encompassed by that. Pressure to retreat.
Oh, Scuba's here. Let's go the other one.
Yeah, genuinely time to go to B, but now you're going to deal with Brock with that Odin and a total lack of main control. You know, when they come in, Brock could try to go for some spam, retreat back to elbow, and then Mata has the cross with his opposite push onto him. Oh, like another wall expand, Jenny! Very low. Somehow alive though, Mata gets traded out. Chichu and nobody get involved in that engagement, and Brock is still looking for a way to make use of the Odin. It's Ethan stepping up, Brock down, Odin threat neutralized. Kang deals with Ethan, who won't be brought back into the game anytime soon. Now Scuba and Som had to put it together. One in tower, the other coming from top mid, and that's crucial. This kill here is everything. Kang not ready for the swing.
अरे यार shot रे Kang भाई.
And now there's this wrap coming in.
वो मरता तो लग गए थे.
Elbow. Som has to drop, has to make some sound, and
perfect
moment for the swing. EDG finally get one on the board.
Kang OP भाई. Kang
comes
OP.
from pressuring A into the pivot towards B, not running into Scuba. And honestly, I want to see this kill from nobody onto Mata. Yeah, finding that instant trade was massive. I mean, imagine if Mata, even with low HP, just gets back around the corner. There was no one who would have been able to kill him. He could have just posted up in main. That would have been so difficult for EDG to deal with.
The sick from Kang.
Yeah, and then that 3K is beautiful. Beautiful stuff.
And also the null commanding Ethan is not in a position for that that ultimate.
अभी भी है कांकांग
spares his team the suppression against
Hopping भी sexy है, positioning भी
So
sexy
many
है
ultimates
उसका.
used in that round for NRG. None of them get any serious level of value. And this has put EDG in a situation where they can get back in this game. Now they're the one with the ultimate's advantage.
NRG has managed to spot nothing down mid yet. Mada hasn't pushed up for a swing. Trying to wait patiently on this.
split जा रहे.
Very far forward though in yard.
बराबर साइड पे जा रहे चैट लग गए.
Trying to reposition himself.
लग गए इसके बाद पैसा दिए ना? I think 5-5.
Because of that flash here. Now obviously spotted out by this dimensional drift. Sama's on the retreat towards site. Mada needs to get out of there with that light speed under a lot of pressure. But the saturate buys some time. Mada actually swung into that. That is completely unhinged. Not
going to be able to connect though. That's the Horde in play. 0 point captain, 3 EDG players. They want to keep this going.
Look at this triple face from NRG to try and hold backside. Sam goes down early.
Yeah, it's not been swung into yet.
Yeah, EDG, they don't fully commit. They're just planting for offsite to play from yard, play from lane.
Only playing with a heavy information. Ethan that actually stepped up into the line of sight. Mada with a shorty, not close enough. He's in deep trouble, tries to switch weapons. But he's left
भाई सेक्सी कर ले चैट. I think ये EDG का मैप पर है. मेरे को लग रहा है. हाँ? वो लोग ने बहुत जल्दी अडॉप्ट कर लिया बे.
For him to save. Ethan is on very low cash, so they would love to be able to make sure that they can get 5 rifles going
बेड
into
में
this.
तो
Next
साउथ
one
की मूवी की पुलिस लग रही है सच्ची.
retreats towards spawn. EDG, they finally stop the bleeding, get back into the game. They made the right decision in that execute in terms of where they were planting, how they were playing off the spike. They didn't overcommit. If they had, they would have went right into that NRG triple face stack up backside, but they don't get baited in.
Really well handled. Don't get carried away with it. Playing off that A side. That's the dimensional drift committed there.
Humidity है मेरे हिसाब से humidity. ना?
Great patience considering, I think, a large number of frustrating circumstances have befallen EDG, not just on this, but also on this map, trying to work that B site. I think they're starting to realize that A might offer a wider array of options for them on the attack side.
Absolutely, it is.
आप देखने गए कि एनर्जी को इससे अडैप्ट करती है. ये लोग का
It's been locked down on the left half of the map. Just focus your attention over on A. 0 point goes down bottom. Mid doesn't catch anyone out from EDG. They waited out and now they start to press forward.
And no longer is Borg set up top mid to spray through. This time he is out droning.
क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. We are close to 3K लाइक. जिसने लाइक नहीं करता है लाइक कर दो पट से मेरी जान की
टोटो. Can't really blame him. Teleports to the team. They're going for the B exec again. They're testing Scuba again.
Jenny tucked in the corner. Ethan now with the fragment. They're trying to take him out.
Heavy nade. Heavy nade.
That's Scuba down.
Heavy nade, bro.
Up to Ethan. Unreal. Nobody's head goes rolling. He says, why not? In for a penalty.
Whoa.
That felt like a sure kill.
Now dangerous now. Chichu at 5, but still very much a factor. And back into mid has Kangkang gone.
You can see Kangkang calming that. He did hear those footsteps behind him. Saw him now through heaven. EDG with an acute awareness of Mada's positioning at the very least.
Nothing for Som to see here. He sees it, the player below him. Chichu now neutralized. Som could start to cut the side up a little bit with these smokes.
But still, he has to worry a bit about his elbow. You can see he is paranoid. That smoke comes down to Smoggy try to get in front of it. Time is beginning to get very low.
Not enough! And Kangkang happen to play the low ground. Smoggy guesses the round with 2 health. Chichu survives at 5 after Brock tries to trade him.
भाई कैसे Brock ने मिस किया वो?
Very favorably for EDG on that B side hit.
Those were some very snappy, gorgeous shots.
Sexy mara.
Left on nobody was lovely, but
the fact that Genie gets that foothold and finally he's able to take down the Viper on the entry.
That's the first time they've been able to immediately deal with And unfortunately for Brock, he really looked like he had a sure kill with that Odin.
WEDG.
And he tried to go for an aim adjustment.
W.
And he just loses out that duel that he absolutely.
भाई मेरे को चाहिए भाई.
The raw charisma
वो लोग का कपड़ा
is palpable. So far, he has been the engine room for EDG on this corrode comeback. Good start for EDG with a pistol win, but then that first gun round sees them fall further and further behind. Now though, game is tied.
अरे उसने डिग मारा ना स्पार्क है उसको लगा बंदा मर गया रे और रुक गया.
We get back in NRG. They do have one ult to play around in those convergent paths from Mada. And they are going for a full investment, it does seem, as well. This has been impressive from EDG. able to make the adjustments. Some good calling right now.
That convergent pass, the first time we saw it, looked very disruptive. EDG hit en masse by it in guard as they tried to approach that A side. Conservatively, Marta didn't
disco दाने में बंद कर रहे हैं सब गाने सुन के.
Use it to stall, to disrupt.
मेरे ज़माने में कुछ नहीं होता था डिस्को में. 1972 की बात.
What is the play from NRG? EDG have been very willing to press up mid, get that space after and during the wall goes up. Now NRG, they want to fight through it this time.
Simple है, वो लोगों को पता है कि मिड छोड़ के लेंगे, लोग बैठेंगे कॉर्नर्स में. अभी लोग को क्लियर करने का मिड कुछ भी करके. W lit smoke.
Down to the Guardian, but playing a similar position. Still good bullet penetration there as NRG want to make full use of the paper mache walls.
Off some contact, Ethan is ready to
ये blind
splash
कुछ
out.
ज़्यादा crazy बाप हो सकता है.
Take this fight towards mid. Dark cover drops, so he doesn't need to get out of the way temporarily.
Ricardo mid
Can't also set up to just stay entrenched here and then respond quickly if there's an A hit. Tough for EDG to get A link control, but they are going to step forward now.
Prowler alerts them to the lack of players there. So close to the judge.
Brings the gavel down on Jinchu and Kang. Now the only option is to try and play through mid. It's nobody caught inside a conversion pass. Run Jenny also suffering that hindrance. And so, Smokey now in a 1v5.
Shotgun, operator, सब देखने मिलते हैं. Smokey ने दो मार दिए.
Down to 6 though. Too much damage collaterally. And even though he takes 2 key kills, all but impossible as Ethan from pocket will neutralize him.
Excellent setup from NRG and making that adjustment out of the timeout to fight more targeted for that mid.
Clean bolte.
It just pushes those EDG players fighting through A main right into the judge. Sam had a nice position there, kind of just tucked in that corner of the dark cover.
A little saturate to clear that corner by Mata.
अब बिड़ा के ज़माने के language.
Mata rips that ult in mid. It's well executed.
Scotland predict करो.
In front by a nose. Now they've got the overdrive to stare down from
6-6.
Jenny. EDG hoping maybe for a fast play to get them to parity at the end of this first half.
Brock's got the money to get the Odin activated again.
Double suppress.
Which is a rarity for a Brock Odin game, if we're being honest.
भाई mid लेना ये lineup के सामने है. टफ तो है बे. बार-बार pop flash, drone, recon, suppress. दुनिया भर का info है बे mid का.
A fake from Kong, but NRG, as far as they know, could be, looking down the barrel of a B split. They've lost all that control.
Jitan के सर पे apple गिरते हुए देखा था Binks ने. कमल भाई joke actually में उपयोग होता अगर आप member
effectively, and they're looking to really
right now it's like a lol, like okay.
Brock won't see anything though.
EDG's execute
0 से 10 के पैमाने पे मैं आपको 1 ही दूंगा.
Nobody's dug enough into that corner that the fragment doesn't affect him. Here comes a paranoid. They come 3 spotted off that 0 point, and Ethan needs to get the work again. It's going to be Jenny up in this corner. Scuba highly mindful of it this time, and again it's Ethan set up on this corner, brought to pressure from mid with the Odin, but there's no pick, there's no reveal of any of these players, and so we can only spray and pray. Scuba good for one, always seems to be the case in that position. Jenny's able to get in there and finish the job. He's down to 10.
कौन बोला था final boss है?
Pretty shocking, honestly, that EDG are able to make that work, but respect to them. NRG were fully stacked up on that site.
I think vindicating at the end of the first half to return to the scene of the crime and find great success on a very clean beat here, all things considered. Really competitive first half. Great to see that recovery from EDG.
They're able to make the right adjustments at the right time.
भाई गन बड़ी किसे मिलेगा मेरे को?
We've got another close game.
Enemy remains.
भाई लेकिन ऐसे नहीं लग रहा है कि कांग बाप खेल रहा है. डायनासोर को गिरते देखा था. डायनासोर चाहिए तेरे को देवांग भाई मेरा? ह्यूमंगसॉरस है. हाँ Humongosaurus. ये वाला है, फिर रिदम में अभी क्लैप करेंगे ये लैंग्वेज क्रिस्प बख्शे देने लाइक करके अगर बख्शे दे
12 rounds into Corrode, and it is a tied game, folks. Your Coinbase
भाई डांस कर रहे हैं
वो Kang had a very important 3K round. He definitely has the measure of Ethan in this game, where he's able to help his team finally claim that B-side against the Null command of all things.
And it is important, honestly, that he was getting so many kills on Ethan, because he was a critical part of those anchors, especially towards B, where they did find success at the end of that half, able to tie things up. It was an impressive showing, and outside of even just the individual play, it seems like Kong is really keeping his team hyped up, keeping them in the game mentally as well.
Yeah, really important, I think, for Jenny as well. They mentioned he's someone who they really want to set up for success, trying to keep his head in the game. He's got a tough role in the Neon, right? Quite often,
EDG
moving into that B site, taking some space, getting traded at best, and sometimes just getting flattened. So
EDG जीता भाई, straight up EDG जीता. मेरे को पता भी नहीं कि NRG में कौन से players हैं भाई.
Figure out how to break the NRG B side hold before the end of the half.
The last time we saw
बंद भाई मेरे pickups की तो
they got 11 rounds against Sentinels in that lower bracket final. Absolute dominance. Can they repeat a performance like that? Are EDG ready to stave off how strong they are on this side of the map?
We saw Smoggy was
और ज़्यादा गुस्सा होते तो लॉल बोल के मैं सो जाता.
A little quieter to start this one off.
इसको बोलते तो अपना देख.
Someone who we hyped up a little bit, said watch out when he gets the Odin in his hands.
Yeah,
wasn't really able to do much with it.
For a very good reason.
क्या बोला ये chat? क्या बोला ये?
He said it was a rarity that he didn't get a lot of value with it, and that is the genuine truth. Very uncommon that he's not able to put up numbers with that weapon. NRG, they're pivoting over towards this A side. Have Scuba as a late lurk posted up in mid. Here comes the utils. 0 point broken, but Dark covers in and the dash from Mata.
Oh, light speed gets Mata right in Chichu's face, and he has to give up that space, but Mata is not going to let him get away that easily. Now into the side. It's already getting broken up by some of these dark covers, and Mata finds yet another one. It's blistering pace from NRG. And they're at least half control of A.
Still Mada ने 4K मारा है. Mada मार.
Hit through the masonry. He has to stand up here and give his best.
Certainly wouldn't be an NRG series if we don't get a Mada ace in it.
Simp किया?
हाँ?
Simp किया तू?
The man has produced them with uncanny frequency in Americas.
Yep, he is the all-time ace leader in the region, but Smoggy on for another pistol collapse, but denied by Som at the last moment.
Closer than NRG would have liked it to be, but you can see what Waylay offers you in these situations. Break that crosshair placement, threaten to overwhelm you very quickly. That's just a pistol round. You can see the idea from NRG. They want to make use of this guy. A real lightning bolt out there on the field.
It gets that first. There was a really cool little flash thrown at the ground from Ethan as well that fully blinded nobody, so Mata could get an easy second on that side anchor.
क्या बोल रहा था?
Man, if Smoggy did it again, he was so close.
So I'm able to stand up there and be the neutralizing presence NRG needed.
Stabilizes for the team, and now they have that second round bye.
किसी ने तो 2-0 या 2-1 होगा
a couple
EDG
pistols
chat.
and one stinger for Mata on the sentry towards Link in prime position to get his one. It's a fight down mid from EDG.
And he's already collected up 2 of those share
kills.
Either. He gate crashes over the B, but there was an insert of Smoggy left top mid. NRG suspected. And of course have the penetrative power of the Vandal to try and dig him out.
And they're able to pick up the important guns onto some of the players who did just have pistols and now go for the rotate towards that B side. A B side where the gate crash from Kong has just been thrown to, so can get a fairly fast rotate there if necessary. EDG, they do
They're
want
the
to
city of
commit
Paris of love में love
to the
ढूंढेगा.
effort of holding mid, catching a player there.
Love
See how
ढूंढने का
important it was
जरूरत
that
नहीं,
Scuba
वहाँ पे
stays
लोग
alive in
रुके
that early
हुए हैं.
trade. It allows NRG to get out of mid, and Kang Kang's none the wiser that they're headed to be.
Convergent paths already from Mono. Wants to commit them just to
चलिए
ensure
मैंने
that they close
Tinder
this
Pro
round
Max
out.
upgrade
Fair
किया.
guess to
Max.
assume there'd be an entrenched defender here for EDG.
And honestly, when you get them on round 2, I guess sure, just send them. Let's make sure we win.
I believe we call that easy come, easy go, right? We'll play off the site. Back and right on up here. Mara, of course, has a light
वे
speed.
पे मेरे को right swipe करने में जरूरत है. ऐसा देख तो right. Yeah. Aura.
Plan obviously pretty well out in the open. That dark cover's about to dissipate. Chichu spotted. Dancing the boxes in the background. There's a flash, but no attempt to actually play through it for NRG. Martel's hoping to get some information from above that wall, but sees very little. There's a gap here that Kang might look to exploit. Not quite quick enough for the trigger finger, though. It's available. It gets the better of him, and now Marta will step up for real. Some big frags in the second half. And NRG converts. One gun taken out of the round.
And much like the pistol, Smoggy just suddenly collects 2 at the end of the round. Significant damage done, and it'll be curious to see what the commitment economically from NRG will be now that we're headed towards EDG's first full buy. I mean, when you go into the bonus with the double rifle, double pistol, you're hoping to get a pretty legit bonus by going with rifles. That is not going to be the case.
No, there's going to have to be some...
I mean, unless they just hard force it.
No, someone a sheriff. No one instantly over towards the Odin as well.
So it is a mixed kind of half by really fast for Mara getting into that link. 0 point confirms a lack of presence. Kang Kang with the mid swing. It's the first one to Ethan.
Of all things, Mara just a little bit haphazard there. Steps out into a double face. Very far ahead of the rest of NRG. A solo mission that goes wrong.
No desire to slow down. NRG not able to get off
मैं बोलूँगा मेरे
that
कार्ड से
A-main
भी वो
ground
ऐसे
to
आपके
assist
कार्ड
in
से
time. Now look at this stack up from EDG. They should absolutely shred NRG when they round this corner.
Time for the kid to test the champs, I think. Relay Bolt's going to slow them up. There's a ping, though, on Jenny around the corner. Shock dart to soften up Smoggy, who waited into its...
पक्को बैच देखने दे वरना देखते थे क्या शॉट्स हो रहे हैं उसके बाद
still they are committed to just holding this together.
EDG also not moving off that B side yet, swinging the double face, the dark
एक
cover
और
breaks
एक
it up
स्मोक में
though.
बोला है
Jenny
उसने
down, this is dangerous now. Kang puts it to bed.
बोला भी क्या बोलने का
Up to a casual 17 kills. Leading from the front.
Begins as well taking that ISO'd fight against Ethan
तेरा
in mid.
साथ बैग महंगा है कि
एक watch. Flash out of that wall.
For real.
Connect onto
For real. बताओ मैं तेरे को. मैं बताऊँ तेरे को. मैं बता सकती हूँ.
Simply really hard to catch one player, but even if he gets out first, there's an instant trade coming. It was very aggressive and got punished for it.
You've mentioned that NRG's group in America was populated by a lot of double duelist teams, but this might be the most talented team of that style that's happening all over.
Going up against the man that has the all-time BO5 kill
मैं
record.
बैक और वॉच को
Nobody with
कंपेयर
an instant
सात
frag
और
onto
एक.
Mono.
पंकु तो मेरे को डरा मत मेरे को बैच देखने दे
Really cheeky position.
कौन बोला बे डर नहीं है?
Mono just crumpled there. That is all of the
डरने की
bark out
एक्टिंग
of
करता
NRG.
था
What is I'm doing here? Chichu heads upstairs and says, "You're not supposed to be here."
Yeah, this attempt from NRG.
Hey,
to go
are
for a
you
crazy
telling me
fast
that this is
side exec with the
EDG
teleport
winning?
with the light speed is all for naught. Okay, Scuba somehow
Maybe?
wins that out. Pretty shocked that he's able to do so.
भाई क्या हो गया बे
He's
स्कूबा
able to get his gun up in time, but he's mindful that Jenny might have dropped down behind him. Kang Kang's just causing problems all across the map
कंकंग
here.
सब जगह कंकंग
Yeah, it feels like he's in the walls at the moment. Brock is going to be able to get the spike plant down, but surely this is unwinnable. Actually, denied even of that by the utility coming through the haunt from the fade.
Comes Kang Kang again. Still a plan. That's what Scuba has to work with, but he has 85 health. He's got 4 able-bodied individuals standing in between him and around. Win, make it 3.
What?
Tap on the spike, surely Kang Kang.
Hello?
No, head ripped off. There's
Hello?
something here, Scuba. Surely not.
Oh my god, he had the crosshair placement perfect as well. Nobody was just fast enough. Oh my god.
That would have been the most degenerate thing I think I've seen.
Yeah,
frustrating for Scuba. Tantalizingly close to a legendary moment.
टेंडराइजिंग किया अभी
You
उनके
do
साथ
not see crosshair
टेंडराइजिंग
placement get better than that. Oh my god, he was ready as well. He had it in the perfect spot to get that kill. But he was just a millisecond too slow.
Frustrating. That's definitely not something you want to weigh on you.
Oh my god.
He's having an insane performance.
Vandalizing close way.
Nobody again early with the spray through those walls. Brook suffers as a result. An orb still secured for the attack side. Scuba just blowing off steam maybe.
Oh, Mata didn't want to instantly swing through, was hoping that not revealing himself would allow him to get the trade.
This
round is as good as done for NRG. EDG on for taking the lead in this game.
9-8.
And that aura around NRG feels like starting to falter a little bit. The stopping power of these EDG defenders has unraveled them on multiple occasions.
NRG.
Simply seeing what he can get for his money.
Really just feeling himself at this point, hungry to take more fights, hungry to get more kills.
Sees Decayed down, TP across the way. Chichu mindful of it though. Completely elsewhere. Fighting his own demons.
Sombai Gote.
This next round. Want to take a look at the status of some of these ults because they are getting online for NRG. Can't say the same for EDG on the opposing side. It's a real opportunity for the team from Americas to put a gun round win together. They have that null command to get into a site. They have the Viper's Pit to close out a post plant.
अरे मेरे को पता है रे बाबा
बोलना तो बोल
बोलने का नहीं है ना मेरे को
देखो नहीं पता इसको
अरे पागल है क्या नहीं
Gotta be mindful of course of what nobody's doing early in some of these rounds. Mata with the fast play over towards Link. Now last time he just walked out and got picked off, so we'll see.
This is a pretty standard open from NRG, but does he expect a Reekler coming already from EDG? 3 players in mid.
No one covers him from bottom in here. He is alone in this position.
अरे बैलेंस रिजल्ट हो गया मादरा के साथ.
Now they make control firmly in the hands of EDG.
Notorious Gaming,
अच्छा. The acceleration is the response into this B side.
Notorious Gaming नहीं है पागल औरत.
किसी ने बोला.
Notorious Gaming है भगवान प्रभु.
Now the pick goes down. Now it's into the 4-on-4.
A lot of side control. You've got 2 players from NRG, 4
Scuba needs to stay alive though. Kong needs to kill desperately, but Brock ready on the angle to support.
Odin in hand as well. That's going to be a problem when we come to this post-plant scenario. A very timely 0.6, 3 top mid.
This is a great reposition from Psalm as well. Getting into heaven. The backstab can activate at any given moment.
Jimmy's going to try and accelerate over towards main, but there's far too high density of players here. In the pit, fighting for his life. Surely he knows. He's better off playing from outside and keeping his gun in hand. Spot Som in tower. He will be judged.
And it is those 2 ultimates being used to perfect effect.
मेरे को पता है.
I did really like this play though from EDG.
मेरे को पता है रे.
अरे actual में staying committed to the position is something that he's done before. And so they're able to just isolate him completely to get that opening kill. It's a great idea.
Not the first time Mata's been very much, out at sea alone in some of those urban scenarios.
It was just unfortunate that nobody goes down.
बेचारे लोग कल आए थे हार के करके आ जाए.
Not exactly sure, but that was an important kill for NRG to pick up. Heartless off.
Short
finally in the hands of
ये लोग जीतेंगे तो कंकन के वजह से
instantaneously.
Absolutely brazen. Bro basically bathed in that molly from the Viper. Was happy to trade a little bit of help for the kill.
Mata on the verge of getting the conversion pass. Just 1 orb required at this point.
Won't do a whole lot to Kangkang, who's perched up here waiting for a push through B main. Mid really not explored at all for NRG yet. Genie with a fairly safe posting top mid. Shoulder peeking at regular intervals as Ethan is yet to show himself.
Brock, a bit of a reclear towards A main. NRG have really slowed the pace at the moment. They need to commit the dark cover to obscure this top mid view. Danger. Genie goes down to half HP.
Just warning shots though, but NRG are looking to scale up this mid control now. This is about to get ugly.
EDG, they want to pop out of this potentially. Smoggy on the angle.
Multi-face, there's got to be some action here in mid, and there is. Genie and nobody able to find one each.
I mean, unfortunately, Ethan and Mata, they're hindered.
Oh, there it is, light
speed. That is criminal.
Snaps the crosshair positioning entirely. Now Kangkang, who was positioned up in tower, gave up that spot to play back through spawn.
And now Ethan planting from Mata, playing in
क्या
that
ये
link.
gameplay hello.
Tower position, what is that from Ethan?
भाई क्या gameplay ये भाई.
4 more than he needed.
That is just a pixel shot from Ethan. I can't believe NRG win out that mid fight. EDG
भाई
have 3
कैसे
players
भाई
ready to activate on that contact.
क्या हो गया इतन को?
They fight in the smoke and they lose out. I mean, that is just a disgusting way to be able to get the fight isolated.
Oh
my god, Ethan! Same reaction.
Give me something.
Now you talked about the ultimate
भाई
drop
उसको
for
सिर्फ
EDG.
बाल दिखाई दिया.
That's very much the opposite.
You
However,
रुका.
the weaponry isn't quite there to match it.
Wow, instant dimensional drift from Kong used right down mid. He does spot out every single player.
Gate crashes over at Tau. He doesn't want to go back that far.
Now the question is to what avail, right? But it is now allowing EDG to walk all the way up and position themselves in B main at the very least. They have full control. And if there's a pivot back from NRG to B, it could be dangerous. You have nobody taking contact, and then Ginny tucked in the corner with the stinger. But NRG, they're slowing down the pace of the game now.
Rourke obviously mindful of this. Sound watching from the bottom of mid.
A lot of damage dealt to Smoggy and Ethan respectively in that little exchange.
NRG, of course, aware of the weaponry and where it needs to be on the EDG camp. Ginny can supplement, of course, with an overdrive if you want to commit more into this half-bought round here. Kong chilling in pocket.
Smoke's being cycled on main. Of course, this paranoia ready to go from Smoggy, but
it's just
temporarily deactivated.
That's a nice little fragment there on Kong. He takes a bit of damage, has to step up, and now looking to play off this paranoia. Chichu falls back. Paranoia comes from NRG. Now they're going to assert themselves on their way over towards the A side, and Marta's good for it. Chichu posted up, completely flashed. And nobody has to work his way in from mid.
By
you see that counter util from NRG after they're hit by that paranoia.
Immediately,
paranoia of their own, synchronized with that saturate coming through. Two entering players blinded, hindered, and from there they are just deleted with absolute ease from Mata press forward.
Obviously outside of the fact that NRG take another big step towards a series win, it's a bump around economically where they don't suffer any casualties to the sheriff buy of EDG. Can build that foundation a little bit more. Now Convergent Paths comes online for Mata, gives them something to say in the conversation. EDG are still ready to leverage many of them to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, Ethan did throw out that null command very late in the round. I don't know, feeling pressure in a bit of a chaotic into sight. Wants to ensure they pick it up and get to 11. Maybe regretting it a bit though, given the state of EDG right now. Would be nice to have the opportunity to turn some of those ults off, but that will not be the case.
It's been
only relatively quote-unquote early in the series. It's our second map, but with a 32 mapper for Abyss, 32 rounder, excuse me. Corrode now going pretty close. That fatigue is going to start to set in. EDG in the last few rounds, if you've seen, have had issues countering the movements of NRG, but his early rounds have tended to favor them, right? They've been able to pick up kills. In fact, it's NRG converting on some of these 4v5 scenarios.
Guys, you won't believe
that messy mid-fight a couple rounds back feels like it was an inflection point. What do EDG have for us? Chichu with a Viper pick, crucial. Nightfall for nobody.
मेरे को बॉर्ड बनने के लिए कितना साल तक मेंबरशिप लेनी होगी? काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप 5 साल.
Maybe again, Psalm goes for a from the shadows, TP's forward. He tried it last time.
I'm watching some frenetic pings from NRG in this direction. Looks like they want to hit this one hard and fast. Kong falls back, spotted out by the Al drone. Here's the Convergent Path. Smarter still has that in the back pocket, no. He actually refracts it out of the sight.
Yeah, they want to draw out some of this initial utility, and they do it effectively. What is the pace on the re-hit? It's immediate with the Convergent Paths.
But it doesn't cover the elbow players. Marta's still able to get in there and find Jenny. Brought down early in the round. Kong out of the open. Dragged off his horse. And now Nobu's going to fight his way out. Ready for the close swing from Som. As it has so often in this series. A gun round that EDG really pinned so many of their hopes on.
Fuck, bro.
Just wants to get out of the smoke. ASAP has the timing for the fight with Som. No instant swing.
Can he find his way through? Ethan close on the corner. Marta there for a double swing. It's not to be. And so EDG are going to have to force to stay in the series.
They try to flood in with that Nightfall. They have all the players there. It's absolute pandemonium on the site.
Pandemonium bhai, usko dekho bhai, wo dekho bhai. Ye dekho bhai.
Quickly. And that drop from Kong just a little bit too late. The timing's just
Fatal
not there
dodge
with the
करके
flood
कोने में
off that
चला गया वो.
nightfall, and they're picked apart one by one. NRG have a great re-hit, getting in with a convergent pass after extracting util with that fake first hit.
Spocky has no armor at all. Force the Vandal.
Just a glass cannon Vandal. Chichu playing within the pit to control all of B main.
Brock still wants to tap this orb, hoping that Chichu will show some traces here.
Brock does get it. Yeah, a little bit of danger to have a Vandal in that pit, not gonna lie. So Chichu doesn't go for much of a spam effort at all. In fact, doesn't spam at all. Kong is peeking through mid.
Yeah.
NRG, they're on the cusp of taking this series 2-0 after being down 11-2 on the first map.
Question is क्या वाइपर के पीछे बी पे 100 मल्ट मारेगा?
If EDG
Absolute cinema होएगा वो.
Gate crash out, realize he doesn't really have the tools. Scuba, who's had a phenomenal series, a great map, has got himself nestled up towards A main.
भाई मजा आ जाएगा अगर
सामने
बी पे अल्ट मारा सिटी साइड
some of that space to apply
और बाकी लोग मिड टू भी पुश करेंगे तो.
The majority of this NRG hit going to come through A main off this wall.
This provokes the re-clear of Link from nobody. Sends the Prowler in. So we're all lined up for A main. A hard hit coming in from NRG. It's going to be Marta first with a light speed. Ginny though tucked in that corner. Deals with the waylay. Now though, all of them lit up. It doesn't seem to matter. It's Brock with the Odin. Only gets the one. And the 0 point not able to be made use of. Brock's in trouble. Big trouble.
बस मारा सामने भी लेकिन फिर भी मस्त मारा सामने.
That was excellent counter utility from EDG to stop that hit in its tracks. The pair of
कोई कैसे देखे वो तो टर्न में लैंग बैज.
I mean, look at Mata. He was just blinded up. Didn't know where he was looking. Didn't know where he was dashing. Stun connection as well.
मोगे अच्छा खेला लेकिन आज पूरा दिन.
Beautiful stoppage power.
And in the end, Ethan doesn't want to try and split A from Link. He flashes it, clears at least the first part of it, but then doubles back to join NRG for a flood through A main that gets stopped in its tracks.
क्या अभी एंड कर सकते हैं ये लोग इज द क्वेश्चन.
NRG with 2 opportunities to close out this
So
map.
alt भी आएगा.
Fast late take. Does bait out the paranoia and just refracts back to bottom mid. Wants to gather up with NRG, the rest of the squad who are poised to execute onto this B site.
मैप देखो वो लोग को लग रहा है ये होने वाला चैट.
He's going to get that in main.
Oh fuck.
B puts him right in the middle of the action if he's going to
respond.
And he does, he is in.
Okay, I'm going to hide behind the orb and now ready to fight. So far not so shabby. Chichu's able to back him up and go 3 for 1.
पागल है क्या ये बंदा?
Scuba and Brock having to fight for it. Spray through the corner. What? How do they get this second? Okay. Brock up on the side. Spike stuck. Scuba ready. And has to go 1v2 on this swing out of
Neon dance करेगा free kill.
Double up with him. Horn popped. Now he'll double back. Prowler going to come around the corner. Brock spots the player jump on the side. It's going to be Jenny. Scuba has to deal with him now. Overdrive at the ready. And long range. Jenny.
W.
EDG are far from done.
That overdrive is just too much to deal with.
देखना पड़ेगा कि ये लोग 100 अल्ट के साथ कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या?
Just sends it into the site. Pop flashes for himself.
भाई वो कैसे ऐसा एग्जीक्यूट में वो टिकी मार के 2 मारा भाई?
Chichu and Kong do such a great job.
Wow.
That is sick. Yeah, this overdrive though, just too strong in a situation like that.
Oh my God, he's so
Some frustration there for NRG, just trying to put this game to bed before EDG take it over.
And now, juxtaposed to Abyss, it's been them on match point, them struggling to close this out. One more
language
back-to-back OTs for them to stay in this series.
4500 लोग देख रहे स्ट्रीम को लाइक
unbelievable showing from both teams. Our 2023 champions winner and Ethan against the 2024 champions winners, starting this
like
off in amazing fashion.
And honestly, for NRG, it's been a showcase primarily of what Scuba and Marta are made of in this series. Scuba with an amazing defense side. NRG now have had to throw caution to the wind on more than one occasion. And now, that hit towards B, you mentioned that Kong just materialized in the middle of a hit that was in progress.
Not gonna lie, map 3 देखने को मन हो रहा है. जा सकते map 3. मैप 3 देखा ना गंगा का बहुत
NRG
ऑप्शन देखने मिलेगा बहुत
yet
ज़्यादा
another overtime in this series. EDG, the rounds have come few and far between, but they come when they've mattered. Brock has Harness Fury, Odin still to hand.
Will this be the final round of this series? Can NRG make it through, remaining in this upper bracket?
इंद्रजीत भाई रोज का कोटा पूरा करते हुए आईफोन का विद 899 ओपी 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 कर दो इंद्रजीत भाई को चूपा दे दो प्यार दे दो
Wanted to get some information for this Hunter's Fury, but there's not even a tag from Brock. Nobody in mid, he's just ready for the lurk.
No check of mid, Scuba now off the map and Marta down to 6. A grim start to this one.
But nobody, he just hunts for more. He gets greedy and he gets punished.
Kung now, that sole player in mid, Jenny making his way toward connector.
Love Indris bhai, love
NRG
Indris.
still have their Omen in the game. Still have the util to put together a hit on B. And that's going to put Chichu yet again to the test.
And that dark cover is thrown up mid from Ethan to kind of make it seem like they could be working up there. But Kong knows that that is nonsense. He's pushed all the way down, but the pressure will be on Chichu. He's playing from elbow. He takes a lot of damage. A risk to get the molly off.
He doesn't want to give up this position. He's trying to hold it for as long as he can, but he eventually realizes he's got to concede.
Yeah, just routed over towards heaven. Wants to
Kankan ka position
pull
ko,
down
Kankan
to
ka
the best of his
position ko.
ability, and NRG, they're going to swarm him. They want to overwhelm this position.
They're running out of
How far do
time.
they take it now? They slow down.
There's going to be players coming from top mid. Chichu can still set up here in tower. There's the paranoia, and that's the signal to go. Marta clipped by the para. Chichu here knows Ethan is going to be sniffing at his heels, and on the side, Brock at least finds one. Needs more. There's Ethan. Now can make his way out with Sob. Disrupts and Ethan puts it to bed. And his hand, it starts in 2023. And in 2025, Ethan looking for another shot at glory. This time surrounded by young
God!
And NRG vindicate themselves in this match against your reigning world champions to kick off Group C.
And that is the global debut for 3 Challengers players that made it into the league this year. A stunning showing from Mata, who just absolutely lit up EDG on that map. He goes 5 for 12 on the first half, but drops 31 kills.
दोनों map इतना close.
In an unbelievable
चैटे किसका भी था बे ये गेम
15 round OT.
किसका भी गेम था भाई किसका भी गेम था 2-0 वाला फील नहीं हुआ ये the fuck
on match point. They found the resolve to close it out. Som and Scuba, a strong duo on that road map to get them over the finish line. Scuba with that anchoring, that clutch that he had as well, and Som just a consistent factor in terms
माड़ा
of
ना मान रहा लेकिन
board.
This is one of NRG's greatest challenges yet. They face another team that's adept in the double duelist style, that always wants to throw these aggressive looks at them.
सबसे बात कौन करा पता है तुम लोगों को चैट Somebody.
It still goes to the wire. Snobby basically takes over the first part of Abyss. It's tied for the single greatest comeback on a map in Champions history. A 9-round delta that NRG overcome. Let's
हम लोग ने किस पे डाला था Binks में?
Down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
हाँ?
Et je vais pouvoir rejoindre Mada après cette masterclass. Mada, may I borrow you for a second? After the selfie, you've already... Wait, I'm on a... Congratulations, first of all, for this insane performance, both as a duelist and as a team. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, how did you guys manage not to give up at 11-2 on Abyss? How did you manage not to give up to get your confidence back? How was that?
I think we just stayed in the game the whole time. Doesn't matter how far behind we are, we're always going to climb back. Our mental is just too good as a team.
And I think we saw that in your mental as a duelist too. You were carrying on that first map.
Yeah, I was. I mean,
Second
the
half?
boys had me on map too. You know, Scuba, Sam played amazing.
भाई स्कूबा तो गांड फाड़ के ना भाई
You did.
Som भी है लेकिन
première question, comment vous avez fait pour ne pas abandonner? Il perdait 11-2 sur Abyss.
Scuba
Comment est-ce qu'ils sont montés?
बहुत
Tout
बाप
simplement le mental de la team. On est resté dans la game de A à Z et moi individuellement, j'étais chaud sur Abyss. Mes teammates étaient là sur la deuxième carte, notamment Scuba, qui nous a fait aussi une masterclass. And I have another question to ask you is about the Odins. You know, we see Odins in the hands of your teammates, in Brooks, and also some, but never in yours. So, do you like the gun, and what makes this Odin meta for you guys so good?
If you guys see me use the Odin, then there's something wrong. There's something very wrong. So, no Odin for me.
But what makes it strong according to you?
It's Brock. It's not the Odin, it's Brock.
Okay, it's your teammate basically, not the gun, right? And you just defeated, you know, like current champs holders, like winner holders. So who do you think will be the hardest team to beat now in Paris?
Team Liquid is probably going to be next. If I had to guess. So I think it's going to be a hard game. And I'm excited.
Okay, so you're seeing them win the next match. Donc, deuxième question, il joue beaucoup à la Odin, les NRG. On a vu Brox, on a vu aussi son coéquipier Som qui la joue. Jamais Mada. Donc, pourquoi est-ce que tu la joues pas? Et ensuite, pourquoi est-ce que c'est si fort? Et bah, tout simplement, si jamais vous me voyez avec une Odin dans les mains, c'est qu'il y a quelque chose qui s'est mal passé. Et c'est Brox, c'est pas la Odin qui est forte, c'est vraiment mon coéquipier. Et je pense que Team Liquid vont être les plus difficiles à battre dans cette Champions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Next. And speaking about next, we're gonna see in a few minutes who's gonna take the win between Team Liquid and DRX. Stay tuned.
Nuts. But say nuts. DRX अपना है लेकिन ना nuts is nuts, bro. Nuts is nuts.
If these dogs want to fight, bro, let's give them the fight, you know.
Man, I'm just so much better than these shitters, man.
We're so good.
Ah, he's a noob. He's actually a noob.
That's what he does, man. Come on!
I'm the on. You guys are horrible. Let's win this game, guys. Let's win, man. Let's win.
Nice. Content. Full screen करना. हाँ.
Mitalek.
क्या है?
Mitalek.
क्या है?
इसलिए नहीं दिख रहा तेरे को
वो टेडी बेयर गई बे गई बे
ऐसा लग रहा है
DRX फाइट देगा मजा आएगा मार्कोबा ऑन टॉप लेकिन नट्स इज फकिंग nuts is nuts, bro.
Red Bull gives
language chat. Sorry, no. American. मेरा बैग गया.
वो जो उधर चप्पल है ना उसको ऊपर रख उधर जल्दी अभी क्या अभी.
Hey, you want to listen the abusing stuff on stream or off stream? Like, गाली तेरे को on stream सुन रही है, off stream सुन रही है देखो. चप्पल नहीं, it's shoe. It's a shoe. So just chew your mouth like this. Just chew your mouth. मत कर यार, मेरे को मैसेज आता है यार, मत कर पंको यार, पंको मत कर यार.
रख उसको ऊपर.
बस ऐसे. यार ऐसा हाथ नहीं लगाते उसको. पंको.
जाने नहीं दूंगी.
अरे कहाँ रखो इसको?
उधर उसके नीचे.
ये अभी वो खुल के नहीं रख रहा मैं.
2 मिनट लगता है मिथुन.
अरे एक हाथ है ना. कैसे करूँ बस?
ने रख.
ये ले.
हाँ.
ले.
एंड मेरे को ही रखना है.
मैं हेल्प किया ना.
वाह. ये
अरे
अच्छे से रखा था मैंने.
ये किसका ये
किसका है?
पंको नहीं हो, पंको महंगा है, वो महंगा है, बकचोदी नहीं प्लीज. पंको वो फोल्ड हो जाएगा, सीन हो जाएगा यार प्लीज. मेरे को ग्रेडिंग के लिए भेजते क्या?
कितने सारे?
बहुत सारे हैं वो. प्लीज उसमें एक और तरह बैग आ सकता है।
वो तो आएगा नहीं मेरा।
अब इस तरह एक और
सुना
बैग आ सकता है।
नहीं चाहिए मेरे को बैग्स, इतना सुनाने का है तो नहीं चाहिए। देखो
नहीं सॉरी मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, लुफी पे निकाल के बैग के ऊपर रखेगा, अच्छा दिखेगा।
बैग बीच रास्ते पे रहेगा।
हाँ नया वो स्टोरेज ना, अच्छा लगेगा, क्या बोलते हैं? अरे सॉरी
बैग चल बहुत का बॉक्स है क्या?
हाँ बॉक्स में आएगा।
किधर रखेगा इधर?
Okay, and Bella here with Mako of DRX. Now, Mako, DRX clutched this champ spot, and as somebody who's
sorry,
what does this mean to you to be here?
아슬아슬하게 챔피언스 막차 티켓을 성공한 DRX인데요. 원래 엄청 많이 무대에 서보신 경험이 있는 만큼 이번 파리 진출이 어떤 의미가 있을까요?
일단은 다른 챔피언스보다 너무 불리한 상황으로 진출을 해가지고 일단은 개인적으로는 되게 뜻깊은 챔피언스라 생각을 하고 있습니다.
I mean, it's unlike the other champions that we were at. We were dealt the unfavorable cards coming in as the last seed, but yeah, I'm looking forward to enjoying every bit.
And one quick last question. IGL 누구예요? There's been a bit of roster discussion.
I'll say the English for it. Who is the IGL? IGL 누구세요?
접니다.
Did you get that? It is me.
I did get that for the record. Yeah, Korean. Thank you very much, Mako. 감사합니다. DRX fighting.
Mako Cutie, love you, but Nats for the win.
You heard it there from Mika and Bella. DRX, they will be taking the stage very soon, and they will be under the leadership of Mako, not Australia. Bane is back on the team. He's confirmed to be playing today. I think all of these are surprises that we probably didn't anticipate.
What
How
is this,
exciting.
No, not
Am I
at
your
all.
friend?
But, you know, if you lived under a rock after Bangkok and weren't
Ma'am
following, you'd be like, okay, this is normal, you know. Bane's still playing, just expectations, but it has been, Bane hasn't played a game with DRX.
I'm not your friend or India.
So this is a
yeah, he did play with them in an
meme
tournament, but other than that, you're right. He has not had VCT reps with this team in a really long time, and I always question moves like this prior to an event of this magnitude and this caliber. In between stages, sure. Right, you've got time to kind of iron things out, this, that, and the other, but you don't have 5-6 weeks to figure it out and make a playoffs run. It's do or die.
And for DRX as well, even the way that they made it here was a little bit all over the shop, right? You heard it, they didn't even make it here. By qualifying, they needed some points, they needed some help. Some teams losing and winning here and there, but they have always made champs, and when they've made champs, they have always made it out of groups.
Yeah, they have. That's what the history says. They're the masters of getting 5th or 6th place. And yet this group feels like it's going to be really tough, especially watching that first series, how competitive it was between EDG and NRG. So I think coming with a strong showing here against EME's top seed is a really big indicator.
Ring light ko agar
Yeah,
wall
and I think
facing
we talked
rakhoge to
about it
light
a little bit
even
earlier
aayega
in the pre-show.
ground
I don't know
mein
that DRX have
reflection,
ever looked this
background mein
deep coming
reflection.
into
Gabru
a global
Gulzarian,
coming
the
into
problem
champs
is
either.
Diwar
So
is
while
not
they do have
there.
a lot of that history of being
Reflection
prolific
kahan se
and
aayega? There's
in
spawns
that
behind.
situation, I'm much more hesitant
If
to
white
put
wall
money
hota to
on
uska
that
bhi
one. That one's
reflection
tough.
aa
Does that
jata.
have
I
anything
don't
to do
think
with
black
Banger? Does this
sponges
buff them
se
a little bit,
reflection
does it
aayega
come with
ring
Bane
light
or
ka.
nerf?
I almost, so my initial thought was, okay, you've got a little honeymoon you can go through, but it's not like they haven't played together before, right? It's not like that. There is a completely new injection of talent and personality and voice and this, that, and the other. So this, I don't know, have we ever seen something like this where an ex-player rejoins a team right before champs?
Honestly, maybe, but I can't think of it in the top of my head.
I can't run the numbers.
It's a unique situation.
Yeah, incredibly unique.
But I do think what DRX is maybe looking for with Bane, they're hoping and looking at scrims and whatnot, is for some fragging power. I think that has been a little bit of a weakness with them, with the current roster coming into the tournament. And I can hope that we see that from Bane. Mako, too, from the IGRL can get it done.
One of the benefits, however, of making it to champs is that our players are getting to sample the famous
दूसरे games की बात नहीं करते राघव.
Here's Human enjoying the taste of
We only
Paris.
play Valorant. अरे प्रशांत
And I'm now
Prashant
joined by
ko dekha?
DRX Yunmin. Thank you, Yunmin, for
Prashant
joining me for
bhai.
this very special segment. We're gonna get a taste of Paris together.
Oh, yeah.
And I heard you saying that you like French food, right? So
Yes,
far.
I-
So are you excited?
Excited.
Okay, so the first dish that we're gonna try is obviously, do I have to introduce this one? The croissant. So you're gonna have to answer a question that I'm gonna ask you about the croissant. But first of all, you're gonna try it. Yes, we are gonna try one croissant.
Okay.
You can. Do you want to do it with your hands or with the fork and knife?
Is it okay to do my hands?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. Let's see one piece. Would you like a piece?
Please.
Do you want to do it yourself?
Yes, I can do it myself. Merci. Okay. So let's try it out.
Okay.
उसे रिप्लाई किया गया गबरू बुल्जेरियन ने कुछ इसका ब्लैक स्पॉन्ज का
What do we think?
This is croissant.
This is croissant, right? Do you see any difference with the croissant that you've eaten before? Like, what
Croissant.
makes French croissant good?
Croissant.
I guess it's more flaky, like more like texture to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
More butter, I think. Also, there must be more butter in it. Also, so the question about the croissant, and I hope you get it right. So, is it
Croissant.
true or false? A
Yeah, the croissant.
typically can have as many as 55 layers of butter and pastry dough folded into each one. 55 layers.
55.
Is it true or is it false?
False.
Sounds pretty interesting, so I'll say true.
And it is indeed true.
Yeah.
Typically, they have between 27 to 55 layers of folded dough in a process called lamination. We're getting good.
मैं अभी तक
here.
गलत croissant खा रही थी.
First win for you and first croissant. Also for me, I think we can discover what the next dish is going to be. After the croissant, we're going to have a very
Croissant आया है.
famous French dessert, which is
Oh, crème brûlée.
crème brûlée. What does it look like for
अच्छा तो गुलाब जामुन
you?
है
Appetizing, tasty.
No, how do they pronounce
It
it?
looks sweet.
Crème-
Something
Sweet.
sweet.
अच्छा तो गुलाब जामुन है
What are
भाई
you expecting?
ये
Like, does
खाया
it
था
taste
अपन ने जापान में.
sweet?
जी भाई गुलाब
Any
जामुन है
particular
भाई
flavor?
Crème
Something
crème
like
एक बार
yogurt.
वो
Yogurt?
देख
Okay, let's
कौन
try
सा
it out. You know what?
ब्रांड थे उनका छाती पे
crème brûlée.
वो देख
Crème brûlée.
छाती पे पोर्स लगा है भाई
Crème brûlée.
Mm,
Sound क्या?
I think this is one of my favorite desserts.
Yeah.
Tastes really
Mine
good.
too.
What does it taste like? Yogurt or better than yogurt, actually?
तुमको
Better
ये
than
कभी आएगा
yours.
पता नहीं तेरे को देखना पड़ेगा
Which one did you prefer?
जाना
Croissant
खाना
or
खजाना
this
चल रहा है मेरा काम है.
This one? This one, right?
मेरा काम
You
है.
will
जा,
order
जा,
it at the
जा.
restaurant too.
जा, खाना
Okay,
खजाना चल.
and last but
इतना
not
टाइम
least,
नहीं है अभी बिल
a
बजाना का
very famous French dish that gave also its name to a film that you've watched.
Ah!
So
Ratatouille.
it's more of a like a main
देख ले
dish,
कैसे
you know, like
pronounce
salty
करते हैं
dish.
सब.
Do you want to try it out?
लेके आना मेरे लिए.
Okay. You be honest if you like it or not.
मिष्टी दो ही French version
It's very
exactly.
famous.
Good enough.
Just that
Yeah,
ऊपर
of
थोड़ा
course it's enough.
नहीं.
Eat too much.
Caramel pudding?
It's like French gastronomy, you know, only one
I'm not
dish.
sure. हाँ.
It just looks.
Uh,
tastes how it looks.
chocolate.
That's not a compliment.
Like-
that is not a compliment for
It's like,
ratatouille.
it tastes like tomato.
Okay, a lot of tomato sauce, right?
What I expected.
Okay, ready for the question?
Yes.
Ratatouille originated in Paris, France. It's a dish from Paris.
True.
Is it true?
This-
मैंने देखा है मूवी में बनाते हुए पेरिस में ही था. मूवी में देखा है मैंने.
चारुते ratatouille
You would say why?
Ratatouille.
Why Paris?
Ratatouille.
ratatouille
Use tomato sauce from Paris and no,
वो
it's
बोरा
wrong.
खराब हो जाता है.
Yes, it's originated I think from Nice,
साइड तो
France, so south
अरे
of
तो
France.
उधर
You
से
know,
जाना.
they make a lot of
भाई अच्छा है रग खराब होगा तो चलेगा तेरा
vegetables, you
मुंह
know,
खराब
like
होगा तो
chicken
नहीं
meat
चलेगा ना
in
मुक्की
summer
से
also that are not too heavy.
तारत तारत तारूते तारूते तारत तारत बड़ा होके सिंगर बनूंगा
You passed the French exam. Taste of Paris. And I hope that you're going to get to eat a little
hope
bit
so.
more in Paris, of course. I think that's all for us. And
आइसक्रीम
Yunmin
टूटा हुआ
is
तो भी
very
आइसक्रीम ही
ready
रहता
to
है
experiencing more
प्लेट
French.
ले और खा
Well, Human passed the first test in Paris, but what's he been like over in Pacific? Has he been scoring full marks?
Absolutely. I mean, this guy was tearing it up. He leads his team just from the front to topping the group. And even though the squad sort of bombed out in playoffs, only won a single series, he still is second highest in the league in terms
Lag
of
match खेल रहा है.
ACS, so he was still putting up insane numbers.
Which is such a unique thing. Like, that's got to be rare to have a team bomb out the way that they did and still have a top performer competing the way that he has. I think if there is a little hope, if there is a, I don't want to say an X factor, but if there is something that can kind of convince me that, okay, maybe DRX does have a shot at this, maybe they can pull something off
एक्चुअल में देखो जीत तो सकता है,
And we saw him early at the start of the year.
जीत तो सकता है DRX क्योंकि स्टार प्लेयर्स है, बस वो लोग को नॉट्स को मारना है. अगर ये लोग पीछे देख के साइड पुश करे तो मेरे हिसाब से DRX जीत
really the one for DRX. You showed that glimmer of what could be a star.
I mean, he has been, like you guys said, despite the thick and thin, the highs and lows, he's always been consistent, which I think is pretty fair to describe the way he's been playing so far. But he will be facing up against the #1 seed of EMEA, Team Liquid. They win a trophy domestically, and Trex is back at Champs. Not with Team Vitality, but with Team Liquid, and he looks amazing. By the way, Trex, not T-Rex.
Yeah, we call him
Some
Trex.
people think it's T-Rex.
The crazy thing is that Trex was playing against Human and the rest of DRX back at Bangkok with Vitality. But I think ever since he joined this Team Liquid roster, this is just a squad that cannot be stopped. Drop a single series.
भाई देखो एक चीज को जैसे लिक्विड मेरा फेवरेट है क्योंकि बचपन में ना मैं सीरियल बहुत देखता था.
They come through this as the #1 seed. They look really good on the roster. They have some incredible players individually. You talk about Trex, you talk about Nats, obviously.
Excuse me.
At this point,
कौन आया है? अपना 6th मेंबर आ गया. ये 6th मेंबर आ गया. बोलते चैट, can we have some W for the OG Gabru Bulgarian, the best RP player ever in the Kachas. Best RP player in the Kachas. ऐसा कच्चा फाड़ RP कोई नहीं करता था. 6 गब्रू भाई हमारे प्राइम व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आ जाइए जहाँ पे रोज हम वीडियो कॉल करते हैं.
And this time they're coming into a global, and Nats is here on day 1. Isn't that great?
Let's celebrate. That actually deserves a celebration.
रिंग लाइट को अगर बॉल फेसिंग रखोगे तो लाइट इवन आएगा. एंड
assistant coach actually manifested this match against DRX. Take a look at this.
बैकग्राउंड में रिफ्लेक्शन भी नहीं आएगा.
Hopefully we're gonna get DRX and gonna see who is the best basically on this map.
बराबर, लेकिन हम लोग का सेटअप में जगह नहीं है. हेलो गुड स्पीकिंग. नया स्ट्रीम पे गुड स्पीकिंग म्यूट है. अरे यार
तू ये क्यों म्यूट किया?
क्या
डेस्कटॉप
क्यों म्यूट किया मेरे को पता नहीं.
दिमाग देखो इसका.
अरे भाई सुनो, जब भी ऊपर से कॉल आता है ना, गांड पहले फटती है, फिर साउंड जाता है.
Up to the other controllers in the
Oh, I know. I'm a big believer in Kiko, even since watching him back in the Ascension days, trying to qualify into EMEA. But I think he's very strong, and the rest of Team Liquid, I have them, you know, picked to win this series. This is not a Team Liquid playing musical chairs with Penny and Cyril or whatever, trying to get back into it as well. No, this is a Team Liquid that's coming in as top dogs into this tournament out of EMEA. I got a lot of faith in them.
Well, these two organizations have never faced each other before, and we're better than the champ stage to settle it. Let's bring our teams onto stage and see who comes out on top. It's Team Liquid
EDG
versus
almost.
DRX.
Mercy, yeah.
वापस नहीं मंगवा.
तेरे वाटर पार्क में ये सब गाने बजते कि नहीं? मनीष भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. मेरी जान के नोटे लौड़े का वीडियो कॉल पहले दूसरे अकाउंट पे तब तो टॉक शो भी होता था, अब तो वो भी नहीं. एक बार चैम्प्स खत्म होने दो, एक बार, फिर तुम लोग ऐसा करके देखोगे और तुम लोग और मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड करोगे. गिरिबान में देख के तुम लोग बोलोगे बिंक्स भाई बस करो, गांड पट रही, इतना परकीस मत दो करके. ठीक है, चैम्प्स एक बार चैम्प्स खत्म होने दो.
This is a very, very
historically
rich matchup, despite the fact these orgs have never played against each other.
Yeah, you've even got the history of this year where Trex did play against this DRX team, and Trex also got the dub versus back then. But the thing we all have to be freaking out about is Abyss is map number 1. Two of the best Abyss teams in the world back when it was in the pool back at the start of the year. This is our first
तेल होगा या यहाँ भी अपसेट.
And for it to
नहीं, पहला वाला अपसेट नहीं था, पहला वाला कोई भी जीत सकता था. ये वाला भी ऐसे कि कोई भी जीत सकता है. थोड़ा एज लिक्विड का है, लेकिन थोड़ा ही है. DRX भी, डीमंस भी है.
This is the perfect first chapter for this year.
And what I find really interesting, Team Liquid picking defense on a map that has been historically so attacked. I don't know what's going on there. If they have specific ideas they want to run. Even in our first series, seeing Abyss still being so attack-sided, no changes to the map, that is certainly a choice out of Liquid.
I got work.
They believe they're the best Abyss team. They're both very confident on what they can bring on Abyss. And for Liquid in particular, they are very, very good in the preparation phase. They like to throw their opponents off, and they also are very well prepared when they get thrown off as well. But this Abyss, both teams knew it was coming. They have to. We're going to see the best of both teams.
And here's the thing: is I think just focusing on agent select is really interesting because the meta has changed a lot in terms of what has been popular on the map. Back when Team Liquid were playing it, they were playing like the old Ascent default comp with a Cypher in there for Nats, but you're seeing Jet, single smokes, a KO in the team. When DRX were playing it, that's with the Teo still in the play, because that was back when Teo was so strong at the start of the year. So I would be honestly surprised to see them running the same comp in this day and age.
This find is interesting as well, because we have this old saying of everybody knows what Nats does. He doesn't change up how he plays, but what is one beating him? How is it that you can come and say, yeah, we know what Nats likes to do. He likes to go here, he likes to do this one, he likes to lurk here, but he doesn't lose.
Yeah, because he likes to do a lot of different things. You might know a lot of his plans, but he's going to change his timings, he's going to change that plan based on what he sees against you on the other side. He's got one of the best
ऐसा walk करने का ना, ऐसा करने का, ऐसा walk करने का.
That even if you do know what he's going to do, there's a good chance he bests you anyway.
Yeah, and sometimes with an outlaw in your spawn, which is always really fun.
चल रहा है बेसिक, क्योंकि चैम्प्स है ना रे, सबको 2-3 हफ्ते का ब्रेक मिला है, सब लोग स्टैट काउंटर स्टैट बना रहे हैं, प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं अभी.
And looking like the ages, we're going to see Waylay Yoru.
That is unbelievable. Waylay Yoru is crazy.
And we're sticking to the vanilla Ascent comp too.
इसलिए अपसेट्स होता है.
I'm a bit surprised.
इसलिए अपसेट्स होता है. घंटा वो लोग ने ये कॉम के अगेंस्ट तो प्रैक्टिस नहीं किया रहेगा.
I'm trying to think about the theory here right now, and
free cheese for nuts.
I think the ultimate of the Yoru. The Yoru, it makes a lot of sense.
Right.
I'm expecting, we've been seeing a lot more teams in the previous meta on Abyss. Teams would play pretty passively offside. They wouldn't fight forward. I think there could be options with the Waylay to, if you're execing A, fight up into heaven. If you're execing on B, jump over books, fight towards art. I want to see an active approach from DRX.
Of course, Liquid, they're still holding. This is not locked in. And Nats, he likes to hard rate Asian Select because he likes to take this time to give speeches, to hype individual players on his team up, and to remind them what they need to do.
Because he's the type of player, he'll go down the list, player by player.
And the best part is he's always, look at him, he's telling individual players, and then he goes to Kiko and he's like, never change, I love you, you're the best, you're perfect, you never do anything wrong.
And why would Kiko ever change anything? Because he's perfect, he never does anything wrong, he's the best.
Hey Panko, I choose you!
He spoke about a default, very, not very innovative.
No, and I don't even want to say it's comfort. I mean, we'll see how it does against.
But it is comfort.
Yeah. We have a lot of recognizable faces on the stage today, so why not add 2 more on the casting booth? It is Mithul and Thomas.
Team Liquid and DRX facing off here in Paris, each one wanting to prove that they are the best team on Abyss, and it's map number 1. Can I get a prediction from you going into this game, Thomas?
Honestly, I was going for 2-0 for Liquid because they're the first seed, obviously, but after seeing Hyunmin try the croissant and creme brulee, I'm kind of going for 2-1. Especially, I'm excited to see that way they're on Abyss now.
Arey, kaun aaya?
Well, the French buff, and I feel like I'm seeing double. What?
Hey, that was a nice one.
Thomas number 2. Good to see you, man. You're looking a little different.
You couldn't tell the difference.
I was suspicious, I'll be honest.
Too much knowledge.
Never saw you. So it's time to get into the matchup. Team Liquid and DRX Abyss. This is what it all comes down to. It's map number 1. It won't decide the series, but it will decide who the world looks at as your best team on this map. A map that's recently made a return, but these teams were known for being strong on it way back when it was in the pool earlier this year.
Yeah, I'm excited for what we've got coming up here. Obviously, I'm sure my counterpart did a fantastic job of going through everything that we've got coming up. The arena's quite loud, so I didn't hear anything that was said.
My best player, best initiator.
Seeing that Waylay coming into play, a lot of space that can be taken, especially kicking things off on the attack side for DRX. And as we've already seen today, a pretty hefty attack side dominance out of both sides in our first matchup.
Well, 1:10 on the clock and blood yet to be drawn. A slow approach from DRX.
Binks, a question to you. Why did you keep EMA number 1 team
across the map
on 3 in your picks? Can we say that your picks are gone?
To gain the benefit of this slow play as they managed to pick themselves up and towards that A side. Of course, ult's not going to be in play in this round, but it's all about the future. For now, we look towards the B side. A trap in play, 2 players standing by to take this fight. The DRX are going to be bursting through with full force. Waylay already closing the distance and finding some info.
We'll be able to retreat back. Camo only just spotted, but it's the openers going the way of DRX, and Trex has been dealt with as well. 2 players on the rotate, but looking at that flank coming out from Green, I wonder if he's been hurt. I think he has. Panitek just pop flashing back in the other direction, but even just the time that is being bought is going to cause Liquid quite a lot of issues.
There is भाई एक टाइम पे ना मेरा सबसे फेवरेट टीम DRX थी वो लोग हेवी फिनिशिंग पे थे और डिसिप्लिन बहुत क्रेजी प्रो मैक्स था वो लोग का फिर बीच में खाना खाने गए वो लोग.
He's had his croissant earlier on, his creme brulee, his ratatouille, but now he's gone out of the round and the defuse already tapped. Pressure put on. Kiko lands the shot on the flashback and they need to find the diffuser quick. Just getting there in time. I need to see that one in a replay because that looked like it was down to a pixel, if not none.
Yeah, I think someone
मेरा best player है
is
ये
going to be quite frustrated with that. Probably the Liquid
गब्बर भाई अंकुर भाई आपको help कर देंगे.
Desperately close from a position of I want to say impossibility.
Point.
Go on, give me it. Give me it. That's actually outrageous. That's completely outrageous.
He thought he had it. I thought he had it.
0.01. He had it. In everybody's minds, he had it. But it will be 1-0 for DRX. Already. Good start for DRX, and of course, going back to the beginning of the year, these are 2 teams that absolutely adore this map. I was going to say that Liquid coming in are going to be even happier with the map pool changes, Icebox going out has helped them quite a bit. But in 2025. Get that guy back. It was 5-0
Crazy
for Liquid, but 3-0 for DRX. And now we are back to that roster of DRX that kind of started out the year. There's been so many different changes, so many people coming in and out and all about, but this was the roster that they wanted to look towards.
Paris का स्क्रिप्ट बहुत डेंजर लग रहा है इस बार. मजा है.
Round from DRX, patient.
इसलिए चैम्प सबसे ज़्यादा फन रहता है देखने में.
With what they're up against.
कुछ भी होता है सब बाप खेलते हैं.
Pistols the chance, but I mean the problem is executing blind into a site. It has its risks, and I think that's one thing that Hyunmin is here to help out with, the ability to use the refract, his quick teleport back in the other direction as he runs into the site, grabs them point of contact, and fades back out. We saw it in the pistol round with great value, and here it's used to scout out that. Whoops. Here it's used to scout out that there's nobody.
Spike planted.
We don't
hiding
do that
in those
round
corners.
here.
There's no big stacks. Yeah, Lothar's disappointed, but it will be the way to go. You don't want to give those orbs over to the rest of the squad. It is just better to go down to the map, deny DRX those orbs that they have been farming up, and a key point being flashback 2 away. So those final 3 kills, if any of them landed in his hand, that could cause big problems for Team Liquid's full buy. That's why they go diving off.
Right ने बोला allowed नहीं करके.
Yeah. Have a little bit of fun flying through the map, but this is where
what the fuck क्या alt out
should get
दे
that
रहे थे
little
वो
bit more
लोग.
interesting rifles across the board for Liquid, and of course just touching base on
G2 भाई मत बोलो
expectations.
भाई. G2 ने तो
DRX
सबसे गलत
form-wise,
किया था भाई.
well, it took
G2
another
ने
team
सबसे गलत
eliminating
किया
Talon
start
for them to
में
actually make it to the event in the first place. Liquid, on the other hand,
2 सेकंड में गिर गए थे.
champions of EMEA with a flawless 3-0 victory after attending every single international. These two teams should, in theory, be at different levels. But we're yet to see Liquid take the board.
सब तोड़े जा रहे हैं बस.
Well, this is where that should
Shot
change. They've got rifles, but they've not got nats. Hyunmin landing that shot from afar, and now Team Liquid on the retake. They're forced into a fight close range against weaker weapons. Camo and Trex do well to start, but it's still a 3v3. The spike planted. The time not quite against them yet. There's still plenty to work with. Great flash from Flashback. And that's going to put the numbers into favor for DRX. 1 HP on Flashback. A drone going through, though, and that's going to stop a defusing. Even going to get the tag on Trex, so more time taken. And as it ticks away, that's fight getting closer and closer to its final moment.
Nice,
Kiko traded out, and now Trex in an impossible situation. He has to bait them into a fight. Patience from DRX is what will win the day for them. It's too far gone. He'll make them pay for the round, but it's DRX 3-0.
फटा.
Yeah, such an important start. I mentioned about this attack side and how things have been going in the matches we've seen so far, but this was I'll be honest, a relatively weak fight. There was a Marshall in the mix, which
easy for DRX.
And then the rifle went down to 1 HP immediately. It was just, I want to say, the balls from Bane. He just didn't really, he was like, no, I'm not swinging until I absolutely need to. And that was enough to buy that time off the clock.
तुम काय खड़े हो
Just
भाई?
coming back into the roster.
Energy's good.
I'll be honest, it looked like he never left.
Well, that's another thing, right? You talk about Team Liquid, they look dominant regionally. Look at that grand final against GX, who ended up making waves here in the international scene already in their opening matchup yesterday. So for DRX, a team that has had these roster changes back and forth, you expect them to look a little weaker. And against the Goliath-like Team Liquid, that's the ball. But Pacific's number 4 is in here, and they are making waves indeed. An ambitious play from Nats. Back on the KZ server now, as this one's looking like a 4-0, but that's not a surprise. It will be damning, as if it is a flawless round from DRX.
Well, never mind. It's not going to be. Already won, at least for Patatech. It will be an upgrade onto the Outlaw, but
clear cut.
It's only going to really be deadly to one of the players.
Drop.
He'll likely want to do some damage and then go down. Holding onto it's not really going to have too much value for the next round for Camo. It's that same sort of talking point. How much damage can they do? As of right now, it's not looking very much. They are far enough out already from that spike.
Problem है.
They will be able to escape.
सामने बंदा दिखता है ना फिर भी वो घूम के मारना चाहता है, समझ रहे हो? वरना सामने मारेगा ना तो फिर नेट्स का वो वाइब माइनस होएगा बे.
And
W.
He can remove the weapon.
Yep,
I was
going to say, it was going to be close though. Like, he almost didn't hit the point of demise quick enough and then would have just had that into the next round.
नहीं उसमें already ult है sir.
Anyways. Ulti's online now for DRX. It's 4-0 up. Oh, there's no need to show that again.
उसका शक्ल देख.
Unlocked it. Oh, Andy. Yeah, that knows what he did. But for DRX, coming into this round, yes, both teams are now on right. So
flashback already
should be their chance to fight back on square footing, but Ultimate's in play on the other side make this a little bit of an uphill battle for the defending side, especially thinking about how much impact you can have. Popping that Yoru ult alongside Sova, the two together, Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury, can easily net you not just space, but a pick.
Both trips gone. Clearly knowing the positions that Nats likes to play.
Not shocked at Mara
Which, I'll be honest, is impressive. He's normally very well known for being flexible and where that utility is put into play. Those already being removed, it leaves him at the back of the site. Now there is still the cam in the corner, ready to catch them as they walk out, and an immediate dash in. Trex is ready for it. An advantage taken and an advantage increased. A second on to Bane. And backside still being hold. They can't have got any further forward. Flashback is going to try and peek this, but, well, that flank yet to really be spotted.
Yeah, in fact, it's not going to have any real impact here, you'd imagine.
Priyanka लेकिन पोजी अच्छा है वो अभी भी केज करके बकचोदी कर सकते हैं.
They don't know that he's on the left side, but the walkout is going to come elsewhere towards the spawn. Flashback already watching forward. He'll find his first fade back. Gate crash to fall back on out as the ult is popped. Two spotted. Fring knows that he probably has a target coming his way. Ready for the fight towards the vents. They're suspicious of it. Swing from the numbers kept even as the spike keeps on ticking. This is a round Team Liquid desperately need. And the defuse inside the smoke puts the pressure on. Already hurt the half. Dropout punished. And this round goes to Team Liquid. Narrow margin.
लेकिन heavy damage दिया है. Heavy damage. Heavy damage दिया है बे.
Flashback who has really got off
to a flying start. 8-4 playing the Euro, of course known for
more of that sentinel role within the team. But clearly having that individual brilliance that can turn around on his head. As you mentioned, it is the first round onto the board for Liquid. But it's still going to put them in a very interesting spot economically. In fact, this next round may be worth two. Both teams somewhat on the brink.
Well, Camo may look like he has a weakness, but as we get to his POV, you can see Blade Storm in hand. Looking for the fight from far away. Ult comes in a little late from Patatek, so site clearance comes in. DRX able to gather themselves at least a bit of control, you would imagine, but they stall out. Get back by the smoke. Get back by the ultimate of Patatek as well as they can use their abilities to break through to this site. It's going to cause delay. It's down to 20 already. That's a phenomenal spam. And Hyunmin still with a full utility belt. They didn't get caught out. The timing didn't catch them. They'll still be able to have a pretty decent sight hit with that free recon, essentially.
Already. Oh, it's a very awkward fight, and spotting out Camo. He's decided to go aggressive, but he's been caught from behind! The flashback takeover!
Flashback, bro!
They were so busy watching where Hyunmin went that they've ended up losing the rest of the site. A singular shock dart kill for Trex. But I'm just looking at Nats. He's not fighting this. He's got no interest. In fact, just going to go sit within his setup. DRX are going to have themselves a 5th round, and it all comes back off
DRX तो गोट खेल रहा है भाई.
Putting the defensive side into disarray.
Well, you can see from Team Liquid's perspective on the B side, the whole idea is that they're going to stop you from breaking through that choke point. And they do that with Patatek's utility, stalling them out completely. But the problem is you have Flashback being able to just make his way in without actually challenging, while Hyunmin is taking that initial contact and is unpunishable, essentially. As he dashes in, immediately refracts back to B main, and that's Flashback's moment to take advantage of the chaos, ripping the back line of Team Liquid wide open. As you said, immediately that call is made by Nats. We're not playing this retake. Even though they found one, two, four, not one when the weapons are, as you said in start, not in a good spot. Economically, they were being punished already. But the Blade Storm made up for it the next round. That won't be there.
Yeah. Well, I really love the way they're using the refract. It's like Yeonmin's goal is to almost look at me. Like this is what I'm doing. I'm going to go in, I'm going to find info, and then I'm going to retreat back. And at the same time as he's retreating, Flashback is going forward. And so everybody, and rightly so, is focused on the guy who's just dived into the site.
You're picking for this man, obviously DRX, buddy.
You can even see from the aggressive position of Camo, he's trying to blade storm the players down on the other side. He doesn't even know this guy behind him.
Yeah, this is the problem. When you combine that with the utility thrown in towards
4K लाइट्स नहीं हुए अभी तक.
इसके लिए म्यूट करवाया तुमने?
हाँ, ताकि आवाज जाए मेरी उन लोग तक. लाइक करो. क्या ये? बंद कर दे, बंद कर.
बंद कर दो. सीधा एंड स्ट्रीम कर दो. एंड स्ट्रीम ऐसा. हाँ, कर दिया.
If you were dancing to DRX's tune and you're tripping all over yourself, 2 left feet, and they've got to course correct soon. A 4-round gap doesn't seem like much, but this could get out of hand if DRX.
Don की बात सुनो.
Think about the 1-round Team Liquid won. It was still extremely close.
Well, yeah, and something to talk about as well is like you're seeing those trips being shocked. You're seeing positions clearly being well known, even though this is a slightly different Liquid roster.
Binks कद्दू नहीं करेगा एंड
it's all the same.
3.5 साल का
I feel like DRX, with the amount of extra time they've had to prep, knowing the game well in advance for that first match of the tournament.
वो लोगों का साउंड है, एमिन पुश किया है, पॉप फ्लैश करके क्लियर किया है.
And Liquid, well, if they did prep
अभी
for
दो
the
ऑप्शन है लोगों के पास. या फिर ये लोग एमिन रिक्लियर करें, या फिर बी बक्सुदी करके एड करें.
Now I don't mean to peel back the curtain too much and sort of explain how the trick is done, but that wasn't actually Tom earlier. That was Durka. And really, I hate to spoil the magic for all of you at home. But one of the things that he said when he saw that agent select come up was that he's a huge fan of Waylay. And honestly, and he also said he thinks Hyunmin's going to do fantastic with the buff from the croissant earlier on. Now, if he's a fan of the Waylay already, I imagine watching DRX use it is either just confirming that opinion or maybe even building on it. Because the way they're using it is so damn nice combined with Flashback. This double duel is doing so much work. And Team Liquid's job shouldn't be to work on this round. It should be to think about the next, but they've already managed to make it competitive. Oh man, I thought Camo had the play, but they
planted. Yeah. Nats is going incredibly low. He did take a hit. Because of that, once again, looks to fall back and just save the weapon. It really feels like that has been the majority of his game so far. We've talked about him a lot. In EMEA, he was tearing everybody a new one, and
that's 6-1.
One of the most exciting storylines for this match is him playing against Marker, a rematch of that Gambit versus Vision Strikers back from 2021. That was the last time they played against each other. It's one hell of a storyline with a lot of parallels. A superstar turned IG.
Banda, invite for my wedding. कैसे contact करूँ?
23 years of age. Right now,
घर पे नहीं जा पा रहे.
Nats hasn't showed up yet.
Wedding
which I don't think is something I've said for ever.
यही अगर काश दोस्त membership होता ना.
I can confirm. First time I've heard that out of your mouth. Maybe like in a pistol round. Like one single time.
Bye, thank you for the 28 months and congratulations. तुम्हारे भी लगने वाले.
Seeing how this is playing out, a great sign for DRX again with the adjustments they had to make.
खुशियाँ की लड़ियाँ लगने वाली है. Bye.
Bringing back the start of the year look, and I mean perfectly timed with Abyss coming back in from the start of the year. I suppose everything slotting into place. This Waylay, this Yoru.
चला जाएगा.
Sensational, and we're only starting to see, the first few pages of the playbook. There is definitely more behind this, and Team Liquid, if they lose this one, they're going to be terrified of what's to come.
If they lose, this is absolute default के लिए लग गए. लो एक का info आ गया.
First point of contact. He sort of swapped positions again. Shot directly onto the
सारा trip भाई ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो कुछ अलग ही agent खेल रहा है भाई.
Every single one of them has been perfectly positioned to just remove Nats' utility. But at least for now, 5-player build-up in towards that A site. Trex has his ult, but is incredibly far away. I don't think he's going to have any impact in this round. And on the other side of things, immediately we'll see the popping of that dimensional drift. That's all the info they need. And they're trying to throw Util just to give nothing for Padatek, but he does survive.
Team आने वाला था.
being pressured, but around the side comes Patty, still able to find another before going down as the 3 versus 2 comes into play. Hunter's Fury to push them back 35 seconds, but no way to deny this plan now. It will come through, and it's on Hyunmin to find something from here. If he gets this, he's got another refract on line. This could be huge. Or DRX to get back into this play. The drone thought about by Trax, and he'll wish he put it through. A huge punish from Hyunmin, but he falls eventually, leaving Mako alone.
Come on,
Mako.
Mako.
A great start. His util's been well placed, but now he's going to do it rifle in hand. Nats holding him.
Nats, man, Nats.
6-2.
क्या positioning है बे Nats का? भाई लेकिन ये DRX को जितना था.
It's something.
योरू कुछ ज़्यादा पहले निकला.
Okay, it's his second kill, but it's
और
his
वो
first
भी एक को मार के
impact. The last was
represent
in the
कर
last
सकता था, नहीं
round where
कर
they
पाया.
basically already lost it already. But that was him versus Marco, the matchup I was talking about, and even still, it's desperately close.
क्या
You still
मारा
see
बे
that
उसको,
utility being
बिन को.
destroyed on one side of the map. It's aggressive, double dive style of play that is so difficult to hold against. Oh, Liquid.
Bravo, good job.
Have got themselves
Good
a second
job
round.
नहीं है
That's
भाई,
it.
तो
Watched
2
the
round
game
जीता है,
earlier. It
lag
was
back.
incredibly attack-sided, but
भाई मजा आएगा
we've
DRX
learned
जीतेगा तो हाँ.
many a
Pickens
time.
गार्ड मारा नहीं क्या?
Applying a
जीतेगा मजा
single
आएगा.
brush to every single
वो लोग
team.
को
Team
sound आ
Madness.
गया,
Speaking
push
of
कर
Madness,
दिया.
this is so aggressive from Liquid. They've had enough.
वो लोग फिर भी जीते fight.
They are not playing like a team that's down 6-2.
वो लोग
and
फिर
that's
भी
exactly
जीते.
what we need to see.
भाई ready
Taking
था
it, he
DRX.
spotted, and he is dead to rights in this corner. How many can he take with him? And it's only one. The start of the bounce back for Team Liquid in the previous round, and they have skyrocketed to success now. But still, 6-3. They have to lock it down.
भाई वो लोग
for
ready
this
थे.
half.
I respect that call. We talk about Nats this year coming into his own as an IGL. The fact is, you just sort of get through your second round of the entire game. You yourself not having the best individual game. What do you call? Let's rush it down B. I respect it. Like, it's bold.
ना बे DRX ready था बे, गलत मारा.
This is what's important. Being able to change it up, not play just one style. Have more than one hymn sheet to sing from, and then
doing it again.
Find some serious impact. They're being left in the dust. DRX shut down in these last 2 rounds. The same spot, a slightly different seasoning, but the dish is the same. Team Liquid 6-4.
I'm sorry. So you call that twice in a row? Like, it is still the majority of the defensive side. Like, it was only Dance lurking in mid, I guess, getting the early information. The rest of it, like, this could be the replay of the last round. Like, I would not be able to tell the difference. They died slightly further back. I guess that's the only difference.
The only real difference is that, like, they went for the window push, so it was a much deeper aggression, whereas this time they're in almost a Congo line, ready for the window peak, thinking DRX will think we gave up that control. Let's fight for it now. They'll swing out and they'll get taken out by the firing squad. And instead, the firing squad wasn't needed because they had Kiko.
Do you reckon Turby's gone? I think we go A.
Huh?
Like, just after the last 2 rounds. Or he triples down. They're not going to do that 3 times on B.
They'll think we'll go
एकदम
A.
सोच के मैंने तेरा
Exactly.
2
Now
back
it comes down
hit
to the mind
दिया.
games,
वो
but
गुस्से में
what
हाथ
a difference a few rounds can make. A 6-1 start, and then the last 2, well, you blink and you miss it. Those are like 20-second rounds apiece. They sped up the game, brought it back to a closer field. The DRX is going to be fairly important now, because this ends 6-6 after the start you had. It's going to feel devastating. Your direct hits were really working. Flashback, by the way, has been
आज दोपहर को बहुत प्यारा आया था पिंकी.
like, there's not a player in the server particularly close. There's definitely not a player on his own team. He's 9 kills ahead of
इतना
anywhere
बाबू
else.
सुना गया ना, फिर पता चला कि जूते का टाइम
Based off
है.
those setups. The setups have been fantastic. I think that's why Liquid have decided
नवरात्रि
well, they can't set up if we fight them in
नवरात्रि
their own
शूट के लिए
spot.
शॉपिंग हो रही थी.
Yeah, exactly. Disrupt the execute.
Look at where they are. They're going to run it down mid.
Pick a different spot. Same old strategy, though. But I think this is, it's a perfect counter to what
तारतक
DRX
बाय
is doing. Like you
सीप नहीं
said,
होता है, सीन होता है,
it's all
सीन.
about the execute. The
सीप नहीं होता
well-placed
है.
pieces of utility, the
इसलिए
drive
बोलते
runs.
सुपर
when
चैट
you
करो
have
लेकिन
drive
बराबर
running,
लिखो.
if Team Liquid run it down at you, this is going to be a 5-man push. Everybody on, this is madness. Everyone on Team Liquid is pushing. Full aggression. A player up top drawing the eye. Kiko just needs to swing and he will. Bring down. Paranoia sent through. Ready to swing on the back as the rest of the team, as Team Liquid continue to
भाई हर एंगल पे डबल पिक किया.
They've lost the spike, but they've got the TP.
भाई क्या चुटकी चल रहा है?
Spike away, and that's exactly what he'll do. Okay, they've lost a lot of players, but at least they should be able to find a plant.
Hello.
And luckily for him, the man alongside him has been the hero.
भाई वॉच पार्टी कर लो या प्यार बाद में कर लेना. लैंग्वेज.
Squad so far. Looking for a fight, but look how patient Trex is on the other side. We've criticized him for over-peaking, and this time he won't be caught. Marco in a 1v4. We've seen it once, but not this time. It will be a fifth round for Liquid. A rush B, a rush B, and a rush mid. This might be one of the most unorthodox defensive sides I've ever seen.
इतना अच्छा डिसिप्लिन खेल रहा था DRX.
Tell you one time when they put this map back in the pool, I said I wasn't a big fan of it.
That's an understatement and a half. You have complained about it for the last few weeks.
I'm trying to censor my opinions a little bit, but I'm starting to become a fan of it. Is this how you're supposed to play? I'm taking this direct.
Well, this is deathmatch.
I did.
Literally run it down. Now we see a more conventional approach, I think. You never know until barrier goes up. There's going to be an off-in play for Trex. You've got an Odin for Camo, so I'm not sure where I was going with the conventional approach. But a little bit of A main aggression, not with the whole team.
अभी वो लोग मार
but a
रहे हैं. ये
flash,
round जीत रही है
a deep
DRX.
peek
Let's
expected.
go.
Oh yeah, very deep peek. Early TP. I had a mini heart attack for a second. He has his updraft. Okay. Convergence path used into the B side. Back to that execute heavy style. But it is much more of a retake setup this time for Liquid. They have been caught out on these openers every single time. So they've avoided it completely this time.
चलो आजा KLT घुसो.
Letting them burn utility.
KLT time buddy.
Until it's on favorable ground. Now the rest of the squad.
KLT time. KLT time.
Going to fall at the hands of Camo.
बिना ult का जाके मार के है एक लेकिन फिर भी.
Overtaken. We don't have the Hunter's Fury online for Bane, but one away. If he can find a pick, this gives them a huge chance in the round to recover. But it's a 3 versus 5. They need to be firing on all cylinders already. The reveal lands onto Mako. He's got support though. It's pretty. Swinging through the smoke, but Camo's there to greet him. And Bane, the last man standing under heavy pressure. The defuse already underway. He's got a swing, and there's 2 players to greet him.
भाई कामो क्या मारा बे.
After a dominant start for DRX.
भाई कामो क्या मारा भाई.
Crazy.
Come on man.
Coming out from Liquid. 6-1 down.
ये जो इधर इसने बकचोदी की है ना, अगर ये मरता ना.
After the break.
बिना अल्ट का डायरेक्ट पहला कॉन्टेक्ट लेके मारा वो बे. इतना रिस्की. Cute. Hey! Bunks by just asking to check when is your marriage anniversary every day. You two are too cute and lovely couple. Touch wood. दिमाग में wood ही है उसका. Touch कर दिया मैंने. Thank you Indian Charis bhai. Thank you for the $1,000 मेरी जान के टोटे.
बता मैरिज एनिवर्सरी डेट बता.
एवरी डे प्यार करो, ऐसा करो कि रोज करो.
प्यार नहीं होता.
तू बताना कब है डेट.
मेरे को तो पता है.
मेरे को भी पता है.
पता
मत बता.
क्यों बताऊँ? तू बता ना.
मेरे को पता है.
बोल ना.
मैं क्यों बोलूं?
बता. हाइड करके रखा मैंने चैट. तुम लिखो चैट. उसकी साइड लो. सब उसकी साइड लेते हैं. कोई मेरी साइड नहीं लेता.
मैं हूँ तेरी साइड में. मैं हूँ. मेरे को पता है. तू बता.
मैं क्यों बताऊँ? तू बता ना.
तू बता. 3 साल पुरानी बात कौन याद रखेगा चैट. बताओ 3 साल होने आए कि नहीं आए. फेब में बर्थडे मेरा. तेरा फेब में तेरा बर्थडे. मार्च अप्रैल में किसी का और का बर्थडे. मेरा बाप का बर्थडे.
Really, one side DRX dominant
मेरा
to
भाई का
begin,
birthday.
and then Team Liquid climbing back into it as we get into our Coinbase.
और अगस्त में मम्मी का
See our highlight here,
Feb
Camo.
में
He certainly stepped up towards the
Feb
end
में
of that
मम्मी
first
का
half.
birthday.
Yeah, he didn't like Marco, it seems. Did a
Mummy,
lot of damage
देखो
to him, and no surprise that versus Flashback it's not gone too well. But yeah,
nice
realistically,
month.
this game has been madness. Like, if you split this
हाँ
up,
मतलब नवंबर हो गया, नवंबर fix हो गया, नवंबर fix हो गया, yay!
DRX dominated with their early
गया,
executions, and then you saw the adaptation from Liquid of
अभी
just,
मैं मंद बोला, अभी तू
we're
डेट
gonna let
बोल.
you execute, we're just going to run it down and immediately see the
नहीं
game
नहीं ऐसा नहीं
completely
होता, मैंने एक
flip
चीज बोलूँ
with
तो
what
एक
was
चीज बोल,
an
इक्वालिटी में
excessive
बिलीव
amount
करते
of
हैं
kills
आज
for
के
Flashback at the beginning. He's now only one ahead of Camo. It was actually one of the players that coming into the match I was going, I don't know if this guy's going to be able to match up. Well, I was thinking more so versus Hyunmin, but he has. He's been insane in these last 5 rounds. And well, at 6-6 we said it is anyone's map to take. But this is DRX's pick, so you kind of feel like they're the ones that need to take it now on the defense.
Well, at the halftime, the crowd was certainly with the energy up. The chant was going for the majority of it.
बराबर है ना अभी? बराबर तो आंसर.
क्या नहीं 25 नहीं है.
Diving deep, but
25 रात को 12 बजे.
doesn't have the ability to fall back with that refract. Space taken is committed to.
देख लो, देख
The
रही
B
हूँ
side
मैं.
will be overrun nonetheless. DRX,
अच्छा,
many players nearby. Flank coming through with the deep A main push already from
Love
Quinn,
Indian
but he's
service
got
पे
the
मेरी
same
गाड़ मार
thing
दे.
from Mats as he moves around mid. Hyunmin's there to greet him. And now they can
दो
just
अच्छा shot
pause
मारे
a moment
DRX
for the retake, but they see DRX are spotting this aggression from Team Liquid. They need space on this attacking side, and so it's straight into the spawn they go. Mako there to greet them, and the right click is kind to begin. Is going to drop Bane though and make this a little bit more difficult, but still the advantage with the defenders. Drax boxed in and Kiko.
DRX is back. DRX is back.
Their best work in retake setups. I like how patient they were. A lot of the time you're going to see players get itchy feet, get a little bit over aggressive, want to take a fight on their own. You see the sort of intelligence of Marco at that back position. He waits at the box, gets a first, falls back. He's like, okay, you want to fight me? You've got to swing me. I'm not going to give you that fight once again. And even Bane, okay, he goes down, but he doesn't want to give away anything. They're just waiting for that flank. Patient and control.
तो अभी टाइम है ना.
कैसा टाइम है?
3 हफ्ता है.
भाग रहा है टाइम.
Even getting revenge.
तब तक मेरे को नहीं होगा.
For that first half with his opening pick, but from that point it was just pure
कल
discipline.
कल नहीं.
DRX, you got to think about it. The last 5 rounds, 6 rounds or so, they have cooled down. Players feeling like their shots aren't landing because, well, they aren't. They weren't. But that pistol.
और ये कमो catch.
Build that momentum. That's right back up.
Has Trex got a hero stinger?
Yes, he does.
He had a hero stinger. It's already gone. I guess an attempt to do some damage. That attempt's not going great. It's falling into the hands of Mats. He's going to be the same thing. Back to winning ways. Come on. It is the conversion. This is,
crazy मारा.
at least nowadays, this is about as much of a bonus as you're ever going to see.
Flashback
it is
mood
mostly SMG snipers and only a singular
Flashback
rifle.
mood
Maybe an extra one purchased up, but not much to play with whatsoever for the side of DRX in this round.
Not bad work. Flashback too.
God, babe.
You mentioned it. He was close to triple the kills. The next player
One more question. Where you meet first time? Airport बोलते.
Roughly that position.
वो तो मैं भूल ही नहीं सकता. मेरा सारा vlog भी वहाँ से चालू होता है. Direct.
Turn to momentum.
सारे टेलर. Hey guys, हम airport पे.
Team Liquid now, they've got to find their footing. Rifles come out. This is their round. Advantage in almost every fight that they take. In fact, it should be every.
Got tagged quite low early on.
A stinger.
He's got to be very careful. Flashback. Just popping flashes through as the team look to try and get in. Marco's managed to find one, but his Kiko stepping up.
chaos create कर रहे हैं
Still got to
लोग.
be careful. As said, this is as about
क्या chaos create कर रहे हैं भाई लोग.
Low value weapons, and the more cost that this causes, the more rebuys that are needed, and it's definitely starting to get a little bit shaky.
Why? But it's good bonus. It's good bonus.
Only 2 standing, Mitch. It's not great. He just picked up a
good bonus.
Did he just picked up some
yeah, but
other gun?
that's gone from now 2 rifles being saved to 1 rifle being saved in a stinger.
So this is the thing, we've seen this gradual shift towards having these third rounds be actually very strong with teams, like at least 2 to 3 rifles.
Did he
coming
drop
in.
a phantom? Was he just looking for a better skin? Heart attack, man. Oh no.
Yeah. And you know the best part is, he still has a rifle. It's Camo that has to pay the price.
It's
Camo,
bro, I got a gun for you. I got a gun for you, bro.
क्या?
Swap real quick. There you go.
हाँ क्या? Come on, man. Skin के वजह से हुआ रहेगा.
But for Team Liquid, they win the round that they should have.
फिर से भी
But even up
execute
against
वे
those
फिर
weaker
से भी
weapons,
execute
it being
सीधा.
so close is scary. Camo's gone diving. Stinger in hand. Paranoia sent through, but it finds nothing, and now flashback onto Trex. This is becoming difficult for DRX. They've got full control.
Engagement
Well,
बताओ.
Team Liquid got to respond.
कोई नहीं होती anniversary.
Yeah. They are walking into
इतना
the trap, they're
याद
walking
please.
into the players, and it felt like at least with Camo diving in, there wasn't a lot of follow-up behind it. Maybe hoping somebody would give them a gap elsewhere, but it hasn't
मम्मी
happened.
कहने WhatsApp में.
And now with Nats, Kiko, the last two standing, some would call them camps.
April.
But right now, they're meeting the claws of DRX.
से engagement में सिर्फ April में कर सकता था.
Backside play from Mako. He's going to be the only one taking this fight. Kiko's a chance to isolate it, but it's Mako to take him down. Spike went off the map for a moment, but he's right back up there. Unfortunately, I don't think it makes much of a difference to that. It's about as retrievable either way. Sitting in that laneway.
When did you propose her?
Completely.
Not place.
He knows now there's one coming behind on mid. I mean, at this point,
ये जो 200 रुपए मेरा गांड का वैल्यू 200 नहीं जो मारे जा रहे हो
please the only choice, especially
please Indian Jarvis
the ultimates on DRX, a few close
200 रुपए में मेरे गांड मार रहे हो भाई.
You just don't want them to build up, especially when what you're farming up is a neural
मैंने तो
theft.
propose कब किया?
That's DRX 9 to 7.
chat में लिखा है, देख
पहले बार अपना.
This round went down, especially with already the sting of the sting being brought through.
देख लिया, मैंने भी देखा वो.
Love you,
It's not one because I feel like they've been able to get themselves back into the game without too much help from the coaches so far.
इसलिए मैंने publicly तैयार किया था भाई ताकि public लोग support करें मुझे dates के साथ. मेरा memory वो वाला सुन ले करके.
Nat's ability to IGL. He's definitely been having a terrible game individually.
भाई मेरा scene है memory के साथ मैं क्या करूँ?
Times is a rarity, but coming back in on
भाई
the
देख
map
30 साल हो गए मेरे को अभी तक मेरे मम्मी डैडी का birthday याद नहीं.
Pressure on the IGLs. We saw it at the beginning of the game as well. It started slow, but as DRX progressed,
सुन तू मेरे मम्मी डैडी से ज़्यादा important है क्या?
सुन.
हाँ मेरे को मम्मी डैडी का birthday याद नहीं है. Engagement date कैसे याद रहेगा?
Where ultimately you're not expecting much.
There is something called as calendars in your phone.
I think this is all about nurturing the mental.
तो डाल और Google में सेव कर ताकि हर फोन में जाए वो बूमर कहीं का.
ऐसा बात करने से कुछ नहीं होता है लेकिन ये जेंसी बनने का टाइम कहाँ है? नॉर्मल टोन में बात करना.
डाल उधर.
भाई वो देख क्यों?
तो.
सॉरी.
Why is he not
doing that? This value थोड़ा बड़ा ले तो थोड़ा बस. पहले वाला अच्छा.
मेरे को बोलो. ये बूमर है. डाल उसमें. मम्मी का बर्थडे कब है? पापा का बर्थडे कब है? एनिवर्सरी कब है? मम्मी पापा की एनिवर्सरी पता है? अपनी एनिवर्सरी पता है? मम्मी पापा की एनिवर्सरी.
सेम है भाई हम लोग का एनिवर्सरी के बाद वो लोग का एनिवर्सरी आता है.
बाद. देख लो. फायदा ही नहीं हुआ मम्मी. सेम डेट करके भी फायदा नहीं हुआ.
अरे बाद मतलब हम लोग का 12 बजे वो लोग का 12:01 को है.
नहीं भाई सेम डेट है.
एक मिनट लेट वो लोग ने रिंग करना है.
It's time to stop and take a breath. Now, apply the
मेरे
learnings.
पापा भी एक दांत के बिना हंस रहा रहेगा 100%.
Papa, at least Camo's giving the upgrade, a sort of a payoff of the sacrifice.
Mommy, can you send a pic of Papa laughing without one teeth?
The other ultimates you might want, Paditek's going to have his, Trex has his, so it's the most logical player. But also, you go back to when they were winning those last few rounds of the previous half, it was a lot down to him individually. And there you go, once again, Marco down. There is still another player that they have to deal with. The slow thrown in, but not connected. Refracting back out of the site, but it leaves the teammate alone. Bane has fallen, and Paditek's won a battle with the Ghost.
That he has through the smoke, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Pure spammage in play. Flashback and Fring left with nothing to do. And, well, I guess I misspoke. I said it's about time to apply the learnings in the next round.
भाई आज पूरा दिन क्लोज जा रहा है यार. चैम्प्स सारे गेम चैम्प्स सारे गेम क्लोज ही जा रहे हैं ना देखा जाए तो. हाँ
It does also mean that I never want to see Camo take the light gun again. Yep. Getting the opener.
पहला मैप विनेबल तो था.
I think just again like the usage of that slow hasn't really worked out.
कल Demon 1 खेलेगा.
Because of that, it did leave a little bit to be desired for Hyunmin. Like if you throw that and they're stunned, great. Maybe you take that one. But you jumping into the site, it was a risk, and that risk didn't pay off.
I mean, the risk itself is also just to confirm, like, you've lost Mako, you don't have eyes on sight, you don't want to call it's a fake, so you dive in there to try to
love you, thank you for so much super chats.
Back out. The fact that he gets shot through the smoke like that is quite unlucky. As we get a MasterCard Thrifty from Team Liquid, that could bring them right back into the game. One round behind, and a great correction. The other thing I'll touch on is the fact that, obviously, Camo, sometimes he does have to take that lighter weapon, right? Because in this round, you ain't got anything but the Guardian. Sure, give it to him. But a lot of the time, you're going to be running this with a dive. And if you're diving in with a rifle, and there's a stinger, 30 meters behind you supporting you, it's not going to do very well. We don't have that right-click bind anymore. So it's just one of those things. You can't
long time no see.
He knows. He knows. He knows I love him.
Well, 9-8. Oh, flashback almost gone immediately. He's actually still going, though. He's taken the angle. The spams aren't going to connect because he's already passed the box. I don't know if they're even going to realize, but he doesn't connect. It's not worked out. Not the start they were looking for. And with flashback gone, again, it leaves an opening on the back of this A side.
He might have been able to get away if he hadn't been tagged down at 18 HP at the start of the round. The wall banks here. I think every shot that hit him was through that box. Maybe he'll be a little more cautious of it in future. Pressure on for DRX.
Bring अगर दो मार दिया ना तो कुछ crazy हो जाएगा लेकिन नहीं possible है.
Hyunmin already having to fill in that mid gap. The old pop lets them know. All eyes should be on this choke point. This is the spot. That ring holds on too tightly. They'll eventually fall, but the damage is done. Surely Drex tries so desperately to pull it back. And trade it out as he's brought back in. Drex somehow walks out with 3. He's left on 2 HP, but it's only Mako up against them. Both players low. And the spike still to be planted.
I've seen this one before. A 1v2 chance for Marco. Nats on the other side. This time he delivers. Trex is on just 2 HP. He's had an insane round so far, but needs a little bit more. 20 seconds left. Marco can just opt to play the time.
Double!
2 per faction. A Red Bull clutch. And this time he gets it done 1 for 1.
Respect the Bobby. Thank you. Jarvis, bye.
Very close to getting it on
the initial Jarvis back on chupa de do. Love you. Thank you for the 1,000.
How Trex found so much value. I mean, this round seemed won at this point.
Bait on Paddy.
So
like,
beautiful.
He brings him
By
back.
Trex baap khela
Wait, he was the one that ran through. It was Nats that ran through.
Trex baap khela
He basically realized where Paddy got shot from.
लेकिन सबसे बाप कौन खेला free?
That's actually insane.
मैं बोला ना दो मारेगे मारेगे.
Marco is there to win them the round. The start they were looking for. A lovely dart that goes around the back and makes sure there's no aggression this time. Of course, still economy for Liquid because of the fact that they won on a low buy. Otherwise, they would have been in danger here. They're trying to find a little bit of early spam, but there's still a cam behind them. All the information will be revealed for freeing, but it's when he wants to use it. I think he's waiting for the timing on them actually looking to move. And then he has the chance to get a free kill, but no, instead ends up hunting for info.
Danger ping on mid. Reveal follows it up, confirming the space isn't taken, but they know that Nats was looking for space around there. Clearly expecting this A-hit. Traps already on site. Camo bypassing them. He's up top. Blade somehow hasn't spotted the player on that side. Fring gets the jump on him. Bane with 1, but it's Kiko stepping up for the double, giving Team Liquid a chance to continue drawing pressure. 3 versus 3, but it's Nats going walkabouts that gets punished, walking into the whole enemy team. And with the old pop from Flashback, DRX have all the info.
Trex, I think he's starting to consider whether or not using that Hunter's Fury is worth it, but Kiko going down, it's not anymore. He needs to win a fight or 2. He had a chance to be the hero in a round prior, but lost the clutch to Marco. Now he sat versus 3, but the only thing really on his side is the time. Converges part, he's walked back into it, and now he's in trouble. Shock Dart could go in, but there's not really anything else he can do other than try and stand a bullet or 2. Solid ult usage from DRX, and they will find their way up to 11. I also want to query, was that a stuff from the shadows for Kiko, where he gets those 2 kills? I feel like it wasn't noticed.
Why this caster reacting like this is normal in Pacific killing just one by क्योंकि champions चालू है ना.
That's crazy.
और हर चीज को हाइप नहीं करेंगे तो लोग क्या करेंगे? Oh wow.
Caught in no man's land, isolated by that ult that went through from flashback that got them all that space, got them all the information. A big contributor to the round, as he has been to this game for DRX. 11 to 8 now. A 3-round gap in the battle for the best on Abyss seems to be coming to a close.
अरे entertainment में जोश नहीं रहेगा, then there is no entertainment.
Was the attack side?
रिएक्ट करना पड़ता है.
लोग जब बिग बॉस देखते हो वहाँ पे क्यों देखते हो? चिलम चिली होती है वहाँ
पे.
चिलम चिली.
And then a comeback for Liquid. So I'm not going to count any chickens just yet. Hunter's Fury put through. Camo is completely blinded at the back of the site, and when he does finally escape the Hunter's Fury, he is executed. Already 4 players in a fast rotation from DRX. They've been good at the retakes thus far, but this time they have no plans to retake. And they also have so much control on the other side of the map. Look at the push-up already from Marco. He's so deep on that A-site control that there's absolutely no way back.
This is the problem, I think, though. Look at how many rounds Camo goes diving in, lands, and goes, okay, now what do we do?
Yeah.
There's no one here. What do we do? And that's when DRX execute back out and take him down. They don't have the ability to punish like that when you're Team Liquid because you're playing against Hyunmin. On the way, he's able to constantly get in, land, go, pick up the info, fall back, and then go, hey, what do we do now? And that benefit is, it is leagues above what is being brought to the table by Team Liquid here. And you need to see other ideas. And we're not really. Even there,
100%
goes
down,
down, seconds later, there's still 4 players in main. They're not able to actually do anything about it, and even saving seems to be an impossible task as they get run over by DRX.
मेरे को Prime DRX याद आ रहा है chat.
12 to 8, the score on the board.
Prime
Match
DRX
for DRX on map number 1.
It's actually the fun thing about the composition for DRX is you're going to look at this composition and go, okay, they have one initiator. Look at the way they're playing. It's almost like they have 5. Like you've got every single player in some way or another able to get you information, be it based off ultimates, being based off abilities, or your cam, etc., etc. And they're doing very well to find that out early, like be it an aggressive flashback.
Mood में भाई 2-0 हो सकता है.
Your Mim, be it the same with
NGL 2-0 हो सकता है. NGL man.
For this control. And Liquid are yet to really find an answer. Nats is 2-11, by the way. He has had a really rough time since that.
By है नहीं. Trex का ult है. Trex के ult तो कुछ कर सकते हैं.
I remember we said it was his first impact kill. And, well, depending on how this goes, it may well be his last.
His only.
Of any, yeah, exactly. Of any kind. 4 rounds in a row needed for Liquid. And on this attack side, it is not being kind. This isn't like the first series of the day. It's a completely different flavor. Dive in from Camo. Does well to find one, but an immediate punish comes through. DRX. They are holding strong across the map. It doesn't matter which battleground they have to fight. Full control for the defensive side, and with 40 seconds left, the final thread spraying from the loom on Abyss.
Again, they look like they're running into a brick wall. One player will take the charge, and this time, that one player fighting has actually managed to even up the score. Kiko's done well, but there are still 2 players waiting on the other side. Kiko has TP into his own smoke, just trying to garner a little bit of extra space. Hyunmin is well aware of it, though. When the other 2 players still trapped in main, they want to try and swing this together, and they will, but Marco's still here. 12 seconds left. They know where the remaining players are, but sticking this spot is going to be difficult. Kiko has the body blocker down. Nats is all that remains, and he remains
Let's go!
International stage with a
Pacific.
Yes! Yeltsin said, assistant coach of Team Liquid, he said he wanted to see
DRX
early on here in
Let's go Pacific!
Who is the best Abyss team? Well, we have an answer now. DRX with a phenomenal result in map number 1. Up next is Bind, Liquid's pick after the
W DRX. Yay, dude! Huh? Madam? Hello? 곁에 자우 추.
Now that I'm a mom, things are
곁에
different.
자우 추.
Verizon's different too.
Oi.
We let everyone in my family choose
તમને
different
ચમટ્યા
plans.
નહીં.
We get what we
ઇધર
want
આઈ.
and we save money.
Oi.
Love that for me.
ઓય ઓ ગધેડો ઓ ગધેડો ઓય ને સુઈ ગયું सिटी ऑफ लव ने मेरी गांड मार दी
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
हेलो भाई घर तोड़ दिया भाई लाइक में चैट लाइक कर दो वी आर क्लोज टू 5000 लाइक्स बड़ी अभी आखिरी कप चाय और इजी टू मेरा फ्रेंड
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation.
Finally, we won. Finally.
You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here with Coach Termi of DRX. We saw Flashback and Hyunmin on that double duelist. So just curious if you can tell us about the composition change, especially with recent adjustments to the roster. And can we expect more double duelists from DRX?
이제 어비스에서 투타격대 조합을 기용하셨는데 이 조합을 선택하신 이유도 궁금하고 이번 챔스 로스터에 대한 이야기를 많이 궁금해 하시더라고요. 그 이야기도 조금 더 해주실 수 있는지 투타격대 DRX 더 많이 기대해도 될까요?
이번 챔스를 준비하면서 투타격대를 기원한다고 말씀을 드렸었고 현민 선수와 플래시백 선수가 굉장히 잘 쏘고 좀 파괴력 있는 모습을 보여주기 때문에 앞으로도 좀 많이 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같고 그리고 로스터 관련해서는 주전 선수는 베인 선수가 맞고 원래 에스트라 선수와 같이 8위에 오기로 했었는데 건강상의 문제로 못 온 거라서 네, 팬분들은 좀 오해를 안 해주셨으면 좋겠고.
I mean, we have hinted that we were going to use the double duelist comp before, and you know, Hyunbin and Flashback are doing great on it. So, and they're very aggressive and fierce with it. So I think we made the right call. And originally, Bane is our main roster, and Straya as well. He was supposed to join us, but due to health reasons, he wasn't able to make it. And I hope that the fans don't, you know, get the wrong understanding.
Thank you so much for that answer. 감사합니다. And good luck.
Shout out to Coach Tammy for the insight there. From one coach to another, we're joined by Coach Faded from Team Vitality. Welcome.
Appreciate you guys having me here.
Nice to have you here.
Definitely quite an experience in this arena, so.
What did you make of the games today? Have you had time to watch?
I mean, I didn't get really to watch the first game, but or the first matchup. But even this Abyss in itself, I think it was a really good game. I think the game plans, you could kind of see what was going on, and DRX definitely had the upper hand in it. So, you know, definitely exciting to watch.
Are you getting a little bit of FOMO?
I definitely am. I think it kind of goes back to when we played DRX in Bangkok, and you know, it kind of had a little bit of a flashback there.
Wow. He fits right in.
Crazy
right in. Yeah.
But no, I mean, you know, on that note, like Flashback was played insane this map. You know, I honestly thought Hyunbin was going to be one of the biggest factors, but the way that Flashback kind of took control of this map was really good, so.
Yeah, it was indeed. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, but for now, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, and of course, end of this one, it goes to DRX with this round 6.
Yeah, DRX ran a lot of these B main execs. This one used
to
getting in there, but I know, Fid, you want to talk a little bit about how they were beating out Team Liquid, who were going for these B retakes a lot.
Yeah, I think in the beginning, you saw that Liquid was kind of trying to set up for this retake pattern. Before the timeout, it seemed like they were kind of disconnected. Once they kind of got on the same page, you could see that they were playing more aggressive in the A main and fast rotations, so that they were actually in place in time to play the retake value really well. But I think DRX did a really good job of trying to manipulate the map, and they usually ended up on the B side. And you know, honestly, the DRX's attack was not as strong as I thought it was going to be, but it was still pretty effective.
Yeah, they run into some roadblocks when Team Liquid stopped playing, you know, more passive retake and just started running all of the aggro looks through B main, through mid, and whatnot. But I think the combination of those early rounds going very well for DRX, and then of course on the defense, getting so many rounds was just wild.
We're not used to seeing that after the match one, are we? But we kind of set this up
There
as
is
whichever
no
team wins
lost
on Abyss
match
will
at any
definitively take the crown as the best Abyss team in this entire tournament. Faded, would you agree? Were these the two best teams you were expecting, or is there a third sneaky challenger?
I think they are probably the top contenders for Abyss. I'm a little biased. I think like G2 is generally good on a lot of maps, especially when they have time to prepare. But
मेरे को G2 देखने के लिए मेरे को लग रहा है G2 मैच फ्लॉलेस जीतने वाला है ये
matchups. So
I'm throwing MIBR in there.
Okay, that's a bold choice, to be sure. I do think I want to highlight Flashback a little bit, because I think when DRX were so good on this map back in the past, that was with Flashback in a completely different role. He was playing the Cypher for the team. Now he comes in second duelist here on the Yoru and was absolutely dominating round after round.
He was, and Liquid had problems dealing with him, but let's see if Lohan has the fix and hear what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Coach bolte
Nika here once again, and we've got Lohan of Team Liquid. Now I'm very curious because we knew we were going to get this Abyss showdown. When it was you two teams, we knew we were going to get this showdown. And I'm really curious how you were able to prep on this map, especially against DRX. You guys are the top 2 teams in the world on this map, especially knowing that we haven't seen it in some time. How does that kind of prep continue over into Bind, which hopefully you guys will come back on?
For Abyss specifically, we don't have as much time to remember how to play the map. Unfortunately, they played the comp that we never practiced against. I think on defense, we managed to actually show some of the adjustments that were needed. And on attack, honestly, I think we just rushed a bit of the decisions. First game on stage. So I understand that was a bit shaky. I'm pretty sure, I'm quite confident that the next map will be doing better, honestly. And I think we're prepared.
All right, eager to see it, and then good luck.
Biceps day में ये होता है.
Well, they don't have a choice. They have never lost on Abyss before. They suffer that loss. But Bind are Faded. I think you're very equipped to tell us. It's so iconic. Liquid's Bind is so iconic in EMEA. And why do you think that is? What can the global fans expect from their Bind?
I think their protocols, especially on the defense, is very, very solid. You know, I think most, most regions, the attack is usually the stronger side. But I think the way that they're controlling the defensive aspects, they have, flash reclears. They have a lot of different good protocols, TP usages, these kind of things that make the map a lot more difficult for the attackers to actually play around. You know, we definitely scrimmed them a lot, and we played against them, and we've seen it too as well. They're very, very solid and confident.
And they've always said that Trex calls on the defense.
Try 48.5 is better, हाँ क्या?
Having worked with him, what's it like to have him on a defense side and be vocal?
Trex is very, very good at reading what the opponents are going to do, and I think, you know, especially the way that Liquid's put trust in him, it's a very smart decision. And you know, I think Trex is kind of that difference maker that can make the opponent team question themselves.
They're doing it again. That is crazy.
Wow, okay.
On the Waylay here as well. I mean, you'll see a lot of the Rays in that slot and comps that look exactly like this. I still lean towards Rays as being the stronger pick on the map, but you can't deny that Yunman was very effective on the Waylay on Abyss.
Yeah, what's this comp like on Bind, Faded? Do you like this?
I do actually like it a lot. We were testing the Waylay out a lot in like the couple past splits, and I think there's a lot of effective use cases. I remember when Liquid was actually using it on Icebox, for example, they were trying to use Waylay as a space gainer so that you can kind of set up for deeper execution.
भाई इसकी माँ का बड़ी फाल्कन्स का ये भी टीम है डॉट्स का अब जगह है बे वो लोग
afterwards and be able to, you know, get those frags
Vele
kind of clear
bullshit dude. Vele अच्छा है but not as a single duelist.
A Heaven, for example, and I think
जब Vele launch हुआ था तब भी मैं बोला था कि अगर double duelist Vele सिम जो है ना
be looking at here in the first half for DRX.
बहुत बाप है.
If Team Liquid are going to go to a map 3, I have to focus on Nats. This is a map he's usually so proficient on. This is his map, and Game 1 was not by any stretch of the imagination. I need to see my go back on the stage here if we're going to a third.
Yeah, my worry is they couldn't, you know, they couldn't foresee the Waylay Yoru. Maybe they can now on Bind. Unfortunately, Durka is not casting, but I believe we have Mitchman and Sassy.
Almost there, Yinsu. Almost.
ये जाएगा
we'll
3
get
maps
him on
100
one day.
2-0 तो नहीं
Tom,
होने
this is the same as the previous
Liquid
map.
का
Two
best
very
map है.
different ideas in terms of what comps are being brought to bear.
पूरा movie
But
बना
what we
दिया
saw in
video.
map number 1, it seemed like DRX had cracked the code to Abyss, certainly to playing against Team Liquid. And now, do you think it's going to be the same on this map?
I think that Liquid are going to be a lot more comfortable. I think you could
Guys,
tell
any
that
side
they
which
really
give
didn't
discount
have
on
their
Valorant by
protocols in
going
place
by
when it came to Abyss.
चुपचाप 10
At the
रुपए
same
extra
time,
करके normal ले लो.
DRX had clearly
Third
done
party से
prep
लेने के
into
बाद
even their old
fourth party
competition
ना हो
where
जाए
certain
तुम्हारे
trips
account
were
के
being
साथ. समझ रहे
placed.
हो?
They will have done a lot of prep. They have, at least in the last few months, 5 matches of Bind to watch of Team Liquid. So definite opportunities. This is the man I'm looking at, though. Because I don't think I've ever seen Nats have 2 maps that bad, ever. And this is his map.
This is the one. The recovery for Team Liquid. Yunmin back to his old tricks. Flashback there alongside him, and Yunmin with his 3rd kill of the round. His 2nd. DRX in a 5 versus 2. This has gone downhill very quickly. There's your stats powered by AWS. 24.6% of the time, Team Liquid are getting the spike views, and in a 2v5, I imagine that stat's even worse.
This is going to be
And believe भाई वो लोग double flash किया फिर भी फूटे बे वो लोग.
to try and break back into. It's mostly going to come down to mistakes, and I want to give credit in the last map as well to DRX. They weren't really making silly errors. They were looking like a well-oiled machine, and well, it is a flawless pistol round to kick things off. I believe that's 3 for 3 as well in terms of the pistols so far this game.
One of the things to look at as well on this B and A site when we get back in game, I challenge you, look at the map and think about the differences between this and Abyss. On Abyss, it's a lot of open space. It's a lot of long laneways approaching the site. When you dive in, getting back out is so valuable. Here,
क्या मार रहा है भाई
उनमें? Dive into corners, into crevices, and fight his way back out alongside his teammates. That's what we see here in the pistol, and I think that's what we're going to see in some of the future rounds as well, especially if it's combined with some flashes from the
PCW Gaming पूरा Pacific WA बे
This is a
यार
very
है.
difficult composition to play against.
इसलिए
Team Liquid
Pacific
certainly have their work cut out for
best
them.
region to watch है बे.
Yeah, they're kind of unlucky that they are the team.
ऐसा खेलते ना unorthodox.
Go into the next game and study
चलो घुसो strat.
what their opponents are doing. They've got to adapt on the fly. And well, a very aggressive start to this round. Camo's the only
मैं
one
बोला ना
really invested
यही
anything
strat है
into
बे
it.
Liquid को आने को.
Bucket.
पीछे देख के घुसने का.
Very, very passive hold from the side of DRX. You can
Yay
kind of
strat
understand why,
है
but this
best
time it's a little
strat
bit
to
different to
defeat
the last
Liquid.
fight we saw in
Flank
their bonus.
करेगा.
They were going heavy on those SMGs, and sure, they've got one, but a couple of pistols
Speed
mean
दुका के
that
घुस रहे
they
बे.
can afford casualties, but also in the next round, they'll be able to afford some extra rifles as well.
भाई smoke दिख.
Last time it was all about securing that
हाँ?
second.
They're so ready
Push
for it.
करोगे.
With so much range.
Flank करोगे.
Now they can afford to have those weaknesses, if you want to even call them that. Certainly not in this fight. There's the Bucky. Finding one difficult to use when you're having to reclaim space, but they'll at least get off to a good start.
Brimstone का पोजी देखो. Brimstone का पोजी देखो. Timing ले सकते हैं Brimstone.
Kiko might be able to grab something. Bane is not aware of him by the looks of things and comes to clear it and loses his life. Camo with another. This is now getting very dangerous. What's left is still Hyunmin. He has been huge, and Mako really heated up towards the end of the last map. It's Hyunmin to find one, to fall back now, create the space, force uncomfortable fights. It's a classic and a Bucky. All you gotta do is make sure you're far away, but Nats taking down Mako, puts the pressure on Hyunmin. Defuse underway, Bucky guarding short, and it's Camo third! An immediate response from Team Liquid in round number 2.
Don't know why you're looking at me like I can explain what I've just seen.
A Bucky and what, 4 classics? They didn't even have a sheriff, did they?
The thing is, okay, the Bucky is bad, but it's more so where the Bucky was. Like, it was playing in showers, and they planted in towards that A short position. Like, the fact that he's able to go into the smoke, kill a man, and then push all the way back in. Like, these are fights that you should never, ever, ever win with a Bucky or a classic. It makes no sense. And, well, I guess I'm eating my
चलो
words
भाई
from
map 3 चलो.
prior round about
मैंने सब देख लिया.
overextension, because I definitely felt like there were some silly mistakes. Early attempt at a response. Note that they didn't buy back in
चलो
with
भाई map
those
3. भाई PRX
rifles.
हुक्का
They've
फ्लड
gone
है.
with some SMGs instead, keeping their economy good.
PRX हुक्का फ्लड
Hopefully
है.
for the next round. But just look at what's on the other side. It is full rifles for Liquid. Huge boost to economy.
Oh yeah, I mean, losing the pistol, winning second is about as good as it can go, especially when you didn't even invest into the second. It wasn't a force fight. Up close, Hyunmin, flashback.
You gotta win third.
This is getting scary. Yeah, it's all about building that economy early for Liquid and how strong they look, but hell, if you lose this round, we're right back to square one.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice
Bro,
nade
kya
alongside a
speed,
snake
kya
bite and a
nade.
poison orb. It's a freebie on range. Drex is dominating, and it will end in favor of Liquid.
बाप रे.
Sure. But the 2-1
क्या
lead
spams
nonetheless,
मारे
it's better than
भाई.
they got on map 1.
I could already tell this game's going to be hectic. Already a few rounds into bind, and it's looking exciting.
क्या हो रहा है भाई?
This is the sort of power of that double dive into the site. It just creates so many
ये
awkward
बाप रे
spots.
combo हुआ बे
Players to
उसके
try and
साथ.
fight within.
ये ले spam.
But Trex again, he definitely had his moments.
W round.
But the fact is, his multi-frag was necessary in this round. And now, well, this is where DRX finally have rifles of their own.
Shot.
They're not afraid to let Liquid know.
Shot.
An immediate headshot from Flashback. Puts this into a 5v4. That was the orb claimed by Camo. He's got himself a showstopper for the next round. And this would be the exact round you wanted in. Good
भाई लेकिन हिल नहीं रहा है. Liquid का read pro max है.
The push in towards
Not be like मैं अकेला ही देखूंगा.
dangerous. Point of contact is going to be Trex, but he is baiting for Kiko in the corner. The problem is he goes down, so now they don't have to clear that right side, and Prowler comes in. That's Kiko shut down. DRX are walking their way into this site. Patatek, the only one standing in their way now, and a flash, sure to blind him. He dodges it just about, and at least
swing को मार दिया था
more.
उसने.
It looks like an impossible position for Nats, who's coming off the back of pretty
है
rough start.
भाई ह्यूनमिन है भाई ह्यूनमिन जो उसके एंगल में घुस के जो मारा है ना ह्यूनमिन ने भाई क्रेजी मारा है ह्यूनमिन ने
Holding together. And while making his way through that
भाई
smoke
क्या
was never
गेम चल
going
रहा
to
है? एक
happen.
तेरा
An immediate
एक तेरा एक
response
मेरा
from DRX, and after a
Huh?
costly round, it's going to put Liquid on the back burner here.
ये तो शॉट था ह्यूनमिन का बाप था ये बाप था भाई वो बाप शॉट था भाई
Trex
ह्यूनमिन
gets
का
so unlucky. I think if he can actually fall back inside hookah, there's a good chance. Combining with Patatek down on site, they've got the flashes for the re-clears after the initial fight. Or the support on the re-swing.
DRX.
But him going down, it just makes it impossible. The extra Prowler, instead of going right, goes left, catches Kiko. And the pieces of the puzzle start to come together for DRX. Now, Showstopper we mentioned for Camo, but again, then look at the round we're in. It being online so early,
they've got a Bucky, what do you mean?
Oh, good point, actually. I didn't think of that. They don't have a rifle anymore. That's going to have to be retrieved. But on the other side as well, if anything goes wrong, DRX have got 2 big ultimates to get them right back into the game.
I'd be surprised if they need them.
They shouldn't.
But
timing pro
it really does feel like, especially going back to the last map and this one, it feels like they've maybe just spent the entirety of that extra break they had just aim training. Like everybody's looking so crisp on the DRX side. Flashback on that duelist has been impressive. Hyunmin still
best
firing.
player in the world of the Asia
At least in this map so far, there hasn't really looked like a weakness. Already going to spot the player on site. Now Kiko has been able to at least retrieve that singular rifle, but waiting for him to make that move.
Methodical, एकदम step by step आगे जाके info लेके मार रहे
This time dives in, takes info, falls back, and it's his teammates to execute on the back of that information. Kiko's being very patient. Not swinging out, and it's a good thing too. Wraps back around to meet up with Trex, finds Flashback. It's a good start, but still, that bookie on Trex, he needs something else. And in fact, up close, he might have a chance of punishing Hyunmin. They've heard the bookie fire. Hyunmin's down to 30. The Trex is all alone. This round already done. I guess the question was, could he get any more? And the answer is a resounding no. 3-2. DRX right back in the lead.
Yeah, and they keep both of those ults, more importantly. It's only a singular player loss. It's just a straight spam through. Angles known, and then patience. Similarly to the last map on this defensive side, we've seen those attempts. But it seems like this squad led by Marco have been very comfortable in just sitting back, taking those individual fights. This is where we wait to see if there's a response. Now, something that Liquid love to do is this deep smoke, deep flash, pressure down. And that's what they look to do again.
DRX are ready for it, but the showstopper causes issues. The flash is perfect from Trex.
Sexy
and we saw this on the previous map as well. Sometimes they just want to take the fight to you. Defensive side, but
W push,
they're playing the attack.
I'll be honest, if you've ever watched Liquid play this map, you've seen that strat. They absolutely adore it. The second you see that smoke going down deep, you have to be wary. A lot of teams will even play behind that box all the way back deep towards the spawn just to have a safe spot, but they did not do that. You could see how blind the players were on the other side. Even escaping wasn't really an option. A set play that's successful, and in fact, they're going to take early space on that side of the map again.
DRX में गया करते हैं कभी ना कभी सब लोग करते हैं.
You know what? I don't want that heat. We're going elsewhere.
जैसा लोटस में वो होता है ना BRC crunch वैसा ये सेट प्लेस रहता है.
The first flash it catches 1 or 2. There's still 2 players ready to fight.
कि हर बार वो बिलम स्मोक डालता है ना हर बार बिलम स्मोक डालता है ताकि इन्फो कट करे.
And that's when the Gecko flash wins them the round. Great utility coming out of Team Liquid, but DRX now, still with rifles, still with those big ultimates, one away from Spring having the Viper's Pit, and it's going to be Orbital Strike immediately, covering off that backside of Lamps as they go in to clear it. Plank can now be secured. Spans through the smoke, always going to be dangerous. Trex finding that extra information and clearing out all this space, but when they see so many of the players from Team Liquid flooding into the A site, ults being committed, the TP is taken, and DRX go all the way into the B site. Easy plan.
The blue fucking rotations, bro.
Yeah, and look at the ults they have as well. Convergence path can completely stun up the players. That's immediately going to be used in back. That's 3 players that are just stuck in the spawn. The nade has been used just to try and quell any aggression, but
save, buddy.
DRX have no interest. Oh, we got a 5v4. We don't need to take the risk. Zeeka's used on the other side to garner that extra little bit of space, but now the Viper's Pit hits onto the spot. This is a losing battle, or so it seems. Liquid somehow striking back. But it's an immediate double. And the leaves one. Freeing. He should be able to deny the first. Needs to at least try, and has done so, but Nats is there in response.
Oh my god,
time-wise, there will be.
Oh, it's close!
Oh, just about enough. But a fantastic retake from Liquid. As said, Convergence path, Viper's Pit, and somehow they make their way back in.
I thought that was perfect play from DRX, to be honest. Hyunmin putting the ult down, it's very reminiscent of the Visals buying them time.
They were under a second off.
Yeah, 0.7. But that's spam from Nats. And then the invasion of the pit. That's what makes the difference. Team Liquid take the lead 4-3 now. And for DRX, it's a costly loss as we get back into the game. You'll see the economy there. It's not looking pretty. They're going to have to take a light buy. And unless there's a miracle on their side, that's a 2-round lead for Liquid. What a back and forth game this has been. We'll see if momentum and fate will finally choose a side.
I don't think so. From everything we've seen so far in this match.
Game of tennis.
It seems like we're going to spend the whole game on juice. And only a final advantage will be found at the end. Again, the Stinger has been a real irritation.
Combo?
For Liquid. Nade will do some damage onto Marco, but he will be able to escape post-plant with a Molotov, a Seize as well, a Snakebite. Like, they've got some post-plant utility to play with here. They don't, however, have guns.
Yeah, with the pistols, you think you even want to put that Viper's pit in. It's usually not the play. Baiting out that utility already, you can see Grim Molly goes up, and it takes so long to land. They've got so much time, and it doesn't matter! They're doing it with the pistols! The MasterCard Thrifty! I thought they got enough utility to buy time to make it close, but that was anything but close!
Chalte, chalte, moonwalk headshots!
About choosing a side and finally building back into the game, getting some momentum. I think it was immediate 1-2 punch. I think even they're surprised as to what's just happened. Yeah.
I was looking at the utility belt for a second. Oh, they've also got Never.
That's
incredible.
Wow, Liquid are going to take themselves a pause. You can understand why they win.
Oh my
a close
God,
round.
chat.
Immediately just get
DRX
decimated by pistols.
right now has won
Unable to
the
really
half.
get going.
4
Funnily enough, I
rounds,
think the biggest
more
streak they
than
would have
enough.
had is in that the end of the
More
first
than enough
half
in bind.
of the first map.
As a race,
Where they
man.
brought it back to 6-6. It wasn't even
This
them
is a
taking a lead. It was just that was the streak, and then every
defensive
time
map. Super
DRX have
duper.
had some form of combo breaker. As we said, it looked like the build up to that round was all about.
Cancer में देखो तो 10 man. Chat we are close to 5k likes. जिसने like नहीं कर दिया है, like कर दो
I
मेरी
said,
जान
I
कर
think they've
दो.
just been practicing their aim for the last month. That's what it looks like.
I think you might have hit the nail on the head there, Tom. That,
Give me the deathmatch routine. That's all I'm going to say.
Drop it. Drop it right now. DRX should have been 5-3 down. They really should have. And running through a smoke against any weapon, it's always dangerous, but you don't expect them to just pop off like that.
Yeah.
Every shot landing. Every Sheriff finding its mark, and an immediate Viper's Pit going to come through here from Team Liquid. You can already see it being set up. Prowler forces Nats back, but no one's there to take the space.
This does make me a little bit nervous.
मैं बोलूँ क्या करना चाहिए मालूम है shower सारे shower जाओ और इसके pit में
over
fade
the
out.
pit. That's why they have a player in the back line.
W round हो जाएगी, W round.
To almost try and defend off his teammate from behind, but there's a lot that can be utilized. And Trex, again, he's played this somewhat off angle before, but they have been ready and waiting. And I like the fact this time he's falling back. We've seen him challenge this before, and it has not really worked out.
Going back to the A side, you know, it's still an option.
Yep.
You really got to be going through bathroom if that's the play. And DRX are leaving that door open by moving towards B long. If they meet too much resistance, but 45 seconds left. Dash comes in, Refract online, first player spotted, stunned as well. Now they can try to close in that distance. That's exactly what they're doing. Trex under so much pressure. Panatic tried to help him out, but the ends up falling in the hands of Mako. And DRX, they're pushing into this side. Forward for the decoy. Everything going the way of the attacking side. Since they pulled those Sheriffs out of the last, and Team Liquid, the Snakebites landed a little bit of damage. Great. But it's time to save these weapons. No contest. It's 5 for DRX.
Nothing that can really be done at this stage. And a solid use of, I believe it was the Saturate, right? That bounced off the back and just left Trex in an awkward position. You can understand Paditek's response. Okay, I want to swing. I want to try and help my teammate out.
Wanted to know why no teams ever choose Reyna as an agent.
From then onwards, it just seemed like the second they have even the slightest of opening, this composition just allows DRX to just steamroll into the site.
समझ में आ रहा है जीते कौन चैंप्स है ना?
I was watching the entire time they've been saving. He has been rattling off words. I don't know what's being said, but big changes for Team Liquid. A lot of holes in the ship right now. A lot of wooden planks needed. Because the thing is, you say about DRX, they're hitting their shots. They won the round with the pistols, but here, Team Liquid aren't. Right, Trex is obviously, I can forgive his position. He's trapped in a tiny corner. The stun just about fading. But Paddy caught in this transitional period between taking the fight and falling back. It's an easy pick. We can't see it be fed to DRX like this. 2 rounds in a row and a chance for an 8-4 half. With how these rounds are going, with where the economy's at for Liquid, it should at least be a lead for DRX in the end, with ults online for the next. Mainly looking at Mako, he should have that orbital strike. And no one's close on Team Liquid. Oh, I thought that's an info dive. He's full committed. Still
he's
go back.
Sticking it for now. He is going to try and go back, and there isn't really anybody that can punish from this angle. It's a solid start, though. Nats now goes down. But bear in mind, there were some severe weaknesses, and now Camo's coming in from behind. He could just end this round, but it's whiffy! It's really whiffy. Luckily, he's got Kiko to back him up, and Trex has managed to find one with a ghost. It doesn't end up going wrong for Liquid, but it very nearly did.
So yeah, DRX hit all their shots. Sometimes for Liquid, that's not the case. Might be the most egregious example that we've ever seen, and good luck to Camo living that one down. But 5-5 nonetheless. The rest of the team was able to pick up his mess, I'll say. And we may still see a neck-and-neck half. The game of Deuce continues. But what a chaotic set of rounds we have. The ult popped, it was full focus from them, but the reaction from Hyun Min, finding one, the 180 as a bullet whizzes past him, and
I think the close POV we saw of Nats there just shows the chaos of the comp, though. Like, he's having to full 180 to shoot out the haunt and then turn back in time to be able to shoot flashback. And he did that. Fair play to him. Like, his reactions were impressive, but they are making what is normally his home turf an awkward place to play. And we'll see if he can do it in that second half. There we go. Finally, there's been a missed shot on the other side of things, and Camo gets a little bit of revenge. Poetic justice, you could say. However, there's always a response. That was incredibly clean from freeing Nats. I don't even know if his head was fully showing.
Well, it was found on the other side nonetheless. There was redemption for Camo to start, but Nats, same old thing. This time less utility involved. It's just a straight-up duel that he loses. DRX, that's a equalization in terms of numbers. It makes this A site much more vulnerable. Only now Trex is swinging out to try to clear that position on short, and I think he's seen some of them. Camo now turns to fight those players, and that's Fring is going to be striking. Oh, doing damage as Hyun Min finishes them off, but Kiko does well to at least find himself two, leaving it onto Bane. Spike down, 15 seconds. That plant needs to be secured now.
Flash over the top. Second comes out from Sky. This is forced Bane into an awkward position, or maybe not. Trex has gone for the fight, and this time Bane, again, he's just going to stick it out. Eventually gets caught by the wingman. He must have been running around for a few seconds.
Oh my god!
He was just about to run out, and he caught a lock-on. He found the player.
Wingman ne round bacha liya.
Wingman POV is that an option?
I'm not sure.
Like, Trex was dead for ages.
W Wingman
Bay. 6-5 for Team Liquid, and MVP of this round may well be that Wingman. There he goes, running it down.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I feel bad for Bane. I feel bad for him. Like, he did so well in that clutch.
You know the problem there? Crosshair placement. He's trying to headshot the Wingman. And he's short. 6-5.
Is that what happens when someone tries to headshot you?
Anyway,
into the round, an aggressive start, a low weapon or two, and an immediate usage of that orbital strike, a pacey hit, and well, it's gone right past, spotted the players, one of them already being stunned up, and the the fight back. Binks revenge, as he will find a double. Freeing in position, they need to clear him, and they have. Gives them a chance.
Michael and Bane are solo. Nightfall goes through. Both players spotted up there. Info to play with, but Hyun Min, the man with the weight of the world on his shoulders now, his teammates have forced into a fight. The odds aren't looking to be in their favor, but time is ticking. Waiting for the Nightfall to fade. The flash out sees no one. Close left clear, worried about long. Nats finding Mako, but it's Hyun Min finding himself the first, and Bane
W,
6.
Hunmin crazy खेल रहा है. Hunmin crazy खेल रहा है.
A really
Hunmin is playing out of his mind.
Once again, and an incredible half of VALORANT. 6-6 as we stick it out. And honestly,
language,
the way this is going, it is looking like it's going to be potentially, Mitch, one of the all-time greats.
One enemy remains.
Certainly one hell of a start here on Bind. We've seen some long games, and if it keeps up, well, we might be adding this one indeed. You talked about the bounce back of Nats as well, and he has certainly looked good. But Tom, I've had enough of hearing from you. I want to go down to the main.
God of the Goaters!
Turkey, welcome to Paris. It's a pleasure to welcome you here on Vitality's home soil. Thank you for being there. First of all, I think the fans appreciated you coming here, even though you're not playing. How does it feel, having people cheering for you everywhere you go?
Feels amazing. We have a lot of fans here, and even though we didn't play here, I think we got still a lot of support. A lot of fans come in asking for pictures, signature, and stuff. So it's really nice. Merci les gars.
Merci les gars. And I think everyone is happy to hear this. Donc qu'est-ce que ça fait finalement d'avoir des fans qui viennent te soutenir ici, même quand tu ne joues pas. Ça fait très plaisir. On espéra aussi faire mieux. Merci les gars, comme il le dit si bien. Second question. Merci. I was wondering, are we rooting, EMEA, or is there any player in DRX that you want to see winning?
मैं दूंगा मर्जी तेरे को, टेंशन नहीं.
I think my first initial prediction was like 2-1, but now it kind of gets tough,
So you would say Liquid still?
Yeah.
Okay, rooting for Team Liquid. Du coup, qui est-ce que tu soutiens entre Team Liquid et DRX? On est toujours du côté de l'EMEA, donc on soutient l'EMEA. Thank you very much. Merci, DRK. And let's see if Team Liquid can take the win. Let's get back to the game.
Hey, merci les gars.
Well, it's good to see one of my favorite co-casters down there in the crowd. We had fun earlier, and his predictions came through. He was talking a big game about Hyun Min, and that man has certainly delivered here today. I mean, just a stellar performance from him. But there's been plenty of heroes down on the server as we get into the Coinbase Econ report at halftime.
Yeah, for sure. It is looking maybe the most even you're ever going to see it. It's crazy as well that you think about how Hyun Min has been playing, and Nats is yet to damage him. He's just been flying over the top and is unable to really catch the man. It's like trying to catch smoke. He just disappears every time you get close. Even still, though, level at the half. And this is the map, this is the half where we talk about this man as the best in the world. Like, I don't think there's many arguments to be had in that respect. His positioning, especially towards that A side of the map, has always been problematic. But as I said, preparation we've seen from DRX going into this game, the difficulty they've caused with this comp, I am very intrigued to see if they can finally beat Nats.
Well, he certainly had a good bounce back, as we saw there in the stats from the previous map, where he was being shut down at every turn. A couple of rough openings, but for the most part, this has been night and day. Deep play from Team Liquid, not afraid to get aggressive, and the full site's already cleared out. They're starting to get an inkling. DRX were doing something. There's no reason to leave A this open, so they expect the flank to be coming through. In fact, Nats expects the flank to be coming through. In goes the snake bite. He will be caught. Push up, but Kiko's watching his back. Team Liquid, a double opening, a 5 versus 3.
Is always
they know
risky,
that Mako's here as well. Ooh, but Nats has been tagged extremely low. It's an easy cleanup. But time is ticking.
Yeah, there's so much left to do. Not much left to do it with. The players in lamps are going to cause serious issues, and at this point, it's all about orbs. The clock is far too low already, and Marco, well, he's going to at least clean up a few, do a little bit of extra damage, but that is all she wrote. It will be Liquid taking their first pistol round of the series. We'll see if that is a turning point for them in this map. From what I've seen so far, probably not.
I have absolutely no faith. We've already seen second rounds go the way of the team who lost the pistol. We started it out that way, and for DRX, with the shots they've been hitting, I don't think anything in this match is guaranteed. It is a game of uncertainty. We came in with questions, one of them being who's the best Abyss team, and maybe now we've got an answer, but who's the best team? That's still up for debate. Still up for discussion. Still competition. One round up. This should be housekeeping. It should be easy. A chore, an uncomfortable one sometimes, but not a difficult one.
They are currently walking into a 4-man stack, and well, now that 4-man stack's coming to them. The defense trying to put the pressure on, but Kiko, he is not crumbling. Clean as you like.
Deathmatch के लिए भाई उसने
in EMEA all
भाई
season.
क्या aim है ये?
And the crowd calling for an ace. I will say he is about as far away from freeing as humanly possible. You'd have to have the greatest teammates on the planet, and I will say they can only afford one death here, so I kind of hope that they're not throwing their weapons away for him to get an ace.
Well, actually, Camo might not have a choice. He's out here on long. He's 7 HP. A single shot from freeing will take him down, and that's exactly what happens. Damage on to Kiko as well. Lined up with Patatek. Chance for the ace is there, but we've seen it before. Patatek stealing the ace.
Crazy.
I don't think he could see the guy, but you know, I guess.
Never have shot.
Yeah,
लेकिन
unfortunate.
लगा पर ही है प्यारे
This is the sort of stuff you want to see from Kiko. Sure, it's up against pistols, but when he's on, he is a force to be reckoned with, and he is on most of the time.
Yo, Gio, you're the bag. Wow.
Crazy मारा
Waluigi for a second.
I like this Poison Orb. That's really nice from Team Liquid, using them to avoid the haunt that goes down early. Now Bane thinks that that angle should be clear, at least for a little bit longer, and he goes down to Jet. Camo's there to greet him. Most of the squad of Team Liquid is there, waiting for that peak. All the while, they drag these rotates from DRX towards the B side, a mass exodus of A, and they can just go walking back. The space hasn't been taken, though. There are players outside A, but no one has filled it in.
But also look at freeing. He just tags so desperately
गाड़ी
low,
कब
so
करियर
it's
कर
not
रहा
like
है
he
अच्छा
can
वो
now
चैट
go
मिस किया
jump,
था ना
peeking, jiggle,
क्यों याद
peeking,
दिला
swinging angles, because a stray bullet, hell, even the
घड़ी
Tiger
तो
can
है
take him out
वक्त
at this
बदल
stage.
जाएगा
He's got to be incredibly careful, and that's not really what is needed. In fact, they've had to gamble a second player over to this side of the map. And well, the Tiger's not going to finish him off. We'll see if somebody on the Liquid roster will.
Yeah, the Fangs didn't find him. But they're going to be aware of this position. His best play, wait for the rest of the team. Try to take advantage of the chaos. Hope that Liquid try to respond to the retake by pushing into his space. He can land that shot. But it's a passive play from Team Liquid. Not much utility left, and I think that's certainly of note at this point. Post plant isn't really that much of an option, not as deep as we'll see with this comp a little bit later on, I'd imagine. But Camo does well to find not their first of the round, but their first of the retake, a 3 versus 5. And the question for DRX, do we go for it? Do we risk these weapons with such little economy? And the answer is a clear no.
Straight up GG.
They're running for the hills, and Team
Straight up
Liquid
Liquid too strong.
pushing
Liquid too
up
strong.
to 9.
Yeah, it's kind of a brutal scenario for them. They get absolutely played by the Poison Orb, which I'll say as well, with how powerful a post-plant tool that is a definite read from Liquid. That is them going, okay, they're going to try and get early info.
DRX का भी अच्छा है.
Maybe they throw that haunt up high, as we've seen so many times. We hide within that Poison Orb. It's not the same as a sky smoke falling down, which is a very clear indicator that that has been avoided.
Shout out दे दिया बे.
And then because of that, they get that early pick, but also do enough damage on the other side of the map that I was actually looking at the contact point of where freeing was in lamps. If he swings, Camo is looking the complete opposite way and no one could cover him. But he doesn't have the HP to swing anymore. That was the one opening they had back into the site, and the second they lose another player, it's done. Like, you have to just retreat. Clearly feeling the pressure a little bit. We've spoken about Liquid streaking rounds together has been a tough thing to do, bar that first half of Abyss. Well, now that they've managed to win this one,
let's go Liquid.
DRX are feeling the pressure.
वो वाइपर और वाला स्टार्ट भी बाप था स्मोक करके डबल ब्लाइंड करके पूरा साइड लेने का भी स्टार्ट बाप था सिर्फ एक साइड स्मोक और एक हेवन स्मोक किया था उन्होंने और सारे शॉट
But with 3 rifles saved, they've still got a decent chance at what will be a mixed buy or a light buy. They have a decision to make. How much do they invest into this? The ones with rifles, a little bit more, leaving themselves with less for the next.
Does that mean a force? कब है? Don't know the message. Next month होगा सीधा अभी. October.
It's definitely not pretty. That's the other problem is you save all these guns and you feel the need to reinvest into your utility. It can kind of create this offset of never really having a particularly decent buy if you don't manage to make this work. So it's definitely put them in an odd position. The other thing as well is it's not like, oh yeah, we've got this ult that can pad the gap. This ult, there's nothing. The closest is going to be Marco having that orbital strike if he can get either 3 kills or claim 2 orbs. And for the defense, claiming those orbs is definitely not easy. What their plan is, push. Taking that little bit of extra control towards the A site. The Liquid have other ideas.
Well, they had the chance to play through the TP from DRX if the pressure was put on there. But instead, they decided to go pushing down. Again, filling back into that space. Steps hurt. They've made the right read. There's no utility coming through from Team Liquid.
भाई क्या सेक्सी टाइमिंग था दोनों कॉर्नर ताली कर रहे थे भाई पिक करके मार दिया
What a game plan from DRX. Well
सबसे
played.
बाप के लिए वो था
Utility
लेकिन
spent on
जो
B,
वाइपर ने
the
मारा
gradual fallbacks, the Viper wall up. It made it look like Liquid hadn't a chance if they went there. So they have to go the other way, and that's all part of the plan for DRX.
We can see as well that I feel like Liquid's expectation was that was going to be a crunch. I think they put the poison orb on the TP, like basically just so that if anybody tried to get through, Nats could cover them. They were expecting aggression, just not in the right place. And once he goes down, well, the rest of the team immediately pivot, and they are just not prepared for the aggression of Marco, putting the team on his back once again, a vintage display of individual brilliance. And more some frustration, because as I said, that was still the economy of DRX on the brink. Now they managed to win with what was a couple of pistols still there.
With some upgrades as well. Bane coming in late. Sheriff kill. He'll make it out. Flashback sticks around for one. And he gets his reward. Camo playing ahead. Maybe expecting that the TP had already been taken. Either way, Nats with an all. You do not see this every day, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he does love an outlaw. His expectation is that, okay, they've got this double duelist, there's going to be players looking for the fight. He was correct. He just wasn't in the right place. Now just sat back. Gonna try and claim some additional space. He managed to walk his way. This is the classic. He's walked all the way up. That operator's still watching though. And that's taken out Kiko. He's managed to see a man on the other side, but DRX are not looking to fight this. Not looking to give that additional little battle over to Nats. In fact, he's going to go walking through, taking so much damage as he does, but his goal is not to fight these players, it's to get into the backlines. But look how prepared DRX are for this. They now have players watching from either side.
Orbital strike going to completely deny the plan. Trex taken down as well. He'll go down with the ship, with his wingman, and the off-on flashback catches Nats. All that posturing, and it leaves them with nothing. And for Panatek, he is way out of position. Trying to play a super late lurk, but
Viper वापस Viper ही MVP पे ये round में भी.
All you can do is say,
he needs to as well. Like you start looking at the finances of Liquid holding onto this gun could make a pretty significant difference. But that's a solid round from DRX. I think bringing the flashback operator in, like him just having that element of maneuverability.
Who's better on the Nats or come? Nats
those openers escape and find the opener again. But then also just the A site hold was so patient. They didn't give anything to Nats. Like, he's busy trying to hunt down players, find this team some value. And for the whole round, he's basically just a non-factor, even though he had so much space.
One round between them. I felt like Liquid were at least going to push up to that double-digit mark, and from there, the world's their oyster.
Rounds ago, when
DRX had those 3 rifles and 2 pistols to play with, 3 players digging deep in terms of their economy to make that happen, and look at the reward they found. One round between them. Orbital strike online, and you know what? It's going to be used, sent in onto Bane, but it's only a trade, and they've lost Camo. The man would have taken that orb and been one away from the showstopper instead. He's still one away.
Vulnerable
It's going to have to be saved for the next round. The credits where they're at. That's not ideal.
It's a successful ult combo. At least they don't go a man down, but
yeah,
it's a heavy investment. We now sit there looking at a patient DRX. You've got the operator locking down the other side, and Hyunmin again is going to go looking for information, but he's managed to take quite a bit of control. They've stuck themselves in towards Zuka, but have left themselves stuck in the mud. Even still, they hold the line! An absolute shutdown of the Liquid push. They might get caught by the flashes, but it means absolutely nothing.
I actually don't know who broke the Gecko flash.
Gecko blind, Gecko ko blind hota to,
but that was so important. 30 seconds Those players were going to be dead to rights if that connected up close in outside of Hookah. And at that point, the round falls, it crumbles.
Kya game chal raha hai bhai? 9-9
DRX
close.
Liquid push up to 10, but instead a huge punish. And again, it's going to be one player on that attack side left to save this
Nats khud ke ghar mein bhi khidki se language.
This is where you want perhaps a pause to come through. At 9-6, DRX did it, and they managed to course correct.
Krishna, bye.
Now,
Sab
they're
kuch
neck
changa
and
ho
neck
jayega.
again
Don't
for
worry,
Team
mere
Liquid.
jaan ke hotel. Love
A team
you.
that comes in as, I think in most people's minds,
Time hi
certainly
hai bhai, badal jata hai.
Pacific number 4.
Ek
They
baje
are
ke
the
baad
favorites.
do aata
They are the
hai.
ones with the pressure on their shoulders, and for DRX heating up like this so early on, already having a map to the good, and now on the map where Liquid think, well, we're comfortable, we can take the fight to them. It's not the case. Well, not convincingly.
Giving the context of how DRX is qualified, it was the match of Talon facing off against RFU. Talon with 2-0 in the lead. They close out one of the last 3 maps, and DRX aren't even here. Well, we're talking about Talon playing in this game, or actually, Talon would have gone in as a number 2 seed, put someone else down, so it would have been a completely different story. DRX make a last-minute roster change as well, bringing Bane back in.
#1 ko.
Oh, what a change that seems to have been.
#4
Flashback able to go over to the duelist and Bane. And that's the second round in a row we've seen him just spam through. And this time, well, there's no orbital strike to try and balance that one out.
Exactly. In fact, he's the one with the ultimate, and that confirms no one's here anymore. The A site's the right place to be. Hyunmin starts to rotate around. He's now going to be here to help out with this push if it does come down here, and the big problem, the op in that corner. Trex is stuck. He has to face him. He has to cross him. And you don't cross Flashback without paying the price. But Bane, in a 5v3, walks down B long. That's left the B site wide open.
Yeah, the thing is, Nats doesn't know that. It doesn't know how much of a commitment there was, so they still have to be patient, but eventually will get themselves in onto the site. Flashback, having that dimensional drift available, will be able to get themselves into post for the plant. Not given over to Camo means he doesn't have that ultimate online yet. They're trying to put the pressure on. He needs a kill and he'll find it. Now that's the showstopper. Immediately puts into play, but he's trying to find a target and he'll get it. Hyunmin down, giving them the advantage once again, and Camo's taking over. Just the one standing, but that one is Flashback. He has been a man to deal with, and a rifle picked up with the remaining 2. So passive, so patient. He's expecting that they're towards long, but both players are going to be swinging from the same position, and only the first is needed. Camo saving the day, and Liquid, well, they don't let the lead slip. They will take it back with 10.
Such an important round for Camo, especially it looked like a mistake. Not seeing that orb go to him, especially when you're in a disadvantage. I was very surprised with the fact that he finds that opening onto Brink, that he can catch Hyunmin and then lands it onto Mako. That single-handedly saved the round and perhaps Team Liquid's life.
यार इकोनॉमी के लसूड़े लगे पड़े थे बे वो लोग के यार.
Between them, but it's Liquid still in the lead. It's Thrash online for Trex, making a side exec much easier. And Flashback wants to get ahead of that. He knows if you sit back and let Liquid make the push, especially with Thrash, they've got a good chance. So he wants to push into them.
I don't know if Flashback goes any further than this.
Gate crash fading.
Yeah, would open him up to a couple of angles, but he does have support.
Gate crash going.
No easy escape, but with the angles held. Oh, there you go. The second one will be put into play. They want to try and hold on to this. The fact is, though, Liquid really have ground to a halt. They're expecting there to be some level of aggression. And what they're correct, they just haven't found it yet.
It's going to be B-Long, I think. Well, the Tiger sent through on A. You can see Camo posturing, ready to push on up. In goes Thrash. A lot of pressure on A, but Spike's still in spawn. From DRX's perspective, this looks like a hit, but I think the rotate to B is far more likely. They'll pick up that Spike and rush on in. But Panatek is good for the trade, and he's just a distraction right now. He's drawing their eyes, but DRX haven't rotated. They've left Mako on this side of the map. Bane's been holding on to control of B-Long. They're suspicious of this play, and rightfully so. Bane will find his reward. Mako needs to be patient, play this one with his teammate, and Bane is the one to find the pick. They can swing together on Kiko. Spike down, 12 seconds as the rest of DRX arrive. They will not fall for Liquid's fate. It's DRX, neck and neck again.
Yeah, they're reading this game incredibly well.
My
the goal from Liquid has been to try and have that push and pull, sell the fake in, throw the thrash in, force them back, and that's exactly what they did. But then Nats falls on one side, and because of that, they don't gamble the rotation. They don't pull that second player over. I feel like Bane... Well, it's in the Bane. He's been the bane of their lives. He's causing them so many issues. Just sat back in this corner, over towards the garden, time and time again. And while at 10, Liquid will take a pause. And I want to give context as well.
अच्छा ओवररोटेट नहीं किया बे. वो क्रॉसफायर होना एकदम जरूरी था.
The previous champion's winner. That's what happens if you lose. If you take a defeat, you go up against Khan and his merry men of EDG. And no matter how confident you are in Liquid, the #1 seed, they've looked great regionally. Had their issues on the international stage, but of course some of the time that was because of players not being able to get there. Definitely a tough time for them. But I don't think you can be completely confident in either team falling into that lower bracket when they're up against EDG.
No, you certainly shouldn't be. It'd be a different story if they found their way down there and needed this massive comeback, return to form, because they looked weak today. That's not the case. They were not pulling blows. They were landing a lot of solid rounds, and I think, you know, you see it in how long the series lasted.
Yeah.
Or even just one of the maps over on Abyss. For Team Liquid, it's 10 on the board, but it's not likely to be 11. The economy is very weak. 2 rifles, a stinger, and a pistol. For DRX, they have everything to work with. This should be the lead to the defensive side, but stranger things have certainly happened, even just here today.
Oh, it's early space taken. Nice shot from Bane again. As said, they have struggled to deal with him on this site. Combination of utility trying to create pressure, and pressure is being created. Flashback missing a shot. Flash immediately around the corner. He's so blind and will fall because of it. Spike down once again. With these weak purchases, Liquid get a chance.
Liquid have got the job as well. They've done the work. The groundwork with the spike down. Might not be an advantage just yet, but it's a lot closer to it than they were just moments ago. The defuse already starts. Blind catches everybody. Liquid spamming though, and the players up top. The defuse from Mako. He stands in the open. They spray too low. DRX 11. That was a shaky start, but DRX have control.
Yeah, it's once again.
Bane
gets the opener. And then Bane is the one that basically just defends his teammate while the spams are coming through, clearing out the remainder. What a fantastic individual display from a man that coming into this tournament we didn't even expect to be in the roster. Like, I didn't know he was in the roster until today.
Well, I think they're going to be pretty happy that they brought him back. 11-10 rifles for Team Liquid. Ult on Patatek. That's the only one for now, but this could be a crazy round for DRX. Hyunmin, Fring, and Bane all one away. Bane thanks to his 4K in the previous. A single pick, a single orb. The favor of this round swaps completely from a close one, a hard one to call. Now been chaining rounds. They've been looking good. But we're used to the game of tennis. The score line of deuce, the back and forth. Someone's got to crack the code eventually.
Again, the saturation's going to slow them on their take. Freeing in the corner will be dealt with immediately. Hyunmin needs to go big and doesn't. Immediately taken down, and they've even managed to remove Bane. The problem is, Marco's still standing. Nats with the pit, and the spike wasn't necessarily committed to this side of the map. In fact, it's incredibly far away. It'll have to be a little bit flexing to the other side. In fact, they are now going to take it into the B side. The Viper's pit ended up just being a ruse, but that feels much more like a mid-round call. You've dealt with Bane. Now you got a post plant.
But the damage here, well, the AWP has been picked back up, but it makes it a lot closer than it might seem. Patatek and Camo have been able to tuck away, though. They've been able to claim their spots to fight from. But Liquid need to be so careful not to overpeak. DRX already finding the opening. Another tap coming through. The scars of the previous round where the defuse was stuck. Still showing here, he needs to pick! Mako! Stuck the defuse for the Red Bull clutch! 12 for DRX! How have they gotten away with that?
The maestro of Marco has manipulated them once again. The last round he sticks it from the very beginning. This time taps it and then just almost plays the bait as teammate goes down, and they assume, in most cases, not for the wrong of them, that there's no way he'd stick it now. But this man has made the right call every single time. Leader of the pack.
Oh my god.
And back on the international stage.
Oh my god, DRX 2-0 Liquid jeet raha beach.
The goal it took to stick that now leaves Liquid
Nats ka
2
kuch
behind.
to ho gaya be, galti se tipi mara wo.
One away from Showstopper, sure. That could help. The flashback's got a victim
Ya
in
fir
mind.
blind hua wo ya
It's
kuch
the
to hua.
Showstopper himself, stuck in the corner, and Op watching his crossback. He's stunned too. The flash goes in. They know there's two players here. Blood in the water. The DRX are hunting it down. Hyunmin catches Camo. That was one of the main things the Team Liquid could rely on. The Showstopper, if found, could change the course of this round. At least give them a leg up, and instead, they are falling. One by one, till it's a 5v3, a 5v2. DRX on the cusp of taking this series. A series everybody would have favored the Team Liquid, and 2-0, the likely result. And look at them now.
What the fuck? गांड लगी है, Pickens की गांड लगी है.
The 5th, 6th spot has always had their name on it, and that means they need to make it out of the groups, but they're looking to do it. It's Kiko is all that's standing in their way, and of course it's flashback to deal the final blow. A late change for this roster, and a change that seems to have brought them right back to the tip top of the tier 1.
Pacific on
EMEA's #1 has fallen at the hands of DRX.
Number 1.
A team that
number 4.
have been here.
हाँ, एक रीजन है जॉन सीना ऐसा क्यों करता है?
समझ
रहा हूँ?
एक
एक रीजन है भाई, एक रीजन है. ये है हमारा जॉन सीना टीम. DRX.
Unreal performance, and I think top to bottom.
भाई क्या भाई यूनमिन सेक्सी खेला भाई. बेन लास्ट में बहुत बात किया लेकिन यूनमिन है.
Phenomenal in map #1, and he certainly was here as well. But Bane, the guy coming back into the roster,
Liquid मजा आ गया. मजा आ गया.
That 4K
हारा कैसे मजा आ गया
the
लेकिन.
first time saved the game. The second Mako defuse, that was a little bit more under his control.
It's genuinely mental that they managed to pull that one off. A very impressive display from DRX, the number 4 seed, fairly low expectations from many, I think including their own region, but they have clearly taken that extra time, they have put the work in, and now they go to play NRG, and that lower bracket matchup is going to be Liquid for EDG, for who is out of Champions, the number 1 last year, and the number 1 from EMEA. That's going to be a bloodbath.
An absolute belter guaranteed for DRX, as you said, looking to the future. They will face NRG, and one thing's for sure, DRX are here to shoot for number 1, and they've already hit their shot against Team Liquid. Watch out for this one. And I think one of the most impressive parts of that game was Hyunmin. We love to see his right now. And I love to see him in the Verizon post-match interview.
Et les Whips Titi sont ravis de cette victoire de Team.
चलो चैट अभी चटकता हूँ, मेरे को अभी शूट है 1 घंटा। बबलू मेरी गांड लेने वाला है, बबलू भाई के साथ शूट है, कुछ आने वाला है क्रेजी के साथ, ठीक है, तो वो करेंगे और फिर रात को आएंगे अपन मैं एम्बर जोन ली, ठीक है, कुछ क्रेजी सा कर रहा है, मजा आएगा, बबलू के साथ एक नया वीडियो आने वाला है, तो स्टे टुंडे, तुम लोग को टुंडे रहना पड़ेगा, ठीक है, स्टे टुंडे, कुछ आ रहा है, कुछ आ रहा है, कुछ आ रहा है लीक्स, जहाँ पे मैं गाफ मारने वाला बबलू के, उसके बाद से वो अपने ना ग्रेटेस्ट गेमर ऑफ ऑल टाइम वाला टैग नहीं पहन पाएगा, समझ रहे हो? उसके पीछे जो वॉल में जो है ना ग्रेटेस्ट गेमर ऑफ ऑल टाइम, वहां पे पेंटिंग मार दूंगा मैं डायरेक्ट, लीक्स लीक्स, ठीक है, टुंडे बने रहिए, ठीक है, चलो चैट मिलते हैं गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, adios, चिड में ही adios, टेक केयर, सी आई होप यू एंजॉयड मैच, मजा आया, लेकिन DRX जीता, मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया, मेरा पिक नट्स था लेकिन चलेगा भाई, मजा आ गया, DRX को अपना प्राइम DRX देख के ना मजा आ गया, है बे है, चलो मिलते हैं, रात को आऊंगा मेंबर्स ओनली आफ्टर द शूट, ठीक है, चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, adios, चिड में adios, टेक केयर, सी आई लव यू, बाय, लाइक करो और अच्छे कमेंट करो, या
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah, it's only a dream, it's how I feel. You deserve better than me. Nothing I can do, I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah, it's only a dream, it's how I feel, that you deserve better.